Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the members of the public. We welcome you to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, March 7th, 2023. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, the County Council, the Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We also recognize that it is Women's History Month, and how wonderful that the largest county in the country, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, is governed by 5 women. That's history in itself. So take this time to think about the women who have made invaluable contributions to the history of this country, of the world, certainly of the county, but also just in your own life. Think about the women who, made things possible and were pioneers in their own families. And sometimes those are the women that get overlooked. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement.
The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, the Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, the Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, the San Fernando Band of Mission Indians.
The invocation this morning will be led by Rafael Monterosa, Hispanic Ministries pastor, Grace Chapel of Lancaster from the 5th District, and following the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Irma Cooper, former Colonel, Army Nurse Corps, to be recognized by the 1st District. And if you're able, please stand.
If it were not your grace, giving wisdom to each one, this could not be achieved. Thanks God for the diversity of thoughts coming to this city, making it more complex and increasing the challenge for these leaders. That is the reason, oh God, we come to you to ask you for wisdom on all these things. Lord, never allow corruption to destroy and drive away moral values. That evil does not prevail in this committee. Please, oh Lord, allow respect and love to live in harmony every time they meet to discuss this business. Lord, allow the life of each representative to be a good example for the new generations. And thus this city can continue to grow with the impetus of joy and enthusiasm. Lord, I ask you for all the authorities that in one way or another represent in an administrative any position. Bless the people of the county of Los Angeles through them. I ask you, Lord, in the name of your beloved Son, all the things. Amen.
Please turn toward the direction of the flag. Place your hand above your heart. If you're military, feel free to salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to first say that he got up at 6, you got on the road at 6 in the morning to get here to do this morning. And
But
we
it
are,
was a privilege.
it was a privilege for us to have you. So please join me in thanking Pastor Rafael Monterosa for leading us in this morning's invocation. Pastor Monterosa of Grace Chapel in Lancaster immigrated to the United States in 1972 and went to work as a waiter at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. There he had the privilege of praying for Ronald Reagan, who stayed at the Beverly Wilshire for a week during his 1976 presidential campaign, making videos and giving interviews. Pastor Monterosa later worked in banking and in the construction field. He moved to Lancaster in 1991 and in 2001 received the call to service in the pastoral field, ministering to the Hispanic community. Pastor Monterosa, thank you for leading us in the invocation and for your service to the community, and thank you for getting up so early to give us those words of inspiration. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair, and to everyone. I want to especially thank Irma Cooper for leading us in today's Pledge of Allegiance. Irma served in the United States Army Nurse Corps from 1983 to 2013. She was one of the highest ranking individuals. She held a position as a colonel, and her decorations include receiving the Bronze Star. After serving, Irma worked as an advanced practice nurse at Methodist Hospital in Arcadia. A resident of the 1st District for 36 years, Irma went on to UC Berkeley and UC San Francisco for college. She married and has 3 children. Irma is a member of the National Association of Black Military Women, where she serves as Vice President of Operations, as well as the Veterans of Foreign Wars, West Covina, and the Advisory Committee on Minority Veterans in Washington, D.C. She is also the president of the San Gabriel Valley NAACP and our commissioner of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission. So she is an incredible individual, and we're so happy to have her. And it is with great pleasure that we present this certificate of appreciation for her tremendous dedication and actions on behalf of the residents in the entire County of Los Angeles. So we want to congratulate you and salute you because it is Women's History Month. Woo!
Thank you.
That's for you.
Thank you. And now Supervisor Barger, we will have the pet adoption.
Thank you. We've got a beautiful 4-month-old female domestic short hair named Trinity. We've got 2 cats, actually. Okay, baby. This is Trinity, and Trinity is available for adoption at the Baldwin Park. I know. Wait till you see the other one. But you're special. 4-month-old female domestic short hair, animal ID A5537511. You can call 562-940-6898 or visit their website, animalcare.lacounty.gov. So this is a 4-month-old, and it's sweet. Well, oh, you want to see Holly? He's looking at you. I know. She's looking at you. Sorry. All right. I know. And then last but certainly not least, we've got Simba. Come here, baby. This is Simba. And I had Simba in my lap for a half an hour this morning. He's the sweetest. Yeah, I know. 4-month-old male domestic long hair, animal ID A5537981. Again, you can go to animalcare.lacounty.gov. And this is Simba and what they're calling March Meowness. March 1st through the 31st, all cat adoption fees reduced to $14 throughout the month of March. Stop by and adopt one. Oh no, this one is really, I could keep it all day, but I'm not going to. So this is Simba. And I was talking to them, there are not only a lot of cats, there are a lot of animals in our shelters looking for forever homes. So what I encourage you to go, not to a pet store, but go to one of our shelters and adopt. Can you say hi? Nope. All right.
Thank you. The circle of life. Oh, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted Supervisor Barger to know that she did have an influence on me. And our Carson shelter was gracious enough to come out and have pet adoptions at an event I hosted a couple of Sundays ago. And somehow, Rook, a 2-year-old Husky Shepherd mix, found his way into my back seat. And so I'm grandma. My son actually technically adopted him, but Rook is a part of my life. Thank you, Supervisor Barger.
Congratulations. Okay, with that, we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 24. On item 3, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 5, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 9, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be referred back to her office as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 10, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to March 21st, 2023. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 11, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On items 14 and 15, Supervisor Hahn requests that these items be held. On item 19, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 20, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 25, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 30, the Director of Internal Services requests that this item be referred back to the department as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 41, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be continued to April 18th, 2023, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 43, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 55B, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 55C, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 55H, Supervisor Barger would like to revise her motion to remove "or a substance use disorder." On item 55I, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On page 44, separate matters, item 58. Item 58 is a recommendation to appoint Dr. Ode Ukbu to the position of Chief Medical Examiner Coroner at the annual salary of $439,460.23 effective March 7, 2023. On page 45, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the Sanitation District number 27 and the New Hall Ranch Sanitation District. On page 46, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On item 3D, the Executive Director of the Los Angeles County Development Authority requests that this item be continued to March 21st, 2023. On item 4D, this is an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The requests for referbacks and continuances through CS3 are before you.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve these items, and that will be the order.
That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, colleagues, today we're going to begin with items 55C, 55I, and 25, followed by items 3, 11, 14, 15, 19, and 20, then ending with item 55B, which were held by the supervisors, and finishing with the remaining items not held by the board and general public comment. And before we begin with our held items, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items and general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be entered into the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your devices as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item on which you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we're going to begin with item 55C, enhancing equity, diversity, and inclusion in the Los Angeles Fire Department, which I held. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. And we're pleased today to have with us our new Fire Chief, Tony Maroney, Sarah Rathburn with the Women's Fire League, and Dave Gelati, President of Local 1014 here, that wanted to comment on this item. Last week, we appointed Tony Maroney to be the new chief over the Los Angeles County Fire Department. And in the discussions leading up to his appointment, we heard concerns about the lack of diversity in our fire department, especially at higher levels. And this was not the first time I think any of us have heard these concerns. I know my office has been working with Sarah Rathburn from the Women's Fire League, Johnny Gray from the Stentorians, and Dave Gelati from Local 1014 for months, working on a motion to try to finally address and make progress on the lack of diversity in our department. I remember personally even talking to former Chief Osby about it years ago, about specifically about the lack of women. And I want to make it clear that progress has been made thanks to the commitment of the Women's Fire League, the Stentorians, Local 1014, and many in our fire department leadership. And when Chief Osby was sworn in chief as 2011, there were only 32 women firefighters in the department. That number has almost tripled by the time he retired last year, but I don't think that's enough. So this motion is a roadmap to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion in the fire department. It asks the department to work with the union to look at adopting a different written exam for firefighters and firefighter paramedics that is based in equity research and comes with embedded recruitment and mentorship programs. It asks the department to create a diversity, equity, and inclusion committee that will work with labor and management to provide input on departmental policies and procedures to make them more accessible to underrepresented groups, especially surrounding recruitment, hiring, and promotions. This motion also asks for a comprehensive data about gender and ethnicity, an exit interview process to ask why people from underrepresented groups chose to leave the profession or withdraw, and establishing an official diversity, equity, and inclusion officer in the department. This motion is very comprehensive. It was written in collaboration with members from the Women's Fire League, the Stentorians, Local 1014, and department leadership. And I want to thank all of you for staying committed to this idea, for putting in the hard work to get us to this point, which is just a beginning roadmap. And we will count on all of you to help us implement the vision that I know you all hold, but particularly I know the 5 women governing this county hold. Supervisor Mitchell, thank you so much for co-authoring this motion with me. We're going to have the chief, Sarah and Dave want to speak on this motion. Would you like to offer your remarks as the co-author first?
I appreciate that very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for leading on this motion. You know, it's my hope that this motion solidifies LA County Fire's commitment to equity, to inclusion, and to creating processes to ensure that the department reflects the rich diversity of LA County. This motion includes specific processes and requests specific data metrics so that we can better track the progress we've made. I want to thank the chief for embarking on this work And I know that Artie will be an amazing partner. I also want to thank the Stentorians, the Women's Fire League, and the Los Bomberos for your continued service and advocacy. You know, I attended Chief Osby's retirement dinner, and I was struck and frankly horrified at the painful story he told about his father, and that as a young child that he thought that everybody brought their own food to work. But as an adult, he learned that in the department you eat as a crew, and as a black firefighter then, he had to eat by himself. So to the black firefighters, the women firefighters, Latino firefighters, our LGBTQ firefighters that continue to feel isolated and ignored, please know to feel that way in 2023, that we hear you and I see you. We recently lost one of the greats in retired Assistant Chief Herschel Claddy, who spent most of his career fighting for equal rights for minorities and women in the fire department. And sadly, too many underrepresented firefighters have had to think twice about whether or not to recommend fire service to their own children, wondering if they should expose their kids to both an environment where they have to fight fires and fight the right to feel like a true full member of the fire service every day. So from my perspective, the work of equity and diversity should not be the sole responsibility of the Stentorians, the women firefighters, or the Los Bomberos. It should be the perspective and priority for the chief and everyone in the department, because we all have a commitment to equity, and this is a really critical, important step. So I thank you for allowing me to join in on this motion and look forward to hearing about the strategy and ways in which we're going to make significant, measurable progress in this effort. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You know, I was going to have the three speak now, but I'm thinking having my colleagues speak first might let you hear something that might prompt even a deeper answer than maybe what you were going to say. So I'm going to call on my colleagues, Supervisor Barger, Supervisor Solis, and then Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And powerful words from both you and from Supervisor Mitchell. And, you know, I know when you were first elected, Chair Hahn, this was a priority for you. And I think that the makeup of the department should mirror the diversity of the county. And I know, Dave Gelati, that we've had this conversation and you are committed to doing that. And there is no question, I couldn't come to the Academy on Saturday, I'm sorry, because it got changed because of the rain. But I have been there and I've seen firsthand the amazing mentorship that you, especially, Sarah, provide to the young women that are coming in that want to have a career with LA County Fire. And so I thank you, because that is a volunteer. And you come from the county family. Your father retired from LA County and comes and helps you at the Academy. So we have opportunities, and there is no question in my mind, Chief, that we have to look at it through an equity lens, and we have to recognize that we have opportunities here in LA County that I would argue no other county has such diversity and so many people with the ability, if given the chance, but also mentored, because it's tough. I don't know if you all have seen what they have to go through to become firefighters and paramedics, but it's pretty amazing. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing this motion. I plan on supporting it. I'm excited, and I know that this time next year we'll be congratulating a lot more individuals in the department that truly will benefit from this motion today, especially women and people of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the panel. I want to thank Chief Maroney and firefighters, and obviously outstanding leadership on behalf of the women firefighters. And I know that this is an issue that's going to be ongoing for us, because we're not just talking about equity, we're talking about culture inside the department. And that, to me, is going to be number one, how we can work at addressing that issue. Because if we bring women in, but they don't feel at home at the fire station, they don't have privacy, they may have different nuances that help them in their job, but we're not recognizing them, then we need to step it up. That, and also the fact that we have an underrepresentation of African American members in the firefighting ranks, and I think that also equally has to be addressed. I'm very excited to hear about the apprenticeship program that will be started. I think that, like anything, getting into entry-level positions is always an open door. Opportunities will abound. More people will talk about it. More people will be inclined to want to join your ranks. And I definitely want to see that, because I think we also have to have people who look like our community and can speak to our community in their languages. And I know firefighters have come, our department has come a long way, but we need to keep building on it. And I'm ready to help in any way we can. I have a lot of faith in the fire department, and it's personal for me. My mother passed 2 years ago, but every time that something happened in the unincorporated area of West La Puente Valley, guess who were the first people there? Our local firefighters that, I swear, we knew them by name, they knew us, they knew my family. And I can't tell you how moving it was. And there was a time when I had to join them also in the ambulance and the vehicle and take my mother to Kaiser. And then once we had to take her to LAC-USC. And it wouldn't have happened had I not seen myself the care that was given, and the fact that maybe there weren't people there that could speak her language, that they knew what her needs were, and they put that first. So for me to see that on display tells me this is a very honorable job, one that is trusted, and we don't want to break that trust with our community. So I thank you, and I thank all the members that wear the badge proudly, and I want to see more people wearing that badge proudly, particularly our women and people of color, and to see more rank and file at the top reflective of our communities. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and Supervisor Mitchell for bringing this item forward. We know equity and diversity are important in all of our county departments, particularly those that interact with our residents during their most vulnerable times. I believe it's essential that organizations such as the Los Angeles County Fire Department reflect the communities that they serve. In order to do this, we must work to ensure that the personnel of the fire department reflect the diversity of LA County, from recruitment and onboarding through promotion to leadership and crucial decision-making positions. It's not enough just to be brought into the ranks. You have to be made to feel welcome. You have to be given a clear path to promote, to grow, and thrive in this department. And for these reasons, I am encouraged to see this motion and the work that will be done in the future to ensure diversity within the fire department. I'm particularly encouraged by the work that will be done to encourage a diversity of new recruits, as well as the cultural and implicit bias training that will be provided to all personnel, and the data collection and reporting that will occur. And I want to thank Johnny Gray III and the Board of Directors of the Stentorians, as well as Sarah Rathbun and the Women's Fire League and all of their members who reached out to me to share their personal experiences and their stories, to contextualize what your experience has been, so we can better understand how we turn words on a page into action in the department, and that we can be active and engaged partners in doing that. And I want to thank you all for taking this issue seriously and making sure that the department is reflective of the diversity that we expect in LA County. Thank you very much for your leadership.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the three of you. Go in any order you choose.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Honorable Board, for giving the fire department the roadmap to ensuring diversity, equity, and inclusion, and a sense of belonging for the members, our 5,000 members, the men and women of our fire department. The department, we are committed to new and innovative recruitment, hiring, and promotion ideas to make sure that we have pathways to ensure our hiring process, our promotion process ensures that we capture the brightest and the best in our department to provide opportunities for growth and promotion for women and people of color that reflects the communities we serve. I know that that is a focus of the board. I hear you loud and clear, and I stand with labor and our other represented groups to make sure that we achieve that. So thank you very much for this motion with the 30-day analysis and the 90-day report back with the plan. It's going to allow us to make great strides and continue the legacy that Chief Osby left me after 11 years of service on this fire department. And I had the pleasure of working with Chief Clady when I was a young firefighter in the late 80s at the Ladera Heights Fire Station, and I was able to see his fight. So I have not forgotten that, and that's going to help guide me as we work together to make sure that we include DEI and belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Did we have Johnny on the line? I wanted to make sure that he
Yes,
had the
Johnny's on the
opportunity.
line. I was going to call on him after you all spoke.
Perfect. Okay. Just want to make sure he's included. We spoke before
Yes.
this. Thank you. So Sarah Rathbun, Battalion Chief, LA County Fire Department, President and founder of the Women's Fire League. I just want to take a moment to thank, obviously, Supervisors Hahn and Mitchell for this motion, because the words, as Supervisor Horvath said, are not enough without action behind it. So we really appreciate you taking that action in addition, and we hope to come back in a year and see that progress. We're encouraged by that. You also have some powerful forces behind you. Kyla Coates and John Matthews have worked tirelessly with us, so thank you so much for giving us their time and their expertise. To get us all together on one page is sometimes a challenge. 17 years ago, I entered LA County Fire Department Class 123 as a brand new firefighter recruit. And I was advised by people I knew within the fire service and outside of it that the male-dominated culture could be challenging and at times hostile toward women. As the daughter of an LA County sheriff, paramedic, and myself a college athlete, as well as a high school football player, odd time. These warnings didn't lessen my interest in the fire department. I plowed through and entered a 43-person academy with 3 other women, which was a record at the time. After 4 months of training, 28 recruits graduated, pinned this badge on their chest, and went to work as firefighters, and 3 of those new firefighters, including myself, were women. Tomorrow, Class 169 graduates after the same grueling 4 months. Again, 3 of those firefighters are women. I think we can do better. Los Angeles County is one of the most diverse counties in the nation, as we've said, and it surrounds one of the most multicultural cities. Yet the population we serve looks very different than the firefighters that make up our ranks. 51% of LA County residents are women. This is no odd statistic to you folks, but 2% of our LA County firefighters are women. And these numbers do not match national averages, which are still problematic, but are more than double LA County's numbers. So we can do better, and that's why we're here. Transparency in hiring and promotion and clearly defined requirements for positions at every level of the fire department are a critical first step to ensuring a culture that provides equal opportunity for all. We look forward to working with our partners on the board, in the department, and in the county, allowing us to promote diversity and equity while maintaining the highest standards for firefighter personnel. And this is why we're sitting here with the department and 1014. We've put our heads together, and this is a very small start to what we need to do. By solidifying prep academies that cater to diverse applicants using statewide proven testing and selection processes, including stakeholders in promotional exam development and closely monitoring and tracking the demographics in the fire service. It's the hope of the Women's Fire League that we see our culture shift, our ranks diversify, and our personnel begin to more closely mirror the communities we serve. And through this motion, I hope we can look back 17 years from now and see tangible, meaningful change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dave Gelati.
I probably commuted the longest. I flew in from DC last night, a place where it's going to be terribly difficult to get business done because of polarization. I flew back here because we don't have that here. What makes this motion different than the efforts we've put in for the last 20 years. You want to know what makes it different? Labor's sitting here, a union, and the new fire chief, who I called and said, let's wrap our arms around this. I called Sarah, I called Johnny, and I said, for once, let's put our money where our mouths are. Let's join together and collaborate to revise this motion to give ourselves tools that will actually make change happen. FCTC, recruitment embedded both for women and minorities, but also our pre-apprentice programs for low-income folks. This department has already been involved in that. And we're gonna move those agenda items forward because you have the two parties that have to sign on the dotted line for policy change right here with our third partner in the room and with the leadership from Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Mitchell, but I know it's a 5 board member effort here. During Women's History Month, amazingly enough, I'm gonna tell you something, we have the tools to get it done. And what I wanna do is offer up, you can read everything in the motion. It's an extremely powerful motion that has tangibles, deliverables. It has funding through Jack. It has everything embedded in this process, and we've put it together, and the two people that have to sign are right here so you can hold us accountable, but you're not gonna have to because you're gonna have to get out of our way. So let me break down a little stigma. Who is the union? And why should the WFL, Los Bomberos, Stentorians, my API firefighters, my LGBTQ firefighters, why should they be a part of the discussion? They're my members. Sarah Rathbun, Danny McMillan over on lifeguards, Paige Parker, Jeannie Barrett, one of the best fire captains we have on our job, amazingly, through the Flagler incident. Johnny Gray, a very well-respected member of our air operations cadre. T. Ross, Landy Knott, my old engineer, Mickey Juarez. Do these names, are they familiar to you? They're not, but let me tell you who they are. They're members of the Stentorians, the WFL, members of 1014. They're my brothers and sisters. Their voice matters. It's time we shine light on what we're going to talk about and we be bold about the conversation. This union's willing to put it out there along with the chief, and I know not only my friends, but my peers, my well-respected peers on this job, our voices in a collaboration are finally gonna be brought forward for you to have a group that actually makes change happen. We got a lot of work to do. The work happened to put this motion forward, but I'm gonna submit to you that the work begins the minute you finish the vote, and we're already on top of it. And I would suggest report back once a week on the Jack piece that's in the 30-day. Let's get something done and leave a lasting legacy that's just not words. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just go, I know we have others on the phone and maybe in the audience, but I want to go first to Johnny Gray, representing our Stentorians, to speak to us. Because if he was here, he would be sitting with you. Johnny, are you on the phone?
Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Yep, our first speaker is Johnny Gray, and you may begin, sir.
Hallelujah.
Be there in person. My name is Johnny Gray III. I am the president of the Los Angeles County Stentorians, and I've listened to all you ladies and gentlemen speak, and I commend you all for standing up because progress is impossible without change, first of all. So this is the first step to making the change. And on behalf of my executive board and its members, I want to lend our support on this item and this motion, which includes the developing of the labor management plan, which is to move the entry-level testing to CalJack. I've worked with CalJack for 8 of my 12 years on this job, and I trust that they will continue to push the needle forward in creating a more diverse workforce that directly reflects the community that we serve. And we look forward to working with the fire chief, 1014 Women's Fire League, the Bomberos, Cordy, as well as CalJack, just to ensure that we move forward both in the hiring and promotional process. As it relates to African Americans in the fire service, we make up 6% of our employees. In the civilian ranks, we make up 9%. In the lifeguards, we only make up 1%. So we have had change, but we do have a lot of work to do. We, the Stentorians, just wanted to say out loud and verbally commit that we will continue our mission of exposing this great career, because again, it's a great career regardless of some of the negative aspects of it. That we will continue our seminars, we will continue to serve the underserved and the underprivileged. We will continue our training in prep academies and we will further work with our partners in making sure that DEI is the #1 priority. And lastly, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this motion, Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Mitchell, Supervisor Horvath, as well as Chief Maroney, 1014. Thank you, President Gelati. Thank you, Sarah and Women's Fire League, Cordy, Bomberos, just in all you guys' commitment to ensuring that we truly act on diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not just a buzzword. And again, I just want to close with progress lies not in enhancing what is, but in advancing towards what will be. And we all know where we should be, so let's continue together, hold hands, and advance forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johnny, and we appreciate you and the Stentorians and the important role that they have always played in our LA County Fire Department. Supervisor Mitchell, you want to say something before we went on to the other public?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, as I listened to this kumbaya moment, I felt compelled to also acknowledge, another group that the words in the motion are very powerful, but the expectation is that it go beyond the words. And our formerly systems involved firefighters, upon release, have not always been welcomed into the club. There have been legislative efforts to try to create a pathway that have often been opposed. And so I'm hoping as we talk about true diversity and looking at the value of people who have served, who have put their lives on the line, and this is a great opportunity as we as a county look at all kinds of ways of incorporating them back into the workforce, that be included in this workforce as well. So as we look at the fire camps and ways in which that community can also be embraced, I hope that we have a kumbaya moment and turn the corner there as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did you want to, you look like you were dying to say something, Dave Gelati.
I am, and I've worked with the senator on this at the state. We have worked hard to put all those tools in place, and she hits on a very important point here. ARC, ATI, Supervisor Barger's been involved. Let's cut through some of the bureaucratic mess here. We're gonna need your help on the motion we have in front of us, but also for what the supervisor's talking about. You make a motion to get it done and give a date to the fire chief and put some funding behind it, and we'll make it happen. We've been working hard against processes to get that to actually happen. We should have 4 crews open right now. The supervisor's absolutely right. We're ready to go on that. Let's do it.
Thank you. Okay, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who would like to speak on this item.
There are no in-person speakers. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our next participant is Yvonne La Peña. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Yvonne De La Peña, and I'm the Executive Director of the CalJAC and FCTC. And our organization has a 40-year history as an apprenticeship training program for fire departments throughout the state. And our commitment as an apprenticeship training program
Did we lose her?
It looks like we lost her.
It looks like we lost Yvonne.
See if you can get her
We'll go
back.
on. Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. And I will echo Supervisor Mitchell. This is a kumbaya moment. And if we could put Dave Gelati's passion into a bottle, we would be able to offload it for a very nice price. It's very, very valuable to have the commitment of the rank and file and the union. And I think that, people should be aware that this is a national problem, that nationwide, less than 5% of career firefighters are women. So, in San Francisco, they have 15%, which is a national outlier. We, as we know, are very, very low. Let's bring these brave men and women firefighters to Washington, D.C. This is the appropriate presentation to make at the White House. We need to take a major step forward to create the kind of equity and inclusion and legitimate opportunities for women and LGBTQ and people to opt in. Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Eric.
A tremendous day during Women's during Women's History Month.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Rudolph Charles. You may begin.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
Mr. Charles, you may begin.
Hi. I'm going to keep this brief and on the subject. I know this whole objective is not brief, but good morning. I'm Rudy Charles. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, Hahn and Mitchell on the board, and just say that I'm a captain on the LA County Fire Department. I've been there for about 12 years. Me and Johnny, we came on with the same idea of getting a couple more ethnic groups in the academies. And we had, I think, 4 African Americans in our class. They all passed. And I would just like to say that we would like CalJack FCTC program. It's a great program. It would be good for not just the department, the fire department, but for the Centurions organization and what we stand for, which is recruitment, retention, and upward mobility to include diversity within the county fire department. Thank you, CalJack, for working with us and 1014 Women's Fire League and moving the needle. And we are definitely in support of it to create a level playing field with transparency and good quality candidates to best suit our fire department. So with that said, hopefully we can get this started and move the needle. Thank you to all you guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next participant is Yvonne De La Pena. She has come back. Apologize. Appreciate that. You may begin, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm not sure how much you heard before because I was talking before I realized I was disconnected.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Our organization, the CalJack and FCTC, we have a 40-year history as an apprenticeship training program for fire departments throughout the state. And our commitment as an apprenticeship training program has been to provide a pathway for individuals into the fire service and into our apprenticeship program. Our commitment has always been to ensure we reach down into the communities and throughout the state, and we recruit a diverse group of candidates to help them prepare for the testing process. We have a pretty good track record, and the state of California has entrusted us by fully funding our pre-apprenticeship program, which specifically targets individuals who, due to circumstance or finance, don't have access to or haven't considered a career in the fire service. Our pre-apprenticeship program is free books, free uniforms, free training, and it provides necessary preparation for pre-employment testing, and it provides the training for candidates to earn their EMT, their paramedic license, and prepares them to earn their physical ability testing card and complete the FCTC written test.
Thank you so
all
much.
which gets
Thank
them
you
on
so
our
much for
statewide
your
eligibility
comments.
list for hire within our
We
apprenticeship
gotta
training
go
program.
to the next speaker.
So we are.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Richard Hernandez. Please go ahead. You may begin. Mr. Hernandez, you may begin.
Hello? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next speaker.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. Mr. Humphreys, you may begin.
Okay, folks, this is a little story of payback. My son, about 10 years ago, went through, if I got the time frame right, Mount San Antonio College County Fire Prep program out there, out of which graduating class, I believe, is 25 or so. 2 people were hired, and they were all relatives of the present fire persons at that time. And the payback part of it was so beautiful. The captain running that program was exposed for corruption and got to spend some time in county facilities. I think it was Wayside Rancho out there. So there are points of payback and kind of a feel-good moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to in person. Dr. Genevieve Gravel.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors. I am impressed that you use your knowledge to appoint the right person to that position of fire chief. I think knowledge and a heart in the right place are the most important thing in that job. So thank you for your wisdom.
Thank you. You could have just kept going on about that and our wisdom. You didn't have to cut it off. But thank you, Genevieve. Well, thank you. I believe that's the last speaker. Thank you so much to Dave, to Sarah, to Chief Maroney for being here. Thank you for Johnny Gray on the phone. We know we've heard a lot about the culture in the department, but it's inevitable that if we are more inclusive of women, African Americans, Latinos, LGBTQ, AAPI, that the culture will change. It's inevitable. So thank you. Thank you for all working on this motion. Big shout out to Kyla Coates. I know she put in a lot of hours to get everybody on the same page, and this is a great day for the fire department. It's a great day for LA County. Thank you very much. That motion is now before us. I'm going to move. Supervisor Mitchell will second to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 55C is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Now let's get to work. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to item 55I, partnership with the City of Pasadena to expand essential health care and homeless services, which was held by Supervisor Barger. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor Victor Gordo is here, and I want to give him an opportunity right now to speak, and then I'll say my comments. But this has been a joint labor of love, working with the mayor and the City of Pasadena. So welcome.
Welcome, Mayor. Go ahead.
And, Chair Hahn, it's been a while. I've had the opportunity to work with all of you, and what a sight this is. It's a lot different than the last time I was here, and I congratulate all of you for this history-making board. Let me first thank you on behalf of the people and residents of Pasadena for all of your assistance in what was a time like no other during the pandemic. We ended the pandemic last night officially in Pasadena, but I'll tell you, the people of Pasadena are certainly grateful for this county's assistance during the most difficult time. I'm here because we all know that mental health and health services are desperately needed. Pasadena is a unique city in that we have our own health department. We're uniquely situated to partner with the County of Los Angeles. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Barger for helping us to lead the charge in looking at a different model. The model that we are asking you support today, I'm used to evening meetings, the model that we are asking you to support will include academia, will model how local government at the county level and cities can work together with academia, with the private hospital and private institutions to better deliver mental health and health services. In Pasadena, we are prepared to move forward to explore the possibilities. Again, I'd like to thank our supervisor for answering the call, for leading the charge, and for putting a motion before you that I think is going to provide a very special and replicable model that we can use in other communities. So with that, I urge your support and thank you, and it's good to see all of you. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. And I think this is an opportunity. We at this board have talked about the fact that we don't have enough services in mental health. And prior to Dr. Sharon retiring, he had been talking about the fact that we might want to collaborate with cities, especially large cities, to really capitalize on what they've got. And in Pasadena, we've got Fuller Seminary, and we've got also Huntington Hospital who want to partner with us. And I'm excited about this. I think it's an opportunity to collaborate and be proactive and creative in planning and putting an action in place that will actually help not only adults but also youth in the community. When you look at the needs specifically in the neighborhoods that we've been talking about in North Pasadena, the city has identified and referenced a 2021 DHS report highlighting areas of high need for additional primary care services, especially in mental health. Mayor Gordo did his homework and found that of the 14 contracts we have, only 2 providers have any slots available for new clients. And even then, it's a challenge to get in a timely fashion. So I am grateful to the city of Pasadena for their leadership in providing tangible solutions and their willingness to move quickly and act in real time. Briefly, I'd like to make 2 slight changes in the motion, which is not substantial to the I therefore move, but just clarification. On the title, it reads Partnership with the City of Pasadena to expand essential health care and mental health services. We want to reflect mental health services. It said homeless, but this is actually far greater than simply dealing with the homeless population. And then in the preamble, it reads as follow. In May 2021, the Department of Health Services published a report that identified neighborhoods in northern Pasadena were high priority for additional primary services. I think it's important, and I hope that we can take this, and I know that Department of Mental Health has opportunities. I think we allocated, you said for the spot, 50 million, of which 10 million is unspent because we don't have providers to provide the service. So I want to publicly thank you, Mayor. While I'm bringing this motion in, this was your vision long before you were mayor, working in the nonprofit world with the city of Pasadena. So this is an exciting time, and I hope we can replicate this throughout the county, working with our universities like Fuller that are training those individuals we want to bring into our system. So I would ask for your aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger, as well as to have the presence of the mayor of Pasadena here, Mr. Gordo. It's good to see you. I'm interested in this notion of having more services provided in the San Gabriel Valley in totality, because during the pandemic, many of us, including our departments, were heavily criticized because we did not have expansive services in communities like El Monte, Baldwin Park, Covina, and West Covina. In fact, some were in uproar that they wanted to create their own Department of Public Health, and that's still being litigated. But I want to say that we have a lot of challenges. We're right now trying to work on resolutions with the city of LA, because they are also, through a separate entity, looking at how we provide better mental health and homeless services. Those are urgent concerns for all of us. So I hope that with your leadership too, we can convene with other cities. One that comes to mind is the city of El Monte that has been a good partner with us. They've actually set up room key, and services, and they have also contracted with many of our providers. But it's true, we don't have enough providers that are also receiving contracts from the Department of Mental Health to adequately cover our area. Union Station, which is out your way, actually services our area. Right. We need to multiply the reach and create more opportunities for other CBOs and professional organizations to assist us. So I look forward to seeing how this works out as a pilot, and would hope we could engage with our cities in the San Gabriel Valley, because many of them face the same challenges, and their populations are very high, and in many cases, socioeconomic determinants have been very impactful during the pandemic, and look forward to working with you and with Supervisor Barger on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. And the key is, as we've learned, Supervisor Barger and I, is the lack of clinicians. And the beauty of this model is it partners directly with academia, with Fuller Seminary that has 300 students that they provide. Imagine working with all of the schools of psychology throughout the county and beyond to form partnerships with communities such as El Monte, Pasadena, and our Department of Health Services and Mental Health, and capturing those students and professionals as students to be clinicians and get their expertise, and then as professionals and graduates to continue to work right here in the community that's trained them. That's the goal. And that's the uniqueness of this model, is we're going to go directly to academia and ask that they dedicate their students and train their students to work right here in our communities.
Thank you so much. May I also say thank you, Supervisor Barger, for bringing this forward. Mayor Gordo, thank you for taking the time to be down here. And let me also extend my really well wishes that this will be a model, a pilot that can be replicated elsewhere. And just to say thank you for, just the leadership of Pasadena during the last 3 years, the dark years of the pandemic. And a lot of people didn't realize that Pasadena, as well as Long Beach, have their own health department. So you could have enacted your own pathway forward, but we appreciated the cooperation with the County of Los Angeles in a way that aligned many times with some of what we were trying to do just to keep some consistency throughout Los Angeles County. Really appreciate it. But what the pandemic certainly highlighted, it was there, but the pandemic highlighted was the incredible need for mental health services. And we know that all the trauma of the pandemic has led to even more people really seeking and needing, and sometimes not knowing where to go for mental health. So to have a mayor of a large city make that a focus and a priority, I think speaks volumes to you, to your city. So thank you so much.
Well, we can't do it without our supervisor and all of you, so I thank you for that.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've chosen to speak on this item.
Will Dr. Genevieve Clavreau please come forward and staff will assist you? Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Adriana Bautista. You may begin.
Hello. It's good to see Gordo here at the Board of Supervisors today. The community of Pasadena has been asking for mental health services and also for increased beds for our homeless population. So we've also been demanding a cahoots model when it comes to high crisis intervention to reduce the risk of death at the hands of law enforcement who are not trained to respond to mental health crisis. Charles Towns was killed on the border of Pasadena and Altadena. He was a Pasadena resident, and he was killed at the hands of LA Sheriff's deputies, Clarissa Prentice and Eliezer Morales. Just in January. So we're demanding justice to fire those officers.
Thank you.
Also
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. One moment. I'm sorry, Eric Previn, please press 1 and 0 again. You may begin.
Thank you. I'd just like to once again applaud Pasadena, one of our most important cities, and thank everybody who came down today. And I wonder if, because of the way it's been working with the homeless and the thing there, that maybe we make a little room on the plane for Washington and also bring a delegation from Pasadena and from some of our other best cities who are willing to cooperate and work well with the county, and see if we can shake loose some additional resources the week of April 24th. So great work. Keep it up.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, we'll go in person. Dr. Genevieve.
Yes, Dr. Genevieve Clavreau, I am sorry that I have to speak on this item because I have, in the last few months, tried everything not to become homeless. I contacted LASA, I contacted everybody possible, and LASA lie, misinform people, and so on. And in the next few days, I will be homeless, and with my 2 daughters. I guess because I'm LGBT, I am older, I am disabled. The only color I don't fit is the color card. But I think I feel all the other. Anyway, I have a letter for all of you, supervisor, county council, and the CEO. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no other speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Hearing no other comments, item 55I is before us. Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 55I is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're now going to move on to item 25, the report on the county's preparedness to potential train derailments and the potential for associated hazardous material spills, which was held by Supervisor Barger. And for the members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. And we will be having a presentation by Kevin McGowan, Director of Office of Emergency Management, Anthony Maroney, Fire Chief, Carl Ekstrom, Acting Captain, Sheriff's Department, Dr. Barbara Ferrer, Director of Public Health, and Mark Pastrella, Director of Public Works. Supervisor Barger, would you like to kick this off?
Well, actually, I'll let Kevin McGowan begin. I mean, this motion, I think we all saw what happened in Ohio, and I thought it was an opportunity for us to look at what our plan is, especially when we have all these 88 cities throughout the county, and I think it's a wake-up call. I mean, just to be prepared. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And so I'd love to hear from you, Kevin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Obviously, a very timely and important issue to address. Once again, for the record, I'm Kevin McGowan, the Director for the county's Office of Emergency Management. And with me today is LA County's Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, LA County Sheriff Emergency Operations Bureau's Acting Captain Carl Ekstrom, LA County Public Health Director Barbara Ferrer, and LA County Department of Public Works Director Mark Pastrella. LA County has many significant hazards and risks to manage, one of which would be these technological emergencies that are caused by train derailments or any other variety of potential incidents that involve hazardous materials. The county, based on our variety of exposure to these threats and hazards, the size, scope, and complexity, we prepare for, respond to, and recover from these incidents using a variety of things, but our baseline, our foundation is the incident command system, the state's standardized emergency management system, and the national incident management system. And this is all somewhat illustrated in this graph with when we have a preparedness environment, which today would be a good example of, nothing's really happening, and then an incident occurs, and we use these different frameworks to manage our short-term, immediate, and long-term impacts. These systems, they provide us with our frameworks and how we organize, how we make decisions, how we execute emergency protective measures to save life, property, and the environment, and then how we recover from these emergencies. And to just illustrate this notion of unity of effort and unity of command, all of the immediate public safety organizations and first response organizations, we're all here today to provide you with this presentation. So when preparing for rail or hazardous materials emergencies, specifically, each of us work with our partners. So from the Office of Emergency Management, it's with all of our counterparts in emergency management, and so on and so forth with our other agencies from the county. We work with special districts, also the private sector. Rail's interesting because most rail, the private sector owns their infrastructure. And then with hazardous materials, what's interesting is there's a lot of federal organizations that have regulatory responsibilities to be a part of unified command. And in some cases, we see that the responsible parties are also a part of unified command, and we see this on oil spills. And so what's unique about these types of emergencies is the types of organizations that are a part of our decision-making process, and also, most importantly, the organizations that bring specific resources to help us manage those impacts. When incidents do occur, our organizations respond. We take immediate actions to save lives as our #1 priority, then to protect property and preserve the environment. We stabilize the incident. We implement response objectives for the furtherance of future remediation and recovery. Lastly, I just wanted to bring up that once these incidents do occur, so what we've seen in Ohio, Michigan, but even dating back to when we had the tragedy of the Chatsworth train derailment, we learn from those incidents and then we implement those after action report objectives to make sure we're better for the next incident. And so we're in a constant learning loop and organization to build out capabilities and capacity for these emergencies. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Chief Maroney to talk specifically about the capabilities and capacity that LA County Fire brings to this.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Board. So your LA County Fire Department does have a very robust response plan when it comes to train derailment, whether for passenger trains or freight trains. We have a matrix for local fire stations to respond to the incident, to immediately stabilize that incident, put out the fire, address any hazardous materials leaks, and start the remediation process. So we do employ the latest in technology. We collaborate with our local, state, and federal partners to include the cities that are affected to make sure that our #1 priority is life safety for residents and communities, followed by environmental protection, and then followed by property protection.
Good morning, Supervisors. The Sheriff's Department, we're committed to responding to these incidents along with our partners in the Fire Department, Public Health, and Public Works. The Sheriff's Department, we are ready for our role specifically in a train derailment. Our major roles would be scene containment, evacuations, and then at the end, repopulation, traffic control, and then incident investigation or assisting with the investigation. But we realized over a year ago that we do have a lot of trains traveling through the county with hazardous material. So we were very proactive last year in the Sheriff's Department. We sent 50 of our incident management team members to Pueblo, Colorado to a 40-hour course specifically dealing with train derailments and hazardous materials. And it's our goal to send another 50 this year. We do have a strong working relationship with our partners in Fire Department, Public Health, and Public Works, just because we work so often together, whether it's a wildfire or debris flows. We have a very strong working relationship, and I feel very confident that we can handle any incident within the county. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Supervisors, for the opportunity to be here today. And I'll provide a brief overview of Public Health's role during a rail derailment incident, such as the tragic one that occurred in East Palestine. Public Health has emergency plans in place that take an all-hazards approach and are regularly exercised. We have a 24-hour DPH duty officer on call to respond to an incident who can immediately coordinate with DPH leadership and technical experts throughout the department to respond to any needs that arise, including coordination of disaster service workers and other resources. One of our main resources is our DPH Environmental Health Strike Team, and they can respond to any environmental or hazardous materials spill. We regularly deploy this strike team in coordination with OEM, fire, sheriff, Public Works, local jurisdictions, and other partners, as Kevin mentioned, to assess and advise on health impacts and mitigation to protect health and prevent additional harm. Public Health's key roles in a countywide response to a train derailment or hazardous material spills begins with establishing interdisciplinary, multi-agency teams to identify immediate hazards, monitor ongoing environmental conditions, and oversee the cleanup and waste management by responsible parties. Initial activities include an assessment to gather information and data regarding the derailment and associated hazards. The data will include the concentration of environmental contaminants in the air, water, and soil, and the extent of the contamination. DPH will analyze the data to determine risks to the public and plan for comprehensive health protection through data-driven decision-making, prioritized actions, and ensuring responsible parties provide immediate services needed to respond and to recover. DPH will develop and disseminate health protective messaging for inclusion in multi-agency messaging regarding the various issues that were created by the incident and steps that are being taken to resolve them. This includes engaging in outreach to convey information and health protection measures to officials and the public to assist in their respective actions. Outreach activities often include deploying staff to reach out to residents and workers at their homes and/or their businesses. DPH will also assess cleanup conditions to determine the continued need for safety protections and when to allow the community to reoccupy or return to normal operations. Thanks again, and happy to answer any questions.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Barbara and Kevin, Chief Maroney, Mark Pastrella, Director of Public Works. Public Works also has a full-time staff that's dedicated to emergency management. Unlike many other public works departments, the county supports and budgets full-time staff 24/7 for emergency management response, and our four components of it: response, mitigation, recovery, and preparedness. That staff is led by an executive within the department, and again, we have a 24/7 dispatch. We answer about 72,000 calls a year, incidents a year, everything from minor, not necessarily minor sewer backups, to incidents that we can name. Most recent incident that is like a train incident to me is the Dominguez Channel odor incident, in which we activated based on a spill into our system with both environmental and human impacts. So in the incident of a train derailment, Public Works would immediately be supporting fire and sheriff in their response. We would be providing technical expertise and analyzing the impacts to community, and also, importantly, analyzing further risk, the expansion of the risk to community, and advising fire and sheriff on how best to respond given the advancing risk that could occur. If you think about liquid toxic material making its way through the flood system, for instance, and what might happen there. We would activate a mitigation team along with Barbara and others that would look to mitigate that risk. For instance, we would be shutting off channel systems from, for instance, letting materials get into the major river system, whether it's the LA River or any other known major system, so we don't expand the risk. And of course, we would be advised by health on the continuing health risk. We'd also be looking and have been practicing and got put into practice moving people from their homes and moving them to shelter. For instance, in the incident involving Dominguez Channel odor incident, we moved 4,000 people from their homes to shelter out of harm's way, mitigating the risk to the public. We'd also be obviously heavily involved, and this is the cornerstone for Public Works, is recovery. Recovering in an incident includes rebuilding the infrastructure, not only the horizontal, but the vertical infrastructure that supports human life and business. And then year-round, we're preparing. Public Works is fully preparing at all times, looking at potential incidents, but also predictable incidents like rain and snow, which are going on right now. And we're preparing the infrastructure to support, again, the community at large. In terms of there was a question about our relationship to the public and federal agencies. First, it starts internally with the county family, and I want to really commend the board for budgeting and supporting a centralized unit of OEM, and for creating a much better, in my experience over 35 years, a much better team approach and collaborative approach to emergency management. And then additionally, Public Works has standing relationships, first with all of our county partners, but also with the cities, Department of Public Works across the cities of Los Angeles County, through mutual aid and also just situational awareness occurring all the time. So while we never can say we're absolutely prepared for every incident, we are stood up in a very, very robust way to respond to almost any incident in LA County. And that's thanks to your support and for making emergency management important in LA County. And I'll turn it back to Kevin to wrap it up.
Thank you, Supervisors. And in closing, just wanted to thank you and the CEO for your leadership and support to build out our world-class capabilities. Our hazardous materials teams, all of these specialized teams, our emergency operations center, they're rivaled by none, and it's an important part of this response and recovery capability. So thank you, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, and I just have a quick statement, and I just want to thank you all. I think it'd be great, Chief Maroney, if some of our firefighters went to Pueblo and took that training as well. I think that's a great idea. While hazmat incidents like the one that played out with the derailment in East Palestine are very rare, I couldn't help but immediately think about how closely our freight rail corridors interface with so many communities throughout the county. Within the county, we see freight rail running immediately adjacent to residential, industrial, and major commercial land uses. In my district, as well as Supervisor Horvath's, the Antelope Valley line comes to mind, running through Glendale, Burbank, Sun Valley, San Fernando, Sylmar, Santa Clarita, Acton, Palmdale, and Lancaster. And it's a similar situation for the San Gabriel Valley cities and communities, and they have the highest volume of freight rail traffic heading to other markets throughout the country. What's more is that many of these residential communities in close proximity to freight rail corridors are recognized as SB 535 as disadvantaged communities. I felt that it was important to acknowledge the shared use of many of these corridors by commuter rail and Amtrak in my motion. And as Supervisor Solis and I are Metrolink board members, we're proud to say that the Metrolink has become the first rail agency in the nation to fully implement positive train control, a technology that closely tracks the movement of all trains and conditions. And I know that our freight and Amtrak partners are using the technology along each of our corridors. But the technology can override human error to prevent incidents like the train-to-train collisions and overspeed derailments. But even this technology cannot fully protect all scenarios that pose a threat to the safe movement of people and goods. And for a coordination and response standpoint, it's important that we have a clear understanding of everyone's role and responsibilities that are actively coordinating that. And I've seen that today. Kevin, and I agree, Mark, Kevin, you are truly the man to really bring this group together. The individual, actually, it could have been a woman too. But in terms of your role, and I want to thank you for your leadership, not only on this, but also even through COVID. You really did help bring one voice to all departments. So I think this is an opportunity. I believe that we also need to let our respective communities know what our game plan is, because I know that there are many that live close to the tracks, because I've talked to some, that want to make sure that there is coordination in place, and I see it. So maybe our next step is to do outreach to the communities and let them know what we have in place. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May I just say thank you for bringing this forward. And you're right, when I was in Congress, we were looking at passing federal legislation, well, we did, for positive train control. And it was always a huge bragging right for me back in Congress to say that Metrolink was the first system to include it. It was interesting how much pushback we got from the railroad folks on implementing positive train control, even though it was proven to be effective, but they always wanted more time, more time, more time. And I'm glad, Mark, that you brought up the idea of housing, because in following this incident, even on the news, I think just either last night or this morning, some of the activists were concerned that the amount of the perimeter that they were actually giving people alternate residence, they felt was way too small, but they had not been prepared to relocate that many people. And we know that's a huge problem, and that's one of the things I hopefully going forward we can really focus on the number of people we might have to provide immediate shelter to. So, and I think about my communities, particularly Wilmington and San Pedro, near the ports of, and Long Beach, near those two ports, and the trains carrying all sorts of stuff coming in and out of there. I worry all the time about a derailment and whether or not we'll be prepared. Sounds like we will be prepared. I think we need to really drill down a little bit on the relocation piece of it. I think that's going to be key. Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger, for bringing this item forward, and to our esteemed panel for digging in and making sure that we are making use of this moment to learn and be proactive in protecting our residents. We are all connected on this issue. I'm not just saying that because I have family who lives very close to where this disaster took place, who are currently living in fear and confusion based on the news reports that are coming out daily, as the chair indicated, that do not lead to clear conclusions about what they should do, what they are responsible for, who is responsible for them and their care. I'm saying this because each of us on this board has lines, freight rail lines running through our districts, oftentimes near residential communities, schools, parks, playgrounds, places that we are entrusted to protect. About 1,700 derailments take place each year, making the chance of derailment in LA County a significant possibility. So I am glad we are thinking proactively about what that might look like in terms of our response. And I'm happy to hear that we've taken steps to prepare for such an incident. One of the reasons there's such fear and confusion is because of the intense politicization of this issue. Shocking, I know, in our divided country and world that we're living in right now. But it's my understanding that former President Obama signed legislation making it mandatory for trains carrying hazardous flammable materials to have ECP brakes, the electronically controlled pneumatic brakes. But the order was rescinded in 2017 under the administration that followed. The National Transportation Safety Board confirmed the trains that were derailed were not equipped with these brakes. And you know, there's blame being placed on the current administration for not taking action soon enough, but there's clearly enough blame to go around. I'm more interested in action, so I would like to know from you if there's any state or federal legislation you would advise we take action on, any sort of requests we should be making of our state and federal leaders to ensure that proper regulation and oversight is taking place as it relates to these issues, so we can all be proactive as we're all connected by these lines. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. Just a quick response to the second part of that. There's a follow-up per the motion. There's a follow-up written report that will include answers to those points.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger and Hahn, for bringing this before us and the presentation. Lord knows we're always going to be faced with hazards. And I've seen, I think all of you in some capacity help us address those. And I've seen what you can do when you work together. But I think we have to also be reminded that we need to call on our local municipalities as well as federal government that have properties that they run, and housing properties in particular, because not too long ago, I remember Congresswoman Lucille Roybal Allard was faced with one of these hazards. There was a railroad hazard in the area that I now represent, which is Aliso Village, as well as Lincoln Heights. There are public housing facilities there. You're talking about poverty, you're talking about people who don't have a lot of means to move anywhere. And I would think that we should be thinking about what kind of resources can be made available, both culturally competent and in respective languages, because that has also been, I think, our downfall to a certain extent, because we don't always have people on the ground that speak the language. And I go beyond just what public health does, but also making sure that our DPW and any responders are the first ones to react, that they're there and capable of doing that. I think that, for me, is really critical. I look forward to seeing what else we can do here. But in terms of railroad management, I too have a question. How do we let our local communities know, even in unincorporated areas, that things could happen? What do they need to be prepared for? And have you done any exercises to that effect, just as we do with earthquake preparedness?
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. So in the broadest sense of preparedness, our different preparedness initiatives includes hazardous materials and impacts from technological and environmental health aspects. We can definitely follow up from this meeting with more targeted community outreach specific to this, and that sounds like everyone on the board is asking for, so we'll definitely follow up on that. And then in general, when an incident is occurring, we use our joint information system, our one voice messaging, and for educational purposes, we'll include our wireless emergency alert and our notification in that preparedness action, because one of the most important things that we've seen in all of these environmental health / hazardous materials incidents is that communication aspect. And we have those tools. We use those tools in a variety of other types of emergencies, and those tools will be used in this. But it's important for people to preload and be a part of those systems so that we can use them to their maximum effectiveness. Chief, did you have any additional thoughts?
Yes. In addition to the training piece, you asked the question. So every year we do have a large-scale exercise regarding railway emergencies. This year, on Sunday, March 26th, the LA County Fire Department will be hosting that large-scale exercise, not only with the rail companies, but our local emergency responders and the people that are sitting at the dais today. It's going to take place at the Alameda Corridor in an area in the city of Huntington Park. So we will be having our large-scale exercise this year.
Very important. Thank you.
Good to know.
And Supervisor, if I might, on earthquake preparedness, you know we have the great shakeout that we practice. But I do want to address one thing you mentioned is getting out to community culturally aware. One of the things I've learned, from the field work is, and I know Barbara will share this with me too, is if we're not out there in a known entity before the event, then the trust isn't there.
Right.
And because the trust isn't there, people will do things that will actually hurt them. They won't believe us to move to go somewhere, or trust us that where we're taking them is a safe place to be. And so I would absolutely encourage the board to invest in educating our communities with situational awareness, and it falls right under the idea of resiliency, building up resilient communities. There's this need for us to get out and really build up self-sufficiency and resiliency in communities through just basic situational awareness. Where do I go to get help when this happens? This is one of the most basic questions that we run into.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think sometimes we rely on the Red Cross to do that, but I really do think we have to have our own home team, much like the promotoras or navigators, or folks that are working with us in our other public safety units as well that can be our messengers. And I don't know that we've actually done that. And I think that would be tremendous because many of those trainees come from our community. They speak the language. So we're kind of missing it if we're not bringing that component in here some way. If that's something you all can look at, I would strongly urge that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to echo the issues raised by my colleagues. I was going to ask the question about what are we doing now with regard to clear, timely communication. So we do have the pre-existing relationship so people understand who to turn to. Because I think, the Red Cross shows up with big, massive, earthquake, big, massive. But when we're talking about regionalized situations, I don't know if the Red Cross showed up for us in Dominguez Channel. It was on us. And so I completely echo that, to have the pre-existing relationship and culturally appropriate, linguistically appropriate communications and communicators. And I was going to ask the same question, we understand what happened in the previous federal administration with regard to deregulation. What can, and we are not the boss of the railroad. I don't know that anybody is the boss of the big railroad. Right, exactly. What can we do to communicate with our federal partners about our desire, considering the number of derailments, which is just mind-boggling, and considering the vulnerability of many of our communities. When I think of the district I represent, Florence, Firestone, Compton, Carson, Rancho Dominguez, all areas densely populated, not only densely populated, but lots of residential properties in very close proximity to rail lines. And so what can we do to encourage our federal colleagues to get with the program?
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Part of that motion was item 2 was to do the report back, and we'll definitely take this feedback and make sure in that report back we have the specific recommendations that are at that federal and state on the legislative side.
Perfect. We'll look forward to receiving those so we can take action, not just making sure that you all have the resources to do our emergency preparedness, which is reactionary, but what we can also do, how we can also use our collective strength and power on the prevention side. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item?
Will Arnold Sachs please come forward and staff will assist you? Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. Is this, which item is this?
This is item 25,
The trains.
the trains.
Yeah, the trains item. Correct.
Stay
Right.
on track.
What an important, yes, no, I'm on track. What an important federal issue. And when I realized that it impacts so many different communities that have the rails running right through them, and I recognize that if there is a fiasco, which it's not a question of if, it's a question of when, because of the politicization, among other things, there are some leaky problems on both sides of the aisle. I do think that, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, that this is a very important issue to bring to Washington. And I would like to bring all of the speakers today to Washington to get this squared away once and for all. The public in Los Angeles, but across the country, deserve federal support. And, you know, maybe we can add to the RFP.
Thank you.
For
Thank
the
you, Eric.
hotel. Just a few more. We got to get this thing squared away. Thank you.
Mr. Sachs.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. Couple of things. What is the county's standing on its lyrics operation? Have they completed their lyrics installment around the county? The emergency preparedness with the county fire department and the sheriff's with a limited radio frequency. Have they completed that? What is the standard for the asbestos removal at fire department stations? I understand there's a lot of asbestos at a lot of fire department stations, which is causing quite a problem with some of the firefighters. As far as this derailment and this thing, you're talking about Metrolink having this positive train control, but you're not mentioning freight trains. Freight trains are different than Metrolink. Do freight trains have this positive rail control? You were in Congress, Madam Hahn. Did you do anything about that and save freight trains, or are you just blowing it out your butt? Fraud, waste, and abuse. Your favorite topic.
Thank you. My favorite topic is zero more time. I think we have somebody on the phone. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, thank you. I just want to get something straight. So is there going to still be a report? So this was not the total report today. There will be a written report?
That is correct.
So I'm looking at our agenda and it says this report is received and filed. So that seems maybe not what we're doing.
It's the presentation, receive and file.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so the presentation is received and filed, but we're still going to get a written report. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. We're now going to move on to item 3, improving language access in Los Angeles County, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you so much, Supervisor Chairwoman Hahn, and for also holding this item for me. I want to thank you also for co-authoring the motion along with me. I think it's very essential. The majority of LA County's population is around 73% people of color, and nearly 50% of LA County's population, as you know, identifies as Latino or Latinx, while about 15% of the county identifies as Asian American or Pacific Islander, AAPI. 8% identify as Black, 3% identify as mixed race or other, and 1% are Native American. LA County, as you know, is home to a wide variety of indigenous migrants as well that represent different parts of Latin America. And in fact, a map produced by an organization known as Cielo in 2021 showed that 11,000 people surveyed, over half of them speak an indigenous language, including over 17 different languages from Central and South America. Immigrants and communities of color, as you know, are the backbone of our economy here in LA County. Many own small businesses, they keep our service industry running, and during the pandemic, they held a large share of the essential jobs here in Los Angeles County. We also know that immigrants and people of color were disproportionately impacted by the consequences of the global pandemic. Our county social safety net is there to help county residents during these tough times. However, for many immigrants and communities of color, those county services are inaccessible due to language barriers. With Latino homelessness on the rise, it's fair to correlate this troubling increase to language barriers. I've heard that myself. And we know that these barriers exist when it comes to families involved in our child welfare system. And last year, the Board of Supervisors passed my motion to develop a county-wide language access and equity plan. The language access plan would help to ensure that all county residents, including those who do not speak English as a primary language, can more easily access our county services. A novel thought. As part of the initial report back for the motion, the Office of Immigrant Affairs conducted a landscape analysis of language access programs across the county, identifying best practices. Through that effort, OIA, the Office of Immigrant Affairs, over 100 county and community stakeholders put together their perspectives and gave feedback on barriers confronting speakers of languages other than English to their ability to access county services and programs. OIA developed a series of recommendations that I believe can help the county ensure its services are accessible to all residents, regardless of what language they speak. This motion before us would establish a countywide language access policy to demonstrate the county's commitment to equitable access to all of our services. It would also designate OIA, the Office of Immigrant Affairs, as a coordinating entity for a countywide language access system that would do the following: provide technical assistance to county departments on their departmental language access plans, coordinate language access trainings, and ensure that our county systems meet certain language access standards. The motion before us would build our partnership with community-based organizations to expand the translation and interpretation services and capacity available to the county and develop a bank of interpreters that are accessible to all county departments. These actions, I believe, are critical to ensuring that our residents whose primary language, through no fault of their own, it is not English, can fully access our services. It's about equal access, and we have an obligation to provide that. And I'll be remiss if I don't bring up the case that confronted us almost a year ago when we had an indigenous woman who spoke a different dialect and was misunderstood and therefore had her child removed unnecessarily because there weren't adequate interpreters available. And I think we have really fallen behind in that aspect. I think it was vogue for us to say that 20 years ago, that we would have bilingual in other languages, and somehow it's fallen aside. And I know that historically here in the county, so we have to do a better job and incentivize and maybe pay a little more, not just pay monetarily, but pay attention to this. So I would ask my colleagues for your aye vote. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for asking me to co-author, and thank you for bringing up that case, because I think that case really made it so clear on how the impacts of having a language barrier, the impacts of something so critical as, you know, a child services, child welfare, and being misunderstood because there was the wrong interpreter there that day. So I think that's really opened my eyes as well. And it's true that far too many individuals in our immigrant communities or those with mixed status households feel unseen, unheard, underrepresented by government, or sometimes they're scared to seek out the benefits that are rightly theirs because of this language barrier. And one way we can help to alleviate some of that apprehension is being able to work with and engage with the individuals in their native language. Having access to all languages is so important because in this county, we have over 220 cultures and over 240 unique spoken languages. And what we hear consistently is that there is a need for Spanish, Mandarin, Tagalog, and indigenous languages to be represented within all of our county services. And we set out on a mission to get to the bottom of this and listen to members of our community, and they reiterated how important language and cultural awareness is for our county employees to have, so it's easier to access public benefits, to feel protected, and to feel seen. Today's motion will task the Office of Immigrant Affairs to be the lead with language training for all of our county departments, especially those that engage with people directly. And this will allow for a centralized hub where our departments can turn to for translation services assistance 24/7, which will help streamline our resources, increase access to where it's needed the most. This motion, I believe, will make our county as accessible and welcoming as possible to all residents and to ensure that all of our communities are included and represented. Thank you again, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this forward. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Supervisor Solis and to you, Madam Chair, for bringing this important motion forward. One of our many strengths in Los Angeles is our diversity. Our many vibrant cultures and languages are an asset to our global economy, to the social fabric of our community, and just to our local culture. This diversity requires that we ensure equal access to government services regardless of language. Access is necessary to help people achieve positive health, economic, and many other outcomes. It's critical to a healthy and safe community. A fundamental principle in our delivery of social services is to meet people where they are. For county services, this means ensuring that our materials and interactions are available and provided in one's preferred language. Language should not be a barrier to seeking assistance or accessing services. I look forward to the implementation of this motion, continued updates on its progress, and shining a spotlight on this very important issue so we can do better. Thanks.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will Arnold Sachs please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Daisy Ma. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Daisy Ma, and I am with Chinatown Service Center, CSC. CSC has been serving the underserved communities for 52 years. CSC is a FQHC. We are frontline essential workers and remained open during the pandemic. CSC staff is diverse in languages. Besides English, they speak Spanish and Chinese in numerous dialects, such as Cantonese, Mandarin, Toisan, Vietnamese, Chuzhou, and Taiwanese. Thank you, Supervisor Hilda Solis, for your motion to strengthen language access in county services. As you mentioned, immigrants and communities of color are the backbone to the region's economy. Many mom and pop small businesses were considered essential workers during the pandemic and tried to remain open in their communities. Unfortunately, the county's social safety net is out of reach because of language barriers. It is critical that all county services are accessible to those who do not speak English as their primary language. This is a critical step in ensuring equitable outcomes for all communities in the county. I respectfully urge the board to pass this motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Hwang Wen. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Huang Lin. I'm the Director of External Affairs for AAPI Equity Alliance, which is a coalition of over 40 nonprofit organizations serving the 1.6 AAPIs in LA County. We thank Supervisors Hilda Solis and Janice Hahn for their motion to strengthen language access. Immigrants and communities of color indeed make up the vast majority of the county's population. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders collectively speak over 20 languages in the county on a regular basis. Many are not able to access county services and important information regarding the pandemic and emergency situations due to language barriers. This motion is an important step forward, and community input throughout the process remains critical. We thank the authors of the motion, the Office of Immigrant Affairs for their work, and urge the board and CEO to pass this motion and ensure that it's fully funded at every step. This could be a truly transformative moment for the county to deliver services for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Alia Youssef. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Ali Yousufi, and I am with the Council on American Islamic Relations LA chapter. We're also a proud co-chair of the Immigrants Are LA Coalition, a coalition of over 100 immigrant-led community-based organizations. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda El Solis for her motion to strengthen language access in county services. Immigrants and communities of color are the backbone to the region's economy. Many run small businesses, and during the pandemic, many were deemed essential workers, continuing to work while many of us had the privilege to work from home. And unfortunately, many immigrants and communities of color, for many of these communities, the county's social safety net is out of reach because of language barriers. It is critical that all county services are accessible to those who do not speak English as a primary language. This motion will help strengthen our county's social safety net, ensuring that those services meant to prevent things like homelessness can be reached by everyone in this county. This is a critical step in ensuring equitable outcomes for all communities in the county. I urge the board to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Diego Marino. You may begin.
Hello and good morning, supervisors. My name is Diego Moreno, and I am with the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. The partnership is a consortium of business, local governments, educational institutions, and nonprofit organizations that work to improve the quality of life in the 31 cities that make up the San Gabriel Valley. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda El Solis for her motion to strengthen the language access in county services. Immigrants and communities of color are the backbone to the region's economy, and it's detrimental to make sure that these communities have easy access to the resources they need. Many run small businesses, and during the pandemic, many were deemed essential workers, continuing to work so that our quality of life didn't falter in a very trying time. While many of us had the privilege to work from home, unfortunately for many immigrants and communities of colors, the reality is that the county social safety net is out of reach due to the language barriers. It is critical that our county services meet the needs of everyone that it represents and adjust language accessibility to be inclusive for those who do not speak English as a primary language.
Thank
the
you.
motion will help strengthen our county social safety and overall quality of life by ensuring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Michelle Ferrerage. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Frerich, and I'm with the Asian Youth Center. We do after-school programming, social services, employment services, and community outreach and education in the San Gabriel Valley area of Los Angeles County. I want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis for her motion to strengthen language access in county services. We work with a huge number of immigrants and communities of color that speak Mandarin, Cantonese, Vietnamese, Spanish, and other languages, and they have barriers to accessing important, critical county services. It's very important that all county services are made accessible to those who do not speak English as a primary language. This motion will help strengthen the county's social safety net and ensure that everybody has access to the services that they need to prevent homelessness, to address public safety, to address things like COVID. And this is a critical step to ensuring equitable outcomes for all of the county's residents.
Thank you.
I would like to urge the board to pass this motion.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Dorina Wong. You may begin.
Thank you.
My name is Dorina Wong, and I'm the Policy Director at Asian Resources, Inc. ARI is a nonprofit CBO established in 1980 dedicated to providing multiple social services and advocacy needed in the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander, immigrant, and limited English-speaking communities. We also want to thank Supervisors Hilda Solis and Janice Hahn and support their motion to strengthen language access for limited English speakers and immigrants to overcome the many language barriers they face in LA County. This motion is a critical first step to address language access for the communities we serve, and we support the county's efforts to develop an effective county language access plan in OIA and strongly recommend ensuring that community input is an integral part of the process, that adequate funding be allocated to implement the plan, and that the county plan be coordinated and aligned with the LA City Language Access Plan, which is being currently implemented. Therefore, we urge the board and the CEO to pass the motion, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this important issue.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
I'm sorry. Thank you. It is Eric Previn, and languages are so important, and the county has an obligation to make them accessible and available to immigrants and people who speak the many languages of our county. And it's hard. Translation services don't come easy. I don't think we should translate every single document into 240 languages, obviously, but this is why we need a consultant to join us in Washington to get the right balance, I think, to make sure that we have the right mix. And I want to thank Supervisor Solis for being a leader here. And if she could ask her team and maybe CEO Communications Department to maybe respond. I wrote a nice article about Primo Villanueva, a great the Calexico kid, and I had it translated into Spanish at my own expense because I couldn't find a way, because people had asked, they said, wow, what a great story, an empowering story about a Latino. If you can think of a way to place it somewhere, even in a small publication, would be fantastic. And keep up the good work at making these languages available. Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Joanne Lee. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Joanne Lee, Special Counsel with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles, which provides free legal services to over 100,000 people living in poverty in the greater LA area each year. Thank you to Supervisors Solis and Hahn for their motion and the OIA for their report. We are in strong support as we know that in our county, over 2 million individuals using over 200 languages continue to experience barriers which were exacerbated during the pandemic, leaving our linguistically marginalized communities behind to bear risks and losses to their health, safety, and fundamental rights. We know that there are parallel efforts in the city of LA, other municipalities, and statewide, and have faith that LA County will rise as a leader in promoting language justice and equity for our diverse communities. Moving forward, we urge the county to ensure and prioritize sufficient funding at each step and incorporate more deliberate and formalized community engagement throughout the process of creating, implementing, and enforcing its countywide language access policy, as well as a system for holding all county departments accountable to honor and uphold the civil rights and dignity of all of our diverse residents.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sophia Quinones. You may begin.
Good morning. Thank you for this motion. And as Supervisor Solis spoke of Indigenous people and different languages, as Indigenous people, we use the term migration, not just immigration, because we have a cyclical, bicultural, binational relationship to our relatives to the South. I also want to talk about the difference between an interpreter and a translator. This can be life and death. Specifically when it comes to being in a hospital, there's a big difference. And also when it comes to legal matters. I think if you're going to go ahead with this, also think about funding transportation. A lot of people are not in the business because they have to pay out of their pocket to go out and deal with people, specifically like in detention centers. And the translator and profession is also suffering from a global movement, where through AI or from people getting contracts that work at home, the price for translation and interpretation has gone down. And so we have to look at the global picture when we're dealing with it. So thank you for this motion. We support it.
Thank
and
you.
I'm with the East LA Boyle Heights
Thank
Coalition.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Eric Nakano. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Eric Nakano. I'm with Little Tokyo Service Center. We're a 43-year-old social service and community development organization. We provide services to Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and Spanish-speaking clients, and we build affordable housing throughout the city. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Solis for this motion to strengthen language access in county services. You know, maybe the best example of the need for strengthening language access in county was what happened during the pandemic. Many of our residents and clients could not get information about COVID-19 when the outbreak first happened, the restrictions and the regulations that were taking place because they did not read or speak English. They struggled to get tested. Many struggled to be able to register for vaccines due to language and technological barriers. And they struggled to apply for rent relief and other forms of support, such as the small business relief grants. And so, again, I want to thank Supervisor Solis for this motion. I would urge the board to pass and fully fund this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Aquilina Sorinio. You may begin.
Hello, yes, my name is Aquilina Soriano Versosa, and I'm the Executive Director of the Filipino Workers Center. We're a nonprofit community organization who works with Filipino immigrant workers, especially domestic workers, home care workers. And I want to say thank you, maraming salamat, to Supervisor Hilda Solis for her motion to strengthen language access in county services. And it was very, very apparent to us during the pandemic just how many challenges we have at the county level to actually bridging the language access gaps, and that it really, really impacts not only those specific immigrants, but their families and their neighborhoods in dealing with, so many important issues. And so with Filipinos also, we're one of the largest API communities in Los Angeles County, and while we have a certain amount of English capability, we also have many language barriers as well. So this motion would help to strengthen our county social safety net, ensuring that those safety net services meant to prevent things.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Julie Fon. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Julie Food, and I've been an educator for over 20 years and a community member in the San Gabriel Valley for over 40. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your motion to strengthen language access in community services. And as we heard previous agenda items, having language accessibility is imperative. As a daughter that just navigated a social service for my mother not just an hour ago and then rushed back home to be on this call, I know personally that language access matters to ensure that my mom can receive services she needs. My mom is an American, and like others within communities of color, she and so many others are the backbone of our economy as small business owners. My mom and so many others are also moms, dads, brothers, and sisters. We are part of the American fabric, though they're not often seen and heard as such. It is critical that all county services are accessible to those who do not speak English as a primary language, and this motion would help strengthen our county's social safety network, ensuring that these safety nets are meant to prevent homelessness.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Okay, County Board of Supervisors, I want to thank you for this continued enslavement of those persons with the primary language other than English, instead of promoting English as their second language, which is done worldwide in so many areas in Europe and in France, so forth, and even in Canada. And it's all you do is pandering if you want to. And don't forget, English is the official language of the state of California by legislation. So let's get off of this crap and spending money, which you haven't got. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul for every damn thing. And don't send anybody to Washington. It's a national embarrassment. You should be ashamed of yourself. Teach them English. Language unites people. Try that one on for size.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mary Whitehill. You may begin.
Hi there. Thank you so much for this motion. My name is Mary Whitehill. I'm the founder and executive director of Mary's List. We're a Los Angeles County-based organization working with families resettling as refugees here in Los Angeles, all over California, and also in 24 states nationally. I'm calling because I want to urge the board to pass this motion. We are a community-based organization working directly with families. We're providing services that they get in addition to what's provided by the government resettlement agencies. And I can tell you that it is very, very common that families' needs are not being met by the government support systems that are in place for them. And it takes organizations like ours on the ground to set families up with tutors, to get them set up to learn English when they get here. This is specifically an issue for resettling moms who don't necessarily come here speaking conversational English the way that their partners who were military interpreters for our troops in Afghanistan.
Thank you for
calling
calling
in. Thank you so
in.
much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going in person. Mr. Sachs?
Oh, yes, thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. It is about navigating this morass of trash. LAUSD is spending $28,000 per student, and they're grading on a curve where 30% passes. You were in city council, Madam Chair, weren't you? Do you remember that? How much is the county's budget this year? Where are you going to get the money for these programs? How many county employees are working in the county? Do you have an elevating program? What's the efficacy of this program? What do you rate it at? I mean, you have lousy computers that were ordered by LAUSD, and they were delivered by some crook who took the money and gave LAUSD crappy computers. Why did that happen? Why wasn't he prosecuted? Do you have an answer for that, Madam Chair?
Thank you.
You were involved in that, weren't you?
Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
There are no other speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Hearing no other comments, item 3 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Solis. I'll second to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath. Aye. Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're going to now move on to item 11, improving access to gun violence restraining orders, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Colleagues, I held this because I thought it's so important and so critical. And I hear from the public a lot of times, you probably do too, that we should be enforcing existing gun regulations that are already on the books before we talk about enacting new ones. And that's what this motion is actually doing. In 2016, California passed a red flag law that allows people to petition a court for a gun violence restraining order, or a GVRO. And when granted by the courts, a GVRO mandates the removal of all firearms and ammunition from a person who is determined to be at risk of causing imminent harm either to himself or to others. Lots of different people are eligible to petition for one of these GVROs, not just law enforcement. School officials, employers, coworkers, housemates, family members, intimate partners of someone who they think is at risk can file for a GVRO to remove guns from their possession and prevent them from buying new ones. This law has the potential to save lives, but there's one glaring problem. Most people in LA County don't know it exists. And so this motion does three things to fix that. First, it directs our Office of Violence Prevention to implement a public awareness campaign about GVROs, explaining what they are and how to petition for one. Second, it asks for a process to collect data on GVROs. And third, it makes sure that we're streamlining the process to petition for GVROs within Los Angeles County. And the last piece is important because it can be intimidating for an average person to navigate the court system and go through the process to get firearms out of the hands of one of their loved ones. This motion will make sure that that process is as easy as possible, maybe by establishing a hotline or an easy to navigate webpage. And I think it's important that we connect this effort to the work being done with our 211 and our 988 hotline so that the call representatives can guide the public on how to file for one of these GVROs when it comes up. And lastly, all of this should be informed by the work being done in other jurisdictions. Out of the 1,384 GVROs processed in California in 2021, only 54 were issued in LA County, while 435 came out of San Diego. So we certainly can learn with how they're doing it. And Supervisor Solis, thank you for co-authoring this motion. And would you like to make some remarks right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You hit it right on the nose there. I think this is incredibly important, and just the fact that we haven't done enough to articulate or campaign in terms of providing information to all those linguistically challenged communities as well. Just like the previous motion, it's very important that people understand that there are vehicles and tools available to them. Last week, I had a very interesting meeting with several council generals, women of color that reside here, that are assigned here to work in LA County because they have many nationals and people that live here. Some of those individuals I met with were from Croatia, South Africa, China, and Italy. And their first question to me was, what are you all doing on domestic violence? Where can we get help? How do we know what tools are available, restraining orders and what have you? So this is very timely, especially as we are celebrating Women's History Month. And we need to let everyone know, women, men, partners, everyone know that this is something of urgency for us. So I wholeheartedly support this. I don't need to say any more. You've said it well. Thank you, and ask for your I vote too.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. I see no other members of the board wanting to speak, so Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Charmaine Bell, Margaret McCrum, Maite de la Vega, Moses Sanchez, and Wendy Romulo, please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Margot Bennett. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Margot Bennett, and I am the Executive Director of Women Against Gun Violence. The gun violence restraining order can help prevent suicide, mass shootings, and mass shootings linked with domestic violence, yet few people in LA County know of this important law and how to implement it. While other jurisdictions in California have had great success using this critical tool, LA County has fallen behind. Thank you so much for this proposal, and I look forward to it unanimously passing and its implementation. It will truly save lives.
Thank you. And we appreciate the work that Women Against Gun Violence have been doing for years. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Wendy Wang. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Wang with Sycamores, and we want to recognize the leadership of Supervisors Han and Solis for introducing this motion. We support the proposed steps to broaden public awareness about the existence of California's gun violence restraining orders in the petition process and to establish a countywide data collection methodology to track these orders. As a long-standing mental health and child welfare provider in LA County, Sycamores is extremely concerned about the consequences, especially lingering trauma due to gun violence on children, families, and communities. For this reason, we urge the board to continue to take appropriate steps and review all available strategies to curb gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Robert Disney. You may begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Robert Disney. My family survived the Columbine shooting some 20 years ago. My niece and nephew were both students there. My brother-in-law was a member of the the SWAT team. He's the sharpshooter his own children's school. So this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart. We have a group of volunteers who are working on trying to get school districts in LA County more aware and understanding of the process available to teachers and other school administrators about GVROs. And it's difficult. It's something that we have had to do patchwork because there isn't the institutional support. We have to do a lot of education before we get anybody to listen to us and to work with us on making sure that their teachers and staff know how to identify students who are in a crisis and get them the help that they need. So I just wanted to thank Supervisors Hahn and Solis for leading on this incredibly important issue. And I want you to know that there are grassroots volunteers out there that are working on this right now who genuinely need this support. So thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Lauren Lieb. You may begin.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Solis and the Board of Supervisors for your leadership on this issue. My name is Lauren Lieb, and I represent Los Angeles-based Women Against Gun Violence and Brady, California. I strongly support this motion to increase awareness of California's gun violence restraining order in Los Angeles County. In California in 2021, nearly 1,600 people died by firearm suicide. Use of the gun violence restraining order likely could have prevented some of these deaths. Similarly, the lives of women in domestic violence situations could be saved. Unfortunately, the law is underutilized because not enough people know about it. A public awareness campaign is urgently needed to ensure that the GVRO is used when appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Norman DuPont. You may begin.
Supervisors, I'm also a member of WAGFA and a resident of District 3. Also urge you to support this important proposition and would simply request that those implementing it consider asking the LA County Bar and the various other bar associations in the county of Los Angeles to do their part, which I know they will do, in explaining what a gun violence restraining order is and how it can help those who are potentially in danger from individuals who have violent tendencies. I would also suggest that we consider, or the supervisors consider, the gun violence restraining order language contained in the LA County and the state of California court system. There is a description of gun violence restraining orders.
Thank you.
It is a good one.
Thanks.
And we urge.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mia Levis Porter. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Mia Levis Porter. I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action and a gun violence survivor. My brother died by gun suicide 30 years ago. I'm calling in strong support of this motion. I know firsthand when a person is in crisis and considering harming themselves or others, it's the family members, so co-workers, school employees who are often the first to see the warning signs. GVROs can and will prevent needless tragedy, but only if people are aware it exists. In 6% of mass shootings, which constitute only 1% of gun deaths daily, the shooter exhibited warning signs before. And in Connecticut, when GVROs were used, they averted 1 in 10 suicides. Thank you, Supervisors Hahn and Solis, for this motion. I strongly urge the board to pass this motion to help ensure GVROs are being utilized when needed in LA County.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Oh, we're going in person. Okay, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Charmaine Bell, and I am a project coordinator for Southern California Crossroads. We are a violent intervention prevention organization, and we support this motion. Being that I'm a resident of Los Angeles County, there is little to no awareness of this motion of the gun violence restraining orders, and we often don't know the process of what it looks like during and after fouling. So if we can bring some awareness to this matter, I think we will be able to curb some of the gun violence that most of these families endure and have gone through. So I am all for it, and I hope this motion gets pushed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Supervisors Solis and Chair Hahn, for your leadership in advancing this motion. My name is Wendy Ramallo, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. I strongly support this motion. GVROs provide due process and are a proven way to intervene before gun violence takes more lives. Indiana saw a 7.5% reduction in gun suicide after passage of their red flag laws. Over the past decade, gun suicide rate among children and teens has increased 66%. It was only a few weeks ago that I learned a recent graduate of my son's high school, just 19 years old, shot and killed himself. We need to do more, and we need to do it faster. I've been a resident of Los Angeles City for most of my life, and I'm recently moved to Claremont, a small city. And small cities have different challenges than others in the county. For example, they don't have public city attorney models. Barriers like these can deprive small cities of institutional knowledge and consistent partnerships for implementing GVROs and safe gun storage education.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I advert.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Maite de la Vega, and I'm with Southern California Crossroads. Our mission is to prevent violence and help communities heal from trauma. We are in support of the motion to improve access and increase awareness for gun violence restraining orders. We work with victims of a crime in communities impacted by gun violence and support preventive measures that help prevent violence and ultimately save lives. I have seen firsthand how gun violence have affected my life when a ghost gun took the life of my father. I was robbed of my father being able to walk me down the aisle. He would never be able to meet my children. And this hurts me very much. To know that this could have been prevented, the access to ghost guns in our neighborhood is a dangerous combination, and we need to increase gun violence restraining orders to prevent restraining orders to help promote peace and create safer communities for the youth and families in our country.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Margaret McCrum. I live in Long Beach, and many years ago, my brother was walking to his car from the store in Los Angeles, and he was robbed, shot, and killed. So when you hear me speak today, please maybe think of all the thousands of people in our city and in our county that had to experience the death of someone they care about, and their lives were taken from them by gun violence. I don't have too much more to add from what's been said. It's all been so informative, but I just want you to know that GVROs are working. In Long Beach just a few weeks ago, the police in Long Beach used a GVRO to go to a man's house that had been threatening his coworkers. And when they got there, they found he had several guns he owned legally, but he also had several assault weapons, which he did not own legally, in his home. And they were able to remove those and hopefully prevent a tragedy at the man's work. So I guess I'd just like to say most of you probably have had to talk to your constituents after a shooting, try to provide some consolation. And just from my experience, please know it really does help if you can tell them you're trying, you care, and you're doing what you can with your authority to help.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Moses Sanchez. I'm also from Southern California Crossroads. Our mission is to prevent violence and help communities heal from trauma. The discussion of gun violence is inseparable from discussion of mental health. I think it's pretty clear that mental health, especially since the pandemic, has had an effect on everyone from our youth to adults across the spectrum. That, in my view, has proven a dangerous combination with the gun violence that we witness every day in our communities. Gang violence, drive-bys, armed robberies. It's heartbreaking week to week to see our youth become victims of gun violence that could have easily been preventable with measures such as this one. Let's do the right thing and increase the safety of our families and friends across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. A 3-month report back. The law that you have on your agenda states that it was enacted in 2016. This is 2022. This is 6 years later. We have open carry. We have more drugs. We lowered the threshold for misdemeanors and felonies to under $500. Now, if you break into somebody's house and you do less than $500 worth of damage, it's only a misdemeanor. We've lost children of the night. We need more suicide prevention. We need more school counselors. Is this the new normal? And the biggest thing that happened since 2016 was the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, which would have provided free health care to a lot of people that would have needed it, would have encompassed a whole lot of programs that would have been paid for by a private company.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Peter Bernal. I am the project coordinator with Southern California Crossroads and the Regional Violence Prevention Coalition in Service Plan Area 8. I am a longstanding resident and member of the Harbor Area community, which has notoriously been ravaged by gun violence for as long as I can remember. As an interventionist, preventionist, youth coach, coalition member, I speak for the community in saying that this motion is very important to bring awareness to a community that needs to be aware of all of its options. Coming from a home myself that was ravaged by gun violence, my mother had a spouse who often intimidated us with the guns that he owned. I feel that this motion, had she had a chance to be aware of it, could have made drastic changes to the environment in the home that I grew up in. So at SoCal Crossroads, we are in favor of this motion.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers?
No other speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, hearing no other speakers, item 11 is now before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Solis, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 11 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 14, proclaiming March 18th, 2023 as Public Defense Day, which I held. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. And we have Erica Anzwatigi. Oh my God, I said it right after 6 years. I know. Yes. Our alternate public defender, and Ruben Marquez, Chief of Staff for our public defender, Ricardo Garcia, they're both here and available for questions. This motion, colleagues, will proclaim March 18th as Public Defense Day, often called Gideon Day, for the first time here in Los Angeles County. And the date was chosen because it marks 60 years since the Supreme Court's decision on Gideon versus Wainwright that made it a constitutional right for a defendant to be provided a criminal defense attorney if they cannot afford to hire one themselves. The right is so important that it became one of the Miranda rights that are legally required to be read to anyone being arrested. But even before the Supreme Court case, Los Angeles County established our own public defender's office in 1914, the first in the nation to do so. Since then, the Public Defender's Office and the alternate Public Defender's Office not only have been providing public defense, but have also been advancing social and racial justice. And I wanted to hold this item today to highlight some of the important work that our public defenders do. One of their innovative projects is their record clearing events, where vans will bring legal expungement clinics into our communities. This is important because a criminal record can be an obstacle to housing or employment. So these clinics really help to remove those barriers. The public defenders are also important partners in our county's homeless courts, where unhoused people who are charged with low-level offenses go to an alternative court and are connected to housing and other social services they need right then and there. And our public defender's office and alternate public defender's office have been a huge partner in making those a success. So let me take this opportunity to give a big shout out to our head public defender, Ricardo Garcia, alternate public defender, Erica Swadigi, and their incredible staff, and work tirelessly every day to defend the rights of people. And thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for co-authoring this motion with me. Would you like to say a few words? And then I see Ms. Barger on the queue, and then we'll hear from the two here.
Thank you for offering such a fine lead, Madam Chair, and thank you for inviting me to be on this item with you. I, too, want to express my deepest gratitude to our defense attorneys who dedicate their lives to indigent defense work. In particular, I want to thank our county public defenders and alternate public defenders. The attorneys in these offices work on the front lines of a system that is not designed to put anyone at ease, much less those who are charged with a criminal offense. In a system that favors those with power and authority, our public defense attorneys speak for those who don't have either. The office of our alternate public defender I want to pay particular attention to because I think not everybody understands the role that you play. You take on some of the most complex cases in the criminal justice system. APD attorneys are called on to defend clients who cannot be represented by the public defender. They are almost always the last line of defense in the county structure for indigent defense. And I want to send a special thank you to our alternate public defender and everyone on your team. Under your leadership, the APD's office has exemplified the county's Care First, Jail Last vision. You empower attorneys in your department to push for fair pretrial releases and advocate for diversion through ODR and other board initiatives. I know the Public Defender's Office is working to do the same. Erica, in particular, is a collaborator and leader, not just within the county family, but throughout the state, where she is well respected among her peers and judicial leaders, as well as her community, where she is an active member of the Mexican American Bar Association and other professional organizations. I want to speak directly to the APD attorneys who work in courtrooms throughout the county right now. You are the embodiment of the fundamental right to counsel. We know without you, people entangled in the criminal justice system would simply be lost. You give them a voice and force the system to remember that they are human beings who matter and deserve our care. Please know that your hard work does not go unnoticed. Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this item so we can recognize our incredible public defense attorneys and everyone who is fighting to protect our most vulnerable.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Barger. And then Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Horvath, for your motion to proclaim March 18th as Public Defense Day. A lawyer who pursues a career in public defense cares about representation, often for the most vulnerable and marginalized people in our communities. Public defense is a matter of justice and equity, but ensuring every person has an attorney wasn't always the law of the land. When Clarence Earl Gideon took his case to the Supreme Court to fight for the right to a lawyer in state prosecutions, he set the stage for countless community members in the years to come. And since then, the Supreme Court has expanded the right to counsel for defendants facing potential jail time and for minors in delinquency proceedings. Now, 60 years later, we know the tremendous impact public defense has on our justice system. And Los Angeles County is proud to lead the way as a voice for those who need representation. Today, more than 600 county deputy public defenders go above and beyond to serve their clients, and I'm sure we could use a lot more. Many public defenders also provide a bridge to life-changing resources, including mental health support, medical care, substance abuse treatment, immigration services, and housing. This wraparound care enhances public safety and greatly reduces people's future involvement with the justice system. And under the leadership of Ricardo and Erica, we have teams of great attorneys working in the public defender and alternate public defender's office. I know the enormous challenges and the personal sacrifices public defenders make each day to ensure they do right by their clients. And I am deeply grateful for the commitment of you and both your teams in sharing that vision and making it happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kudos to you, Chair Hahn and Horvath, for bringing this item before us. It is really critical to be able to celebrate the work that you all do and what took, I think, a monumental task to get done some many decades ago, and that's through the Gideon Supreme Court decision. I think any of us that have studied history or politics, we understand how tremendous that case was at that time. And we have to remind ourselves that right now we're being challenged across this country on this very premise. There are people who oppose what we're doing here and what we're advocating, and how important it is for us to evolve in these two departments. And they have evolved. Erica, I've seen your work and I've seen Ricardo's work out on the field, and sometimes it's just taking action outside, boots on the ground, to see what's happening in real life situations. I saw it happen with you, Erica, and also with Ricardo. I'll never forget when Ricardo was recently, back in the day, was just coming on board. He met us out in the watershed, Whittier Narrows, and I told him, you've got to come because we need to have your folks there to help with expungement. So during the course of those months, he came back. Not only did he do that, but he also brought a van that now advertised this service. And I thought, wow, what did it take just to get that simple, note done, and how transformative it is for the rest of our county. So I want to commend both of you for that and for providing, I think, what has been lacking in the past, that compassion from these departments. No doubt your attorneys are overwhelmed with casework and many obstacles with our court system, but I think your folks really helped to lead the way, and I want to continue to support that. I know our CEO has been generous in giving additional positions to increase programs that allow for additional higher-ups, people that are attorneys, but that are actually navigators. I saw this out in the field at Salazar Park, and I was very struck by the caliber of individuals that were hired, helping people to navigate. So it isn't just a one-off that you help someone fill out paperwork or you kind of monitor them as they go through the court system, but it's actually giving them the resources that the county has available and navigating it for them. And for me, that is just a one-up on everybody else, because you all are doing it. So thank you. This is a day soon that we will be celebrating, March 18th, and to you, the victory goes. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just want to add my voice to the comments made by all my colleagues. Thank you, too, for bringing the motion forward and to really amplify the historic decision of Gideon. When I joined the board, one of the earliest motions I authored within Supervisor Kuehl was to empower indigent defense services in the County of LA. And since that motion, the public defender and the alternate public defender have been able to hire new attorneys and other team members who are critical for really holistic defense. Please know that I'll continue to support expanding indigent defense resources, because we know that zealous advocacy is only possible with an appropriate level of resources for the defense team to ensure that attorneys aren't consistently overburdened with more cases than they can handle. I believe it's critical that we continue to uplift the importance of the right to defense. And again, I want to thank Ricardo and Erica and every employee who works every day to make Gideon's promise real in LA County. And in keeping with that, just please know I'm going to reach out to you, because as I think about Gideon's promise, juveniles that are detained in our system are often represented by you, and I'm going to reach out because we want to talk about ways in which your role can perhaps help them further. So know that I'll be calling. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Erica and Ruben, would you like to say a few words?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair Hahn, for inviting me to speak here today, and thank you, supervisors, for bringing this motion forth. As you mentioned, I am your alternate public defender here at LA County, and it is my distinct honor to be here before you today to thank you for recognizing a group of individuals who are often overlooked and often the unsung heroes of our society, public defenders. For us, being public defenders and alternate public defenders is not merely a job title, it is a calling. Daily, we are at the forefront of civil rights and social justice reform, challenging unfair laws, fighting draconian sentences, and scrutinizing illegal practices that fall the heaviest on the most vulnerable, over-policed, and marginalized individuals of our society. As many of you mentioned, the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution guarantees citizens the right to an attorney when charged with a crime, and the landmark Superior Court decision of Gideon versus Wainwright further solidified this right by stating that an individual who cannot afford an attorney must be provided with one. This decision was a game changer for the criminal justice system, as it recognized that access to competent defense in the justice system is what is needed, regardless of the ability if you could afford one. The decision would be meaningless without individuals like public defenders who work tirelessly and sacrifice their own family time to uphold the value of Gideon. But their commitment to the cause never falters. The work of public defender goes far beyond just ensuring access to legal representation. In defending the Constitution, which is the bedrock of our social structure, they remind society to never give up on people. Supervisors, the Gideon decision would be nothing without the impact you have made and the commitment you have made to supporting public defenders. I want to thank this board for their demonstrated leadership working towards the just and humane treatment of all, with a care first, jail's last priority. I also want to take this time to uplift the team that helps support public defense, our investigators, our paralegals, our psych social workers, secretaries, admin staff, and support staff. Thank you all. In conclusion, thank you for recognizing March 18th as Public Defense Day in LA County, and thank you to public defenders and alternate public defenders in this county for all you do. We appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm pleased to be here this afternoon on behalf of the Public Defender's Office and on behalf of our Public Defender, Ricardo Garcia, who, due to a conflict, unfortunately, sends his regrets. On this 60th anniversary of the Supreme Court's landmark decision in Gideon versus Wainwright, and on this nearly 110th anniversary of the LA County Public Defender's Office, we want to thank you, Madam Chair Hahn, co-author Supervisor Horvath, and this entire board for this motion to declare March 18th Public Defense Day. The right to counsel is a cornerstone of our justice system, yet all too often, it is the most vulnerable individuals who across this country are not provided with legal representation that they deserve and are entitled to. We in Los Angeles, in both offices, the public defender and the alternate public defender, understand the importance of providing high quality legal representation to those who would not otherwise have access to it, and we strive to ensure that those who are justice involved have their rights vigorously protected and that their cases are heard in a fair and impartial manner. Public Defense Day is an opportunity to recognize and to celebrate the legacy of the Supreme Court Gideon's decision and to the dedicated work performed every single day by our attorneys, by our investigators, by our paralegals, our psychiatric social workers, clerical employees, and other support staff. We also take this opportunity to recommit to the principles of justice and fairness by ensuring that all individuals, regardless of their financial means and the communities from which they come, have access to the highest quality legal representation. We're committed to fighting for the rights of those who are unable to fight for themselves and to ensure that their voices are heard. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, and I think we'll probably have members of the public to speak. But again, thank you so much for being here, Erica and Ruben, and again, a shout out to Ricardo Garcia. It truly does take a special lawyer to want to go into this side of our justice system, but it is so important and so is critical. And thank you, Erica, for calling out. There's a great number of people supporting the lawyers in making sure that justice is delivered equally. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. Are there members of the public that have signed up to speak on this item?
Will Carolyn Greenspan, Lauren Fakai, Tamara Gaydon, and Youngsheng Wang please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Meredith Gallen. You may begin.
My name is Meredith Gallen, and I'm a board member for Local 148, the LA County Public Defenders Union. On behalf of the over 600 public defenders we represent, Local 148 offers our full support for Agenda Item 14. In the 60 years since the Supreme Court decided the case that created a public defender system, the demands placed on public defenders have greatly expanded. Public defenders are now called upon not only to assist clients with their legal defense, but also to help connect them with mental health and medical care, substance use treatment, immigration services, and even housing. We feel privileged to serve our community as public defenders. However, we are in crisis. Our members are carrying excessive workloads and are constantly being asked to do more with less. Our members are leaving a profession that feels like a vocation in startling numbers because they are suffering from burnout and work-related health conditions. We sincerely appreciate the recognition that a yes vote on this motion brings, but we hope that it will lead the board to take concrete steps to address the workload crisis of LA County public defenders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Hahn and honorable supervisors. Thank you so much for proclaiming March 18th, 2023 as Public Defense Day. My name is Carolyn Greenspan. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with the Public Defender's Office. Your commitment to this population allows me to do the work I do, which is to reach out to our most vulnerable populations and to provide them with residential treatment programs, housing, and community-based services. I want to thank you again for this proclamation. Your commitment means so much to me and my colleagues. And yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon now, I guess, Madam Chairman and Honorable Supervisors. My name is Youngshin Wong. I have been a public defender for about 5 years now. Thank you so much for declaring March 18th Public Defense Day. It is truly one of the most challenging, rewarding, and fulfilling jobs I have ever had, and I have been contested on Jeopardy. Being a public defender actually means something very tangible and can have immediate effects for our clients. For example, in my last trial, my client was charged with a crime and insisted he acted in self-defense. He was facing over a year in jail. No one believed him except for me. One of our excellent investigators was able to procure a copy of the surveillance footage of the incident. And it showed my client was right. The video completely contradicted the police report and the testimony of the alleged victim. The video resulted in a 30-minute not guilty verdict, and my client was able to walk out of court that day a free man. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for providing the budget and the means that were key to this outcome, especially the wonderful investigations unit that was able to literally drop everything and go and find this exonerating video before it was erased.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Hahn and supervisors. My name is Tamara Gaydon. Thank you for inviting me to speak about why public defense is so important. I am a lieutenant in the Office of the Public Defender. My job and the job of the investigators I supervise is to doggedly pursue leads. For example, when a lawyer tells us to try to find a witness who we only know by the first name of Andre, who usually sits outside a red tent in the Whittier Narrows wash, or when we walk around an arrest scene looking for that camera that no one else saw that recorded what really happened, which wasn't captured in the police report. Without our investigators and our efforts, outcomes can be very different. So thank you for proclaiming March 18th, 2023, Public Defense Day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Han and Madam Supervisors. My name is Lauren Fukai, and I am the granddaughter of the late Moss Fukai. Raised in a family committed to civil service, my grandfather served as chief deputy to the late Supervisor Kenneth Han. I have the privilege to carry on this legacy as a supervising paralegal in the country's first and largest public defense agency. Our department head, Mr. Garcia, often compares paralegals to nurse practitioners, a parallel I find incredibly significant as paralegals prove to be indispensable every day. We are the silent partners in many of our department's success stories in both pretrial and post-conviction. Paralegals are always the first volunteers for county outreach events, providing record-clearing services. We play vital roles in trial preparation and often sit at counsel table. Paralegals visit our clients in jail without hesitation and develop meaningful relationships with them. Paralegals author reports for judges and district attorneys in hopes of an alternative sentencing plan. Thank you to the board and our executive leadership for believing in our work. Speaking on behalf of the public defender, paralegals, and the alternate public defender paralegals today has been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. So it was your aunt, Janice?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Fukai, who of course was our alternate public defender for most of the years I was a supervisor in before. So your family has a great legacy here in LA County.
Thank you.
And thank you for continuing the work. Next speaker, please.
There are no other speakers, Madam
No other
Chair.
speakers. Okay. Thank you. And with that, item 14, declaring March 18th as Public Defense Day is now before us. I'm going to move it, seconded by Supervisor Horvath, to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 14 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We're now going to move on to item 15, raising the Progress Pride flag at Los Angeles County facilities, which I held. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Colleagues, this motion is about flying the Progressive Pride flag in Los Angeles County during Pride Month in June. Little history, the first known Pride flag debuted at the San Francisco Gay Freedom Day Parade in June of 1978. At the encouragement of gay activist Harvey Milk, Gilbert Baker sewed the flag to symbolize the value and dignity of the gay community. The original Pride flag contained 8 stripes, each a separate color of the rainbow, plus hot pink. The colored represented sex, life, healing, sunlight, nature, magic, and art, serenity, and spirit. In 2019, a version of the flag was debuted that included the iconic 6 rainbow stripes, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, as well as the colors from the transgender pride flag, light blue, pink, and white stripes to embrace the transgender community. And most recently, the Progress Pride flag was created by artist Daniel Quasar as a combination of the reimagining of the original Pride flag. The Progress Pride flag's black and brown stripes represent marginalized LGBTQ+ communities of color, community members lost to HIV/AIDS, and those currently living with HIV/AIDS. The new flag colors are in a chevron shape to represent a need for forward movement. And I think it's really important that we do this at this time colleagues, because we are seeing an incredible trend of anti-LGBTQ plus, anti-trans bills being passed at an alarming rate across this country. In just the first 3 months of 2023, there have been 340 anti-LGBTQ plus bills that have been introduced across this country. 150 of those would specifically restrict the rights of transgender people. There's even a bill restricting who can go to a drag show. And municipalities and school districts are taking measures that prohibit the display of the pride flag on public property and in classrooms. In Florida, a bill was introduced in the state legislature that would limit flag displays at all government and public school buildings and statewide. And this pride flag has become an iconic symbol of LGBTQ inclusion. In 2019, Governor Newsom requested that the pride flag be flown on the main flagpole at the state capitol building in commemoration of LGBTQ Pride Month, making the first time in state history that that occurred. I remember in Congress, Congressmember Alan Lowenthal, I believe, was the only member of Congress who flew the pride flag outside of his congressional office. I just feel like it's important because to raise and to fly and to have that flag wave for all to see in Los Angeles County, it sends a message that Los Angeles County is a beacon of hope. All are welcome here, and hopefully it will counter in some small way all the hate that we're seeing spewed across this country. Now I'm going to ask my co-author, Supervisor Horvath. Oh, I also wanted to, you might be saying this, but I really appreciate the letter we got from John Erickson, the Mayor Pro Tem of your city, West Hollywood, expressing his support for flying this flag. And I wanted to thank him for doing that. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your bold allyship in bringing this forward is clear, and I also thank you for inviting me to co-author with you. Even though we know our LGBTQ plus community has made strides towards inclusion, we still have a long way to go. The pride flag is a sign of acceptance and inclusion, which is why the deliberate exclusion of the flag by cities, including in our own backyard, is so disturbing and troubling to our LGBTQ plus community. I'm proud that we will be flying the Progress Pride flag at all of our county facilities. This flag includes black and brown stripes to represent marginalized LGBTQ plus communities of color, community members who were lost to HIV/AIDS, and those currently living with HIV/AIDS, as well as pastel pink, blue, and white for the most marginalized trans community. The Progress Pride flag colors are also in a chevron shape to represent a need for forward movement, and that we do need. The raising of the Progress Pride flag at all county facilities sends a clear message that all are welcome and LA County fights for justice and inclusivity. And as our chair indicated, at a time where we're seeing legislation across the country, legislation that would turn parents against the needs of their own children, outlawing drag brunch. Let's be clear, the world is much improved with drag brunch, and calling for the eradication of trans people under the guise of using a word that is not a word. Transgenderism is not a thing. There are transgender people who need and deserve our respect and support, and calling for their eradication is outrageous and uncalled for. We must stand up and do the right thing for our LGBTQ community members. And to all of our LGBTQ plus family, you belong here in LA County. You have a right to exist, to thrive, to love, to be supported, and to know you are not alone. And today I'm wearing a pin that I got actually at the San Fernando Valley LGBT Center's event this past weekend, a heart-shaped transgender flag. as well as a county symbol that Supervisor Solis shared with me, showing the rainbow colors. I will continue to wear them proudly, to stand up and speak out as we all must in this time. And I look forward to Pride Month here in LA County, seeing the Progress Pride flag flying at our Hall of Administration, our county libraries, fire stations, sheriff stations, and all county facilities, sending a clear signal to our LGBTQ+ community that you are welcome and you belong here in all places in LA County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and I echo everything that's been said, and I support this motion. I thank you for bringing it forward. But my question is, you talk about all this legislation. We should have a standing position on legislation, both state and federal, if it comes forward that we take an opposed position, or at least put a red flag to let the board know. Because to your point, I mean, we represent 10 million people, and I think it's important for us to use our voice and track and monitor those type of legislative actions that are taking place. Because I did not know about the legislation regarding drag queens, and I want to go to brunch, by the way. Just saying. Yeah, okay.
There's a great one in Long Beach.
I know. But I think it'd be beneficial for this board to have a standing position. I don't know what that's going to look like. I'll let, we can talk about it. But moving forward, so that there is the ability for us to use our voice and our advocates and lobbyists in DC to push back when those type of things come forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yeah, I just want to really just reaffirm what has already been said by the chairwoman and our latest addition to the Board of Supervisors, Lindsay, and everyone else here on the board. I think what also gets lost is that sometimes we think about the LGBTQ community and we forget that there are, I mean all of us, but sometimes we forget about what the makeup of that means. We have a lot of immigrant people who are undocumented that fall under this category. And they too have been victimized maybe 2 or 3 times. And I just want to say that because I know some of them have come before this board to ask us for assistance and help. And so I'm reminded of how important that is. Whether it's displaying a flag or painting a lifeguard, right? Post out in Long Beach or wherever it is in LA County, and we heard about the defacing of all that and what that means. We have to remember that we stand together and that we're going to continue to push forward. And I was happy that back in 2019 that we developed this. My staff came up with this idea of having this particular pin that has our county seal on it with the flag. And I'm sure everyone here has one. If not, I'm sure we'll get the county to purchase more so that everyone has one. So again, congratulations. And to our LGBTQ+ community, we are here. We're reminded every single day of what you contribute and the many things that you go through in our community. So we stand tall with you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought up the lifeguard tower. It was in reaction actually to the burning down of a lifeguard tower in Long Beach that had been painted with the rainbow colors that a young person approached me and asked if we might paint the Hermosa Beach lifeguard tower in rainbow. And I wanted to give a shout out to our lifeguards, right? Because, they can be very territorial of their towers and, don't give it up lightly to have another message. And they were more than happy to have that tower painted in the rainbow colors. And yes, again, when you showed me a few years ago your pin that you had your Hilda L. Solis supervisor pin with the county seal in the rainbow colors, I immediately had my staff make me some that said Janice Hahn and not Hilda Solis. But that was a great idea, and you led the way on that one. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item, item 15, raising the progressive pride flag at LA County facilities.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers, Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Tony Huang. You may begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Tony Huang. I am the Executive Director of Equality California, California's statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization. I want to thank Chairwoman Hahn and Supervisor Horvath for your longtime allyship and for their motion, which would raise the Progress Pride flag throughout Los Angeles. In light of the onslaught of anti-LGBTQ+ attacks in our community, including hundreds of pieces of legislation attacking LGBTQ+ youth and criminalizing the existence of trans people, it is critical that LA County continues to show that it is a place of inclusion and acceptance for all its citizens. The Pride Progress flag represents the true diversity of the LGBTQ+ community and all the communities that we're a part of. And having that flag flown during Pride Month at facilities throughout Los Angeles County would demonstrate LA's commitment to supporting LGBTQ+ people, not just to Angelenos, but to all those across California and the entire nation. As you all have been strong supporters of the LGBTQ+ community, I want to thank you for your support of this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Carlos Torres. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Torres, and I am the Executive Director of the LGBTQ Center Long Beach. First of all, thank you to all the supervisors for the amazing work that they do in supporting our communities day in and day out. The raising of the pride flag, as it was mentioned previously, exemplifies the ability or the fact that not only we are part of the fabric of Los Angeles County, but also it sends a message to all of those that we are a county where we belong and we're visible. So thank you so much for your support, and look forward to seeing those flags in the month of June. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ann Beck. You may begin.
Yes, I would like to express not just my opinion, but the thought, the knowingness that the science says that there are over 1 billion differences between men and women. God created Adam and Eve and not Adam and Steve. And so I don't see the necessity of flying a flag when they already have their freedoms. So I don't get the point of flying a flag to say they already have their freedoms. May I have a response to that, please?
Yes, we don't respond to public comment. Thank you very much for your opinion. Next speaker, please.
There are no other speakers, Madam Chair.
Do we have any in person?
No in person as well.
Okay, hearing no other comments, item 15 is now before us. I'll move, seconded by Supervisor Horvath, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 15 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We will now move on to item 19, addressing environmental justice and equity concerns in disadvantaged communities under siege by illegal dumping, which was held by Supervisor Barger. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. I've got Mark Pastrella here, and I just wanted to ask you a few questions, if that would be okay. The data your staff provided my office shows a large spike in illegal dumping countywide in 2020, but a downward trend thereafter. However, in the Antelope Valley and more rural communities, illegal dumping has remained steady. Can you speak to what your teams are seeing and what you attribute the increase to?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. In fact, while there may be a downward trend in the number of complaints, the quantity of what we're seeing dumped is not only in the North County is mostly debris from construction and grading, and also even I saw a site today, a picture of a site today where someone had like basically remodeled their home and taken all the construction demolition and dumped it out into a rural area, one of the canyons in your area. In the urbanized areas in the basin here, what we're seeing is essentially the debris from shelters and from people experiencing homelessness being discarded in the street. So it looks like kitchen leftovers and just excrement and our basic trash that you would see in your kitchen being disposed out of your kitchen. So it's a combination of the two, Supervisor, but I don't want to downplay the amount that we're seeing and the significance of it and the general dispersal of it. And one of the other things I want to mention is there's this intertwining of an emergency. So for instance, in the storm events that we just had, we're seeing people take advantage of the fact that we're moving our own soil that's come off the slopes and that. We're seeing residents and others actually taking advantage of that moment to dump grading, soil, dirt, rock, debris, knowing that we would pick that material up potentially. So we're seeing a combination of things, but the fact of the matter is there's a consistent flow of illegal dumping occurring across Los Angeles County.
So, I mean, you mentioned the influx of construction waste, and I know my office has received a lot of calls on that. The county recently adopted a revised construction and debris ordinance, which was established in 2005. Just a few months ago, given that the county has put a number of ordinances in place to regulate construction waste, why are we seeing such high levels of illegal dumping? And I'm sure that's not unique to the desert in terms of the construction waste.
Right. So we're seeing what's happening is we're having restrictions on what will be accepted at the dump. The cost also of disposing of materials at the landfills has increased in an effort by the state to divert these types of materials away from our landfills and into recycling plants. The market is not accepting a lot of the materials that used to accept for recycling. This is one of the other issues. So it's a cost increase, and then also a general uptick in remodeling and construction in LA, including, in fact, much of the infrastructure we're building for the metro system in that is creating where subcontractors, for instance, may be finding it cheaper to actually move materials out into areas that aren't landfills or disposing of them appropriately. But generally, the cost of disposal has gone up, and it's driving this choice of not disposing correctly.
So I have to wonder, because we've talked about this with Metro and even with our contractors, do we have a clause in the contract? And if so, is there a way to do verification, require them to show receipts or something? Because that is problematic. And as prices go up, especially with the projects that we're doing, I don't want North County, especially my district, to be bombarded with illegal debris, especially some of it might be toxic.
Right, so the motion in front of us actually calls for more authorities and for more tracking, source tracking of the materials when they leave a site. Currently, no landfill is allowed to accept the materials without being identified where it came from. And yes, in fact, in our contracts, public contracting code as well as the building code requires that a certain amount of the material be labeled for recycling. And remember, we just upped the amount that has to be recycled. So we're forcing it into where we want it to go. The new thing we want to do, and you're allowing for that in this motion, is for us to go seek more authority to actually track the materials and hold people responsible for where they dump the material.
So your staff shared information with my office that in fiscal year 21-22 that the county spent almost $2 million on contracted illegal dumping services. However, most of the North County does not have either districts or franchises. So how much are we really spending as a county to address the issue, and where is this funding coming from?
Right, so multiple sources. As you mentioned, Supervisor, the North County doesn't have a trash collection system, a formal one. There is a system to remove trash, but it's privately run. The systems, the franchise systems, we do require a certain amount of money from the contractors to actually provide for disposal, and as you mentioned, it's $2 million, and it comes again from those contracts, those franchises that we have. We're also spending in an order of about $2 million or more annually from our road fund to actually pick up materials. And this is money that could be used for our transportation system rather than being used for that. We're also spending something in the order, you might even seen the contract today for flood control, where we had something like a contracted capacity of $6 million a year across the county specifically for trash pickup. And then this year, the 23-24 budget, I've asked the general fund to make a contribution to this to our quality of life initiative of $11 million, in which a portion of that would go to servicing specifically North County's illegal dumping.
Great. I want to thank you, Mark, and I appreciate your answer. And I want to thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for co-authoring this motion with me. This is an environmental justice issue for many in my communities. These areas have some of the remaining affordable housing available, and it is really very burdensome for the families that live up there. I know there are illegal dumping hotspots in every corner of the county. I'm sure each one of us could share stories about communities that are being impacted. And it's important that we do what we can to address the issue. Given the size of the county, it's impossible for our enforcement teams to be everywhere, which is why we should explore technological solutions that can help us identify and deter any repeat offenders and individuals that are taking advantage of the fact that, I mean, when I drive the 14 freeway and I see a dump truck, I always wonder, are they illegally dumping, or is it in fact legitimate? And you see it all day on the 14 freeway. This is a quality of life issue. In many cases, the impact of illegal dumping poses health and safety concerns. There have been reported cases of illegal dumping of hazardous materials, including one documented instance of thousands of batteries being thrown across a rural community in the Antelope Valley, which, as many are aware, are volatile and highly flammable. This incident required the fire department's hazmat teams to come out and provide cleanup. In other cases, there have been large-scale hauling and dumping of construction waste in remote parcels of land without the property owner's knowledge, as well as the dumping of acres of mulch and green waste. These illicit activities are profit-motivated, often to avoid having to comply with increasingly stringent regulatory requirements to safely dispose of waste and hazardous materials. Most concerning is these activities endanger the health and welfare of our communities, and unmitigated could cause fires, have impacts on local wildlife and biological resources, and could potentially contaminate local groundwater. In some areas of my district where this type of illegal dumping has increased, communities rely solely on wells and local aquifers for water. The recent data we have shows that these illicit activities peaked in 2020 and has trended downward, but costs continue to rise at an unsustainable rate. The county has long attempted to address illegal dumping and has created multiple task forces to curtail the problem. However, it is undeniable that the county can and should do more. Thus, it's paramount that we develop an appropriate enforcement team and legislative penalties to deter these activities. The current civil penalty and fine structures in place are not sufficient to meaningfully deter bad actors. As a matter of fact, it's cheaper for them to pay the penalty than it is to dispose of properly their waste. There needs to be meaningful repercussions to deter those who are literally blighting our communities and further perpetrating injustices in some of the most marginalized communities. Some of the communities that are besieged by this illicit activity do not have the loudest voices or the most resources. These are truly the vulnerable and disadvantaged communities that have been historically under-resourced. Therefore, I believe it is our responsibility to speak up for them and to ensure that we take every action possible to protect them and their hazards. And I want to thank you, Mark, and your team, because I know that it is literally like a whack-a-mole. You know, you identify an area where the illegal dumping is taking place, they figure it out. We've taken a few, Dawn, thank you and your team, we've taken a few to court and won in areas where there's been illegal dumping taking place, actually in now what is Supervisor Horvath's district. But, you know, we need to do more. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, I'm really glad you brought this up. I mean, this is not a new problem, but it does seem to be getting worse. I remember when I was on the City Council of Los Angeles, it was a huge problem, particularly in you know, vulnerable communities, South LA. And you're right. I mean, either it was people not knowing you know, how to call bulk the item pickup, or not knowing how to dispose of hazardous waste, or flat out folks who were paid to clear a construction site and pocketed the tipping fee at a landfill and went ahead and dumped it wherever they wanted to. And when you said, I'm sure every corner of LA County, you know, suffers from this, except for the wealthy communities. I don't see illegal dumping in, you know, Beverly Hills or Palos Verdes or Pacific Palisades. I mean, it's really in our marginalized communities. And then what happens is, of course, it looks like nobody cares, nobody's paying attention. This is a community that doesn't deserve to have people looking out for them. So thank you for being a champion, Supervisor Barger, for your district. You know, as I recall in the city, we did a reward fee, and that might be something we want to look at. If someone actually, you know, could give information to law enforcement about a license plate number, and that they were found to, you know, to be convicted of illegal dumping, there was a reward that was given. I think we went even one step further and actually looked to impound the vehicle that was used in the crime of illegal dumping. So clearly, right now, as you said, Supervisor Barger, the punishment is just not enough. It's the cost of doing business. And I think we need to get tough. Now, I say all that, we don't want anybody intervening late at night trying to stop someone doing this. And we're not asking the public to do that. But if the public does see what they think is illegal dumping, they can call 1-888-CLEAN-LA. That's 1-888-253-2652. If you see it, and again, don't put yourself in danger, but we need a bunch of eyes and ears out there watching for this, because as you said, our enforcement arm, our public works folks just don't have enough resources to be patrolling, and usually it's, you know, after midnight that this happens because they don't want to be seen. But this is, we just have to figure out how to get this under control. It's just one of the really terrible crimes against humanity and for people's basic quality of life to not have this kind of dumping in their neighborhood. Mark, did you look like you were going to try to say something?
Thank you. You put the ad in there. It was perfect. I also want to remind the residents that Public Works has developed an app for the county called the Works app. The Works app also allows you with your smartphone to basically point the phone at a dumping site, and you don't have to interact with anybody. You send it to us, and we become aware of it. And the other thing is, Supervisor, you said 888-CLEAN-LA is the number. And we have a website, www.cleanla.com. Public Works seeks to be the trash hauler of choice in LA County. We seek to improve neighborhoods so that they're safe and clean. I have a major initiative under my current strategic plan for us to achieve these things. As the motion calls for, there'll be metrics that we'll all understand so we can actually track, you know, clearly how improved our neighborhoods are becoming as we put more focus on this. So it really is until we know about these things and that we can get to them. The other thing, the authority I really appreciate that we're going to try to seek is to actually start fencing properties that are receiving these materials, so restricting the ability for those that are not doing the right thing to enter onto private property. And that would be a big, big help for us if we could just restrict access alone so those sites aren't available for dumping. So a lot going on here, and I appreciate the board's support.
Thank you. Now I'm going to call on Supervisor Solis and then Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger and Chair Hahn. I really think this is timely, especially after the storms. Yesterday, I was out in my field office in East LA, driving down some of the main thoroughfares, and it caught my attention to see the trash, enormous amount of trash surrounding our bus stops. And blankets and what have you. So, I mean, I get it. People are looking for shelter, but I really do feel that there's almost this lackadaisical approach when it happens in poor communities. And I know that you can't have maybe people 24 hours, but surely the folks that are checking out our region in East Los Angeles can really do maybe a better job. And I don't know if it's, you know, we've talked about this before, maybe not having enough money, funds available, and prioritizing this is our new kind of pandemic, post-pandemic ills that we're seeing in our community, because it isn't just in East LA, but I see it also in other parts of my district, the new district, Hacienda Heights, and also Rowland Heights. And there is a lot of illegal dumping. It isn't just from the homeless, but I think people are just figuring, well, no one's gonna pick it up. That's a good spot, so I'm just gonna leave whatever I have there. But I'm very concerned because of the contaminants and the waste that is being let out on the sidewalks, and people and children are walking back and forth, whether it's a bus stop, a library, or a park. And I really do think we have to do more. I would hope the CEO will work with us and you to see how we can prioritize more funding, because I do think the rubric has changed. And communities of color that has been outlined in this motion clearly have been faced with a dilemma, because we have, we're trying to come back, our communities are, and yet they feel as though no one cares about them. And part of it is what they have to live with that surrounds their neighborhoods. And I really do want to see more happening. So I wholeheartedly support this. I think we have to do much more. I think there's a statistic that was already mentioned that the county in East LA and other disadvantaged communities in the county defined by state law, we make up 22% of the unincorporated areas here. However, we have been subjected to over 75% of all reported illegal dumping cases in the unincorporated areas. That is just not acceptable. So we have to do a better job, and I believe the county has an obligation to do that. So I support this and look forward to hearing some monetary recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger, and want to acknowledge your team's willingness to work with us, because we had some initial concerns. So I'm glad to see that we're asking for Public Works and Planning to be at the table to inform enforcement recommendations. I appreciate that. And we are all clear that there's been a dramatic increase in illegal dumping in the past several years, and although our county departments have been working in coordination on this issue, there's clearly a need to bring additional resources and strategies to the table with the ultimate goal of deterring illegal dumping. And when we think about another population that gets blamed for the massive amounts of trash we see on our streets are our unhoused family, friends, and neighbors, and how they, pardon the pun, get dumped on as a result of illegal dumping. And so this is a growing concern, a big issue, countywide in my district as well. And so I appreciate the motion, appreciate our concerns being taken into account, and happy to support the motion today.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call, Supervisor Horvath, I see you just popped up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Supervisor Barger and to you, Madam Chair, for bringing this motion forward. We've all seen instances of illegal dumping as we drive around the county, and the communities that are impacted are in all of our districts, and they must endure the impacts of dumping on a daily basis, whether they be environmental impacts, storm-related impacts when garbage clogs storm drains and prompts floods, or just the daily sight of trash in one's own neighborhood. As construction has increased, as has been said, so is the prevalence of illegal dumping, and we must accelerate both our responses to address it and proactive measures to prevent it. Fortunately, as we've heard, our DPW does significant work to remove illegal dumping, but this isn't sustainable, especially without the resources to do the work, and the costs continue to become more and more costly. For these reasons, I'm encouraged to see this motion and the recommendations that will come out of it, and I'm particularly interested both in how technology will play a role in helping to address some of these impacts, but also to ensuring that contractors are held accountable for their actions, particularly when they're charging individuals for their disposal fees, then illegally dumping in their neighborhoods their own construction waste. I look forward to seeing the recommendations our departments will bring forward and to all of the ways that we'll address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Executive Officer, please call the members of the public that signed up on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers for this item. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Andrea Alacor. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Andrea Alarcon, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Palmdale. And I speak in strong support of this item, which will no doubt help to combat our ongoing fight against illegal dumping in our communities. The City of Palmdale and the Greater Antelope Valley have long been a dumping ground. Last year alone, with our limited resources, our city picked up over 2,000 tons of illegally dumped materials. But that's not enough because the illegal dumping continues. The city of Palmdale is unique in that it's not only adjacent to large unincorporated areas, we also have several pockets of unincorporated areas within our city limits. And illegal dumpers are savvy. They've come to know where our city code enforcement can and cannot enforce. Illegal dumpers have come to learn that if they just go across the street into one of the unincorporated pockets in our city, there's no one around to hold them accountable for dumping mattresses, refrigerators, construction and demolition materials, and huge piles of waste that will, as they've learned and our residents have had to live with, will sit there for months before being addressed because it's out of our jurisdiction. The motion before you will tackle that issue head on. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. I look forward to working in partnership with you, the county, and I urge the board to adopt this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tammy Necessary. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Tammy Necessary. I live in Acton, Catherine Barger, District 5, and I am with the I'm with the Acton Illegal Dumping Task Force. We are a group of volunteers that go out, about 25 of us. We go out weekly, and then we have monthly gatherings, and then we have every 3 to 4 month bigger gatherings. We are picking up out of Acton so much household trash, grow house trash, construction dumps, whole house remodels, medical dumps, tires, couches, chairs. They are a lot of times just outside of the county's pickup zone. So if it's more than 35 feet off the center divider of the middle of the road, the county will not pick it up. So that's where we go in as volunteers and we pick up all this stuff and we get it into our own personal dumpsters, or we have sometimes called the county and the county can come and help us with things like tires and mattresses. But they've taken the voucher program away from Acton and Aqua Dulce.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sergio Vera. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Sergio Vera. I live in District 1, resident of East Los Angeles. I think some of the strategies that need to be implemented are enforcement. There is no enforcement in this. And education. A lot of our residents, especially in East LA, do not know that all you got to do is call the garbage company and they'll come and pick up your couches, your mattresses, whatever. Another thing, where I specifically live, there was a project done, a stormwater capture project, which left our medians barren and they look deserted. So illegal dumping has increased in that area. So people do think that we don't care because our medians look terrible. Supervisor Solis, I know you're working on this. I hope you can really help get those medians to look nice so that way the illegal dumping can stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sophia Quinones. You may begin.
Yes, I think we better be prepared when the moratorium ends, dealing with housing, because every first of the month we see that the mattresses and everything that's going to be put out when people are going to be kicked out. We also need street sweeping crews, even dealing with picking up. Some of the trash cans are just overflowed. And those that pick up, they don't go and sweep around. You know, the truck comes in, but they don't pick up the mess that's on the sidewalk. So street sweeping crews have to be a part of it. And we have to work with the district attorney's office so that the illegal dumpers who are dealing with hazardous waste disposal are put in jail, not the subcontractors that are coming in, the owners of the property where the dumping is taking place. Thank you for the motion. We support it, and we have a lot of problems on the east side. We hope they're addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Okay, thanks, folks. This issue is as old as time, and it's been very well pointed out here. And the big issue is money. If you aren't going to fund this thing to the extent necessary, pack up your tent and go home and forget about it. And the driving issue here is pleasure pain. That's what man responds to. You confiscate every vehicle, private or commercial, and you'll make a major impact. If you're not willing to do that, again, pack up and go home. And the other thing is, the man mentioned flood control is the biggest expense as far as cleaning things up, and who knows more about that than Supervisors Hahn and Solis as far as here's Roland Heights and the Fullerton area, which you can see on my YouTube channel, by the way, if you want, and that's one where I got shot at. Thanks to you for not cleaning up and intervening in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no other speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Seeing no other speakers, item 19 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Barger. I will second it to approve. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 19 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Mark, for being here. We'll now move to item 55B.
Supervisor, we're on item 20.
If you,
Oh, I threw away a whole page. That's how I'm going to get these meetings moving. Item 20, support for HR 1201, Napolitano, Increasing Behavioral Health Treatment Act. Do not tell Grace that I tried to throw that piece of paper away. Yeah, I know. Right. Right.
yeah, and I just have one quick question for Dr. Lisa Wong, our Director of Mental Health. I just wanted you to kind of touch base. I know this has been like a common theme amongst this board in terms of looking at bed capacity and all, but I've had people ask me why we aren't doing more to increase bed capacity, and I tried to explain the IMD exclusion limits and our ability to scale up necessary mental health beds. And I know that the state is now seriously contemplating and is going to apply for an IMD waiver. Can you outline how repealing it or amending it will provide us with additional flexibility?
Sure, Supervisor. Thank you for having me here today. As you know, this is a very, very important subject for the Department of Mental Health and mostly people we serve. With the IMD exclusion, this means that when we have facilities that are more than 16 beds, they are not able to claim to Medi-Cal. So we have to keep these kinds of facilities at 16 beds or less, which means if we have a facility that's a little bit larger, for instance, up at Olive View at the Restorative Care Village, we did a 64-bed facility. To do that, we had to separate into 16 different pod buildings and get four pods of 16 each and get 4 different providers. Every facility has to have a separate outdoor space, separate elevator banks, everything. So we lose, the economies of scale that we could have. And also the kinds of facilities that IMD exclusion considers as IMDs is not reasonable to us because it includes even some of our board and cares. If a board and care has over 16 beds, and they provide mental health or supportive services, which really is best practice, they are not able to claim for any of those services.
And I'm glad you said that because I actually thought it was just on the hospital beds, and I did not know it was on the board and care. And that was something, again, that I wanted my colleagues to hear because it goes far beyond just hospitalization. It goes to the whole vision that this board has in terms of helping get people off the street and putting them in an environment where they will succeed and not end up falling back into homelessness. So I want to thank you for that. I want to recognize, Congresswoman Napolitano, and I am going to tell her that you threw her paper.
Please don't. Oh, my.
Who has been a champion for mental health services and reforms for decades. And she's brought in other legislative fixes to some of the issues. Repealing the IMD exclusion is a top priority, and I know this board has been consistent with one voice on that. And I'm grateful that she has brought this legislation back in this cycle. The county has demonstrated that we can develop community-based and holistic residential treatment settings that are larger than 16 beds. Being capped at 16 beds per facility not only strains our development of new beds, but also strains our providers who are trying to work with us to meet the need, but are forced to manage multiple smaller facilities. I hope that through this legislation, we can increase the 16-bed cap, but also address how the IMD definition applies to facilities like crisis stabilization units, board and cares, and other facilities that are not large-scale mental health hospitals. In co-chairing the NACO Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission, we have organized a national coalition around issues like the IMD reform to help educate Congress on the nationwide impact of restrictions like this on our ability to provide essential behavioral health care. So I would ask for your support, and that is all I have to say.
Thank you. And for inviting me to co-author this motion with you. We have been advocating, this board has been advocating for changes to the IMD exclusion for a long time. Every time we take our annual trip back to Washington, D.C., it is on the top of our priority in trying to really get this waived for us here in LA County. It would make such a difference in how we can build and staff particularly our mental health beds. And, you know, I know, Dr. Wong, you've told us this, right? That the IMD exclusion is an obstacle in doing that. We were discussing it as it related to our LA Alliance settlement and how many mental health beds we can actually say for certain that we will be able to build in the next few years. And this IMD exclusion is one of the biggest barriers in us doing more. It prevents us from drawing down dollars to fund these beds, but it puts a strain on the providers because they also have to be split up 5 or 6 ways in one facility. And that just is, at this point, it doesn't make sense. Now, remember, I mean, this was established to try to counteract the large institutional mental health facilities with barbed wire around them and the warehousing of those with serious mental health challenges. That's why we have it. But at this point, it needs to be tweaked or waived or fixed in a way that we can provide the kind of mental health service we need without complying with what I think is an antiquated now requirement. So thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you, Congresswoman Napolitano, for hearing our cries. She is such an advocate for mental health legislation, for mental health services. I've never known anyone that's that much of a champion consistently for improving the mental health services that we can provide to people. So thank you for bringing this forward. I see Supervisor Mitchell is on the queue.
I appreciate it. I just wanted to echo really the comments you made, Madam Chair. You know, I think it's a perfect example of unintended consequences of a well-intentioned policy. And I appreciate the Congresswoman for bringing it forward. Last year, my chairwomanship year, and I did the DC trip, and speaking to Secretary Becerra, speaking to Senators Padilla and Feinstein, the one issue they all brought back up was, you know, the historic issue that they were trying to fix. And I was like, we get that. However, the pendulum has swung too far in the opposite direction, and we need some flexibility. So sometimes these policies have to be introduced over and over and over again to help erase old tapes and re-educate people about the current kind of state of affairs. So hopefully this go-round will be the winner. And I'm thrilled to know that the state of California has now officially weighed in their, you know, numerous amendment waivers that they submit every year to finally include this. That has been an issue that your predecessor really continued to harp on. So it took a minute, but I'm glad to hear, Supervisor Barger, that we're here. Glad to support today's action. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wong, did you want to say anything else? Or?
No, I just want to say, though, that I really appreciate the board's support on this very important issue, and I really appreciate the work of Congresswoman Napolitano, too. I agree. She's like a force of nature.
She is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Executive Officer, can you please call the members of the public who have signed up and would like to speak on this item?
Will Arnold Sachs please come forward and staff will assist you? Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
There are no participants in the queue to address the board.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is item 20. It refers to Medicaid institutions. Medicaid, Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act are all federal laws. You want to build beds, but you eliminated MLK Junior Hospital from the county system. It's no longer part of the county system. Didn't you know that? It's been not part of the county system for over 5 years. Did you replace it with a general hospital? I heard you talk about a general hospital. Is that what you replaced it with? You replaced MLK Junior Hospital with a general hospital? There's no hospital in that district. There's no county hospital in that district, Janice Hahn. Wasn't your father built that hospital? For who? And now it's gone. It's not there anymore. That's terrible. It's all about the affordable. Don't you care? It's all about the Affordable Care Act. It's all about Obamacare. You had 15,000 people signed up.
Thank you. Is there another speaker in person?
No other speaker, Madam Chair.
Okay, seeing no other comments, item 20 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Barger. I will second to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 20 is before you. Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're now going to move on to item 55B, Deputy Gangs. Support for the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission's recommendations to eradicate deputy gangs in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, which was held by Supervisor Solis. And for the members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. And we have with us today Sean Kennedy, Chair of the Civilian Oversight Commission, Max Huntsman, our Inspector General, and Frankie Carrillo, Commissioner of the Probation Oversight Commission, and they're all here and available. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I want to also welcome our witnesses here today, and including those in the audience that are here that are also a part of this effort, the Civilian Oversight Commission. If they could stand and be recognized, because I know they've been members of our commission that are here. Thank you for your service, and those advocates as well. It's a new day, members, and I think it's a very special time for us. Some of us have been working on this issue before us on deputy gangs, because it is what it is. They're gangs. The motion before us, members, deals with an issue that has been called a cancer within the Sheriff's Department. And it's something the county has been dealing with for over 50 years, as reported. Deputy gangs, as we know, are not new. And I believe that it is important not just to name the problem, but figure out and implement what we need to do to get rid of these deputy gangs. There's absolutely no reason that I can ever think of as to why we want to protect and enable deputy gangs in the County of Los Angeles. In fact, we voted on several motions about deputy gangs, many of which I had authored, including supporting a state bill on getting rid of deputy gangs statewide, and we have unanimously supported the eradication of deputy gangs over and over again. We received letters from other legislators calling for immediate action against deputy gangs. And our county's problem with deputy gangs has been a topic of media across the country. They've been writing about it. Honestly, I don't think any of us want this county to be known for deputy gangs. I certainly don't. And truthfully, colleagues, I'm frustrated and exasperated that deputy gangs are not disappearing, even with all the attention on this subject. Rather, the opposite seems to be happening. Deputy gangs are thriving because the environment in which they are enables their existence and expansion in the Sheriff's Department. Deputy gangs are particularly hard-hitting in my own district, the 1st District. And Supervisor Mitchell, as you well know, My district houses the East LA Sheriff's Station, which is almost like the center of the deputy gangs as they sprout here, like the notorious banditos, and they spread across to other stations. They largely spread because deputy gang members are transferred to infiltrate other parts of the department instead of them being cut off right there with the department. Supervisor Mitchell, your district is terrorized by the executioners that operate out of the Compton Sheriff's Station. Our jails aren't safe either. In fact, the 2,000 and 3,000 boys cause havoc against people who are incarcerated and even amongst their own colleagues. There have been lawsuits from former deputies stating they were bullied, harassed, and intimidated by deputy gang members. Deputy gang members. Banditos, Buffalo Soldiers, cavemen, Compton executioners, cowboys, Grim Reapers, Little Devils, Linwood Vikings, pirates, regulators, Wayside Whiteys, and the list goes on about all these deputy gangs that were allowed to thrive over the many, many years. I can't stress how damaging this is and has been for our communities that have been impacted. It's the disintegration of those relationships in our community. And it is impactful, and it's causing low morale in the department itself and even impacting recruitment, in my opinion. The fiscal dent also is something that we should consider because the county's budget, it ranges from anywhere from $50 to $60 million a year due to lawsuits. Picture that for a second in your mind. Think of what we could do with $50 or $60 million. Right now, I'm thinking about more affordable housing, programs for our young people, programs for aging residents, mental health services, restorative justice programs, more diversion. We have a lot of need in this county, and instead of funding these vital services, these millions are going towards lawsuits about deputy misconduct and deputy gang affiliation. I keep thinking back on the families, and I heard from them a couple of years ago, not too long ago, whose loved ones were killed by deputy gangs, many of whom had alleged that their loved ones were killed by members of the force. I said to them I would continue to stand by them, first by sustaining the resources that the Family Assistance Program will provide under the Office of Violence Prevention. Not a new concept, but something that we should have been doing a long time ago. We did it last year, but we need to do more. But I'm also committed, as some of you on the board are, and our community, of ridding the department of misconduct and supporting discipline and, if necessary, termination of deputies who engage in this misconduct and calling for zero tolerance of deputy gangs, deputy cliques, gang-like behavior. It's completely unacceptable. This county will not enable this kind of behavior. It is harmful to every single one of us. And I will say what little hope I have is with Sheriff Luna and his newly created Constitutional Policing Unit with Eileen Decker heading that unit. Among many objectives, one is the eradication of deputy gangs. I had hoped that the sheriff and Eileen Decker or someone from the CPU could be here to talk specifically about how they plan to address deputy gangs. But the sheriff, I'm told, is holding a meeting with his leadership and therefore not able to attend. Sheriff Luna has provided a statement, however, which I would like to read at this time. I want to thank Board of Supervisors for their support and collaboration regarding the Civilian Oversight Commission's report and recommendations. I was elected to bring new leadership and accountability to this department, and these recommendations will help guide my zero tolerance policy for deputy gangs. With the creation of the Office of Constitutional Policing led by former U.S. Attorney Eileen Decker, this office will be staffed with attorneys, investigators, auditors, and it will be tasked with helping to eradicate deputy gangs from this department. It's also important to note that the vast majority of the department personnel are hardworking and dedicated professionals who are committed to humbly serving the community. We look forward to working with the Board of Supervisors, the Civilian Oversight Commission, and Inspector General on this critical matter. So I want to get to the root of why deputy gangs are created and why they continue to exist, because I'm tired, quite frankly, of Band-Aids. I think enough. We can't afford more Band-Aids for an oozing wound. Chair Hahn, I've asked the following to be here, as you mentioned, introducing them earlier. We have Sean Kennedy, who's chair of the Civilian Oversight Commission and a member of the Deputy Gangs Ad Hoc Committee. We have Max Hutzman, who is here, has been with us for many years now, as our Inspector General, and one of my own constituents, Frankie Carrillo, who was also serving us in LA County on the Probation Oversight Commission. And I think he can also lend some very important information. Madam Chair, if I can I ask them to please speak, and then we can go on and then ask for the members.
That's a good idea.
To ask questions. So at this time, I would like to have our Chairman Kennedy, if he could start. First of all, I want to personally thank you for your leadership and for your courage during some of the toughest times that we experienced here in LA County. And I know that there were many accusations alleged against you by our former sheriff and others, but know that you are welcomed here, that this is a new day.
And you're in good company.
So I would like to ask you, Chair Kennedy, if you could share what the COC process has been to get us to this point with the publishing of this report that was issued this week. If you could begin with that, and then I have a follow-up question. You want to turn your mic on? There you go.
Yes, Supervisor Solis, thank you so much for this invitation to speak about the Commission's work regarding deputy gangs. This is an issue that's very important to me. My real job is to train law students to represent middle school and high school students pro bono in delinquency proceedings and educational proceedings. And over again, those young people would tell my students and myself that they thought it was hypocritical that they were being accused of gang enhancements or gang-related offenses when the deputies who were acting as the gang experts in court or the investigating officers were members of gangs themselves. That actually prompted Loyola to publish a report in January of 2021. But I'm here to talk about the Commission's report, which went much further than me and a bunch of law students could do. And so what went into this report after the charge was given, we recruited a very able special counsel, Bert Deixler, and many other lawyers who volunteered their times. Many were former assistant United States attorneys or federal public defenders, and they assisted the Commission in meeting the challenge issued by Sheriff Villanueva, who claimed there was no evidence of deputy gangs. We held 7 evidentiary hearings, 4 hours each, where we took testimony from numerous people. And then we held an 8th one last week where we took even more testimony from the community. So a total of 8 evidentiary hearings, 32 hours of testimony, most of it sworn. And in addition to the live testimony, and it was very hard to get people to talk, by the way, as recounted in the report. For every one person that Mr. Deixler was able to get to testify, there had to be 3 or 4, maybe even 5 who backed out on us at the last minute out of fears of retaliation, because there was a wave of intimidation coming from the upper ranks of the Sheriff's Department. And as people would testify, they would be advised that they were being watched as they left Loyola Law School, where the hearings occurred. Besides that testimony, the special counsel interviewed approximately 80 other witnesses and reviewed scores of lawsuits and depositions. And the ad hoc committee itself interviewed people as well. I interviewed 35 people over the course of the past couple of years regarding deputy gangs. Many were former department members of every rank, some current department members, and many people who feel that they have suffered at the hands of deputy gangs in their neighborhoods. And in addition to that, we consulted with scholars and practitioners in the First Amendment, both in California and on the East Coast. So we got a full national sweep about the First Amendment requirements because we wanted to make sure that our recommendations are consistent with federal constitutional law, which they are. And finally, we reviewed all the prior reports, the Colts Commission report, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights report, the Citizens Commission on Jail Violence report, Loyola's own report, and I submitted a 10-year study of all deputy-involved shootings in LA County, and it showed that they were all clustered around the stations with active deputy gangs. It will be no surprise, Supervisor Solis, that the clusters of the highest shoot rates per capita are South LA, the Century Station, and the South LA Station, Compton Station, and East LA Station, followed by the Antelope Valley stations, because this is the areas where deputy gangs cluster, where there are struggling communities. And so after that rigorous process, the ad hoc committee and the special counsel engaged in a long process of debating the issues and consulting with the Sheriff's Department, LA County Public Defender, LA District Attorney, and other agencies before we were able to finally publish our report. We wished we could have gone even further or longer, but the issue is such that we felt we should publish as soon as we possibly could.
Thank you. I wanted to ask too if you had shared this report with the sheriff prior to its release and what his comments were or any recommendations he may have made.
During the drafting of the report, which was a fairly long process, we did consult with Sheriff Luna and talk about the issues. So he was expecting the issues, and we did provide him with a copy of the report shortly before its release for his input. I don't want to speak for Sheriff Luna because I think in many ways he's spoken for himself, but I can tell this board that Sheriff Luna was very, in a refreshing change from the prior 4 years, was very willing to engage with us. He was very honest. He made strong statements that one of his priorities is to rid the department of this longstanding problem of deputy gangs. And so while I don't want to speak for him, I think I speak for all the ad hoc committee members when I say he was a fully engaged member when we were debating the issues. And I think he is very, very positive about this report.
I wanted to follow up too to ask you if you think that there might be some recommendations that could help the sheriff in the report, if you can maybe touch on that.
Yes. I think first and foremost, the most important thing is for the sheriff to adopt the policy that COC recommended in April 2021 to impose a blanket ban on deputies joining secret exclusionary gangs, or whatever you want to call them. Because these secret exclusionary gangs undermine the department's mission and, more importantly, in my opinion, because they cause irreparable harm to families and communities that the department is supposed to serve. And so I think the importance of adopting a blanket ban on joining these secret exclusive gangs is critical And I hope the board will support us in that recommendation because it is really the linchpin upon which all the other recommendations rest. Next, I don't think I have to tell this board. I have studied the history of deputy gangs for many years now, and history tells us that Sheriff Luna has an uphill battle and that he's going to face enormous resistance to eradicating deputy gangs from the department because some in the department have convinced themselves that this is part of camaraderie or building morale or effective law enforcement. In fact, any kind of camaraderie in which people bond together based on inflicting violence against community members is the opposite of 21st century policing and the opposite of a healthy police culture, in my opinion. So he will need this board and the county council to support him and back him up when the inevitable lawsuits are filed alleging that law enforcement officers have a First Amendment right to participate in racist, exclusionary deputy gangs. They do not. And to that end, I respectfully urge this board to release the 2021 County Council legal opinion explaining why there is no legal bar for any elected sheriff to pass and enforce a policy against deputy gangs. That memorandum has existed for quite a long time. It has been held in secret. The prior sheriff would stand on the hustings and literally falsely proclaim that he had no right to investigate deputy gang members because it would run afoul of the First Amendment. We have an opinion that says otherwise, and I think the entire commission, I speak for the entire commission when I say we urge this board to waive the attorney-client privilege and release that immediately. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Kennedy. And again, I speaking for myself, am obviously was very alarmed with the report that you issued a while back, just documenting the history of these gangs and their existence for many, many decades, and the fact that we couldn't do something about it sooner. And what troubles me more is the pain inflicted on our constituents that have come here. Some are seeking retribution, as well as our own employees. There were a few brand new deputies that were beaten up and harassed because they refused to join the gang. So I hear you loud and clear, and definitely we'll have those discussions with our CEO and our county council as we move forward, because as I said earlier, this is a new day. It is a new day, and we have to change our history and make it better. So thank you for all that you've done and all the work you did and all those hours that people came forward and testified, all of 30 some hours you mentioned, 8 hearings. And for those community people that showed up, I think they have to understand that justice has to be for everyone, not just a few. So again, thank you so much. I want to turn my questions now to our OIG and Inspector General Max. You've been involved in this for a number of years. You've seen it, I believe, firsthand in our discussions that we've had in previous years. You've seen it in the jails and at the stations. And I would hope that you could help maybe lend some focus here to kind of better inform this board what your team has seen and what evidence you've been able to ascertain on this issue of gangs.
Thank you, Supervisor. As you know, it's a 50-year problem. Special Counsel Dykesler referred to it as a cancer, and I think that is a correct analogy. It has grown for 50 years, and as a result, it has made its way into every part of the Sheriff's Department, and it must be removed with decisive action. So I appreciate the motion before us. I came from the meeting that prevents the sheriff from being here when he was addressing his command staff, and I'll tell you, he gave a sobering speech regarding the goals ahead of him and his department. the last slide was about this report. So he is listening, his department is listening, and I think it's a fine time to speak, and I appreciate the work of the COC in speaking. Specifically about what we've observed, you know, there's been a strong effort throughout the 50 years to suppress information about the gangs. Nobody knows the names. We identified a list of 42 names that the department itself had identified. And yet, previously they refused to give us information on them. I think that's going to change now. As you mentioned, Eileen Decker, a former United States attorney, has been given a mandate from the sheriff to work this problem. And as you know, the state law of California has been changed to demand a solution to this. So it's no longer just us in LA County fighting. We have support at the state level, and that's important. Because the problem before us isn't just, as was described, a problem of deputies wanting to feel a little better about their deputy work. There's an element in this of violent anti-government extremism. And that's a serious problem across this country, and it's something that we need to be sure that we in Los Angeles County do not allow to infect our law enforcement functions, or we will pay a horrible price. The public will pay a horrible price. I took the Attorney General's office around on an inspection in the latter part of last year at the East LA station where the Bandidos are centered. And I found a logo of a violent extremist group there, along with some other logos encouraging violence, particularly against the government when it attempts to restrict the perceived Second Amendment rights of deputies. I brought that to the attention of the Sheriff's Department, which generated a document that they circulated in which it was described as though I was suggesting there might be a problem here, but there wasn't any solid evidence of it. Well, as you know, members of the 3 Percenters, the group whose logo was up there, have been convicted in the January 6th assault on our Capitol, including an allegation of terrorism causing an enhancement to the prison sentence they have. There's a sheriff in the Southern California area who used to be a member of the Oath Keepers, a group linked to this group. So we're dealing with a problem that is much deeper than just, and I use the term just ironically, the deputy gang problem. After I brought that to the attention of the Sheriff's Department, a flyer was posted in East Los Angeles with my picture and a picture of a gun. And that's within the center of where the Bandidos are. Also, Supervisor Solis, your picture was there too. I think you've heard about this before. To my knowledge, so far, almost no investigation has been done of that matter. So you're right, it's a new day. And I think that the sun is shining brightly on us, but it's not a moment too soon. And I encourage the board to proceed with this motion and to follow up with others as needed as time goes on, and to support Sheriff Luna and what he says is his goal to make a difference in the Sheriff's Department in professionalism, 21st century policing, and getting rid of these gangs.
I just wanted to ask, we talk about the stations and, the jails, but what about custody? I mean, we didn't really touch on that custody component of this. The gangs, are they prevalent in custody at our, for example, Twin Towers or any other detention facility?
The gangs were certainly prevalent in custody when the Sheriff Baca essentially went to war against the FBI in order to defend them against investigation. And so at that time, there were a lot of gang members, and I don't know that they have been removed or transferred, but we haven't seen a lot of direct evidence. I've heard some allegations regarding custody. Certainly there is some very unpleasant iconography that's been put up within custody areas that suggests that there may be something going on there, but we have not been able to uncover direct evidence, which is why my office plans to begin very soon an investigation in which we're going to just name names. One by one, we're going to identify the people in the group, identify whether or not they violate the code section, and provide Brady lists to the district attorney's office, whether they ask for them or not, as required by the Constitution. And when we're done, I expect either my office or Ms. Decker's office to eventually sort out, identify all the groups and figure out which ones are gangs and which ones are something less. To be clear, I fully support the COC's encouragement of a policy that eliminates these groups across the board, regardless of the conduct, in order to protect the public and to protect the deputies from joining one, thinking it's all good, clean fun with just a little skull tattoo, and then finding out, oh my gosh, we're violating the law. I think it's necessary to completely eliminate the groups.
Thank you. And I forgot to mention that the report lays out 27 recommendations. So there's a lot of work to be done, and it's going to be very ambitious on the part of all of us to get that done. Lastly, Madam Chair, I'm very grateful that Frankie Carrillo could be here, and I wanted him to provide his own personal experience regarding deputy gangs, and I think you will find his story very informative, enlightening, and courageous. Frankie?
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for inviting me to share my story, which is actually our story. It's a county story about this issue. I was raised in a small town, Linwood, California, not too far from here, which many at the time referred to as a bedroom community, with folks who were factory workers at the time with Goodyear and Chevy and so on, and also which was the home of the Linwood Vikings. The community, I must stress, was a brave community. They filed, after many years of enduring the Viking nightmare, filed a civil rights lawsuit, the Thomas versus LA County. During that lawsuit, as a 6-year-old boy, my life was turned upside down. There was a crime that was committed in Linwood where an innocent man, Donald Sarpy, was murdered during a drive-by. And that sad case was compounded when they accused the wrong boy, which happens to be me. I was a 10th grader in high school. My life hadn't truly taken form and launched, but I was. I was arrested, accused, tried as an adult, and eventually facing a jury trial. The evidence that was used against me were 5 young boys, and that was it, their eyewitness testimony. And my naive position was, they're just confusing me, they're mistaken. This will all be resolved. The adults who are here will make sure that that happens. And sadly, that's not what happened. The jury came back with a guilty verdict. I was sentenced to 30 years to life, with an additional 6 life sentences on top of that. I'm now 18 years old. Fast forward, I'm 2 decades state custody, from the youth authority all the way through to Folsom Prison. Friends who were there with me would mock me and say, Frankie, just give up, man. Just, your life sentence, you're a lifer. There's nothing you can do. Because if you ever want to see the light of day, you have to prove that the Constitution of the United States failed you. You have to prove that these witnesses lied against you. And you have to prove ultimately the Sheriff's Department was behind it. And lo and behold, I didn't give up. And lo and behold, I proved what I'm telling you here today. The evidence surfaced that those boys weren't lying, they were being manipulated to testify the way they were. They weren't mistaken, they were being coerced by the sheriff deputy, Craig Ditch, who was an admitted Viking gang member, who's now retired. And the story unraveled. So now it all became very clear what had happened and why it happened. And my attorneys proved to the court here in Los Angeles of what I'm speaking to you today. And there truly was no other thing to do was to free me. And so 12 years ago, March of 2011, I was freed and I was exonerated. But I can't forget what happened. My story then moved forward into a civil rights lawsuit where these allegations I'm speaking to you about reached a federal level. And this body awarded me $10.1 million, which at the time was the largest in the country. I'm very grateful for that, thank you. But I can't forget what is happening, what happened to me and what is continuing to happen in this county. And I preface this by talking about this very bold and courageous community of Linwood, these folks who've sued the Sheriff's Department. And what I know from that story and what I know from my own story is that those deputies who were involved back then It broke my heart to learn that when I came home, they were no longer deputies. They were now undersheriffs. They were commanders. They were in the training facilities. They were lieutenants. And maybe they had gone away from their on-the-ground tactics of deputy gang, but they are now throughout the entire department. You know, my story has received international fame through Netflix. There's a story that's being told there, was aired 2 years ago. And it also ranked through the ringer of the Federal Ninth Circuit Court, which is now case law that people can look about this qualified immunity that directly involves my case. All that to say, and I'll use your words, Supervisor Solis, it truly is a new day. It truly is a new day. And I feel terrible that I have to carry the burden of the past. And it bothers me that that's just what it is. But thankfully, I was able to endure that, and here I am to testify about this tragedy. And I am grateful, Sean Kennedy at the COC, the commission who's here, Max Huntsman, this entire board, who has taken this topic very seriously, so that folks like myself, this community, other communities throughout this county, including Antelope Valley that gets forgotten about a lot, does not have to endure this tragedy. And so I am here, obviously, another voice in support of this motion. It is obviously long overdue, but I'm grateful that it's a new day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frankie, and to all three of you, the panel, and to all those in the audience that have been a big part of this ongoing, laborious task of trying to correct a wrong. And I'm just so profoundly grateful for the hard work that each of you have put forward, including other people that may have worked with us here in the county that left because of such bad behavior, for lack of a better word. But this has to change because there are probably thousands of Frankies or Francescas that are out there right now that have been impacted by what has gone on, and we can't allow that to happen anymore. So I am very grateful to the commission for your hard work and persistence, because I know at many times it was up and down, and at some point I didn't also believe that we were going to get to see a day like this. But here we are, so now we have to take this forward. So I thank you. And Madam Chair, I have no further questions. I think the board members would like to continue.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Supervisor Solis, for bringing the motion forward. And I want to start by thanking the Civilian Oversight Commission for your courage to tell the truth in the face of fear and intimidation and gross abuses of power. I want to thank every member of the commission. And although the report was issued this last week, I couldn't get through the whole thing. I had to put it down. I'll just tell you the truth. And I hope to be able to return to it. But I couldn't take it all in one reading. And I am mad as hell that half of the station mentioned are in the district that I have the privilege of representing. A district rich in history and culture of hardworking people who have been abused by law enforcement for far too long. And they and we deserve better. I appreciate that this board has worked to ensure transparency and accountability by the Sheriff's Department, as exhibited by Supervisor Solis and I co-authoring the motion last year that allowed us to put on the ballot, and the voters of LA County overwhelmingly passed, to give us the power to remove a sheriff for misconduct. The work that we've done to address and hear about the harassment of families by the Sheriff's Department, and statewide legislation that we are continuing to support. I hope that those actions send a message to law enforcement that intimidation and secrecy will not be tolerated. But I have to say, I wish I could believe in my heart and soul that it's a new day. And I am not a pessimist by nature. But when I think about the number of black and brown boys and girls who are walking around today on the gang database, who may not even know that they are. When I think about the tomes of state legislation and local legislation dealing with or addressing kids associated with gangs, everything from sentence enhancements to you name it. And the irony that a law enforcement agency that would come to Sacramento and testify in support of that legislation were no better themselves. So I didn't read all 27 recommendations because I couldn't get through the report just yet. But I sure wish that in addition to declaring that they're gangs and rooting them out, that we hold them accountable to some of the same gang-related laws that we hold others to. Maybe they should be added to the gang database. And therefore, their movement tracked, their ability to travel or have family reunions with other family members who are on the gang database, or their ability to get a bank loan or a student loan. Maybe they should be added to the gang database since we have declared that they are gangs, so they can bear the weight of the affiliation that they found so important to their ability to do their job. You know, and hearing the history that you talked about, Mr. Kennedy, just reminded me of an exhibit at the African American Museum in DC that talks about the history of the term patrolman and how it goes back to those who were sent out to retrieve enslaved people who were seeking freedom, and how they were often from the same communities of the enslaved, looked like the enslaved, but were empowered to use extreme force and abuse. And it saddens me to think that in a professional law enforcement environment, hundreds of years later, that many of their actions haven't veered too far from the origins of the whole concept of what a patrolman was. So it's clear that cultural and structural changes need to take place within the department. And I truly hope that Sheriff Luna and the captains at the station do something to eradicate this behavior. I'd also like to ask that the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission consider a supplemental report that includes the qualitative data from community members who have consistently and bravely shared their experiences with deputy gangs. So we really have a complete picture and understanding of the full ramifications that their actions have had on far too many families, poor families, families of color, for decades. You know, Mr. Carrero, I wish that you were the last person to have to endure what you did. But you and I certainly know that you weren't, and may not be the last. As hard as we all work to create a justice system that really is just and fair and equitable, and all the work we've done to support young people so their Miranda rights can't be waived, so under 15 can't be tried as adults. All of those tactics and those intimidation tactics that have been used for multiple generations of law enforcement that wrongly incarcerated people who disproportionately looked like you and me. So I am glad you're here to tell your story and to give all of us the courage to continue to do what we need to do to fight to create a judicial system, a legal system, a carceral system that is humane and just and doesn't disproportionately impact communities who are least able to stand up and defend themselves and are most often least believed. So I am proud to be supporting this motion today, Supervisor Solis. I am sure there will be other motions that will come out of the report. I hope that we do consider leaning in hard and holding those who are found to have gang affiliation accountable to the same provisions that the rest of us are held accountable to if we choose to affiliate with a gang. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to thank you, Frankie, for your courageous vulnerability, for choosing to share your story, not just here, but worldwide. You inspire me, and you inspire countless people to persevere in doing better in our fight for justice. And I am so grateful for you. I am disgusted with what you had to experience, and I am in awe of your strength to come forward and testify here and choose to fight to make change. Thank you. We are honored by your presence here today. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for bringing this motion forward, and the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission, the Deputy Gang Ad Hoc Committee, Special Counsel, all who testified at the hearings about the impact of deputy gangs. For over 50 years, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has been plagued by deputy gangs. This is no secret. It is completely unacceptable and should be a total embarrassment, especially to the people who are closest to the problem and have the most influence in ending it, the people inside the department. These deputy gangs have eroded trust with the community, within their own workforce. These gangs result in low morale, bullying, harassment, and retaliation inside the department, and countless harms outside of the department. None of this is acceptable, and I'm glad to see that our new sheriff has started the work to correct it. But this is work that has been long ongoing with countless people involved. And I want to thank again the commission for continuing to persevere in the face of unthinkable adversity, especially our 3rd District Commissioner, who had the department raid her home, her place of work. It is unthinkable what has happened to people who are simply fighting for justice and for an accountability system that we can all believe in. The recommendations provided by the Civilian Oversight Commission are an excellent start to achieving our goal of eliminating deputy gangs. But we also know that this work has happened with previous Attorney General Becerra, now Attorney General Bonta, Congressman Jimmy Gomez. All levels of government have called for action. So we are well past the point of one more report back, and I am glad to see that this motion demands action. I'm very supportive of this motion. I look forward to future updates on the implementation of these recommendations, the work that our new sheriff is doing to eliminate deputy gangs, and the accountability we all must demand if we want a department and a justice system we can all truly believe in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and I will be short. I want to thank you for coming down, Sean, and I want to thank publicly my appointee, Robert Bonner, who I know has been very vocal on this issue. And Frankie, thank you. I mean, I think that we hear stories, but to have it come from someone who's experienced it, I think drives home the fact of the need for action. And then Max, you know, what can I say, Max? You know, you've taken a lot of hits, reputation-wise and all, and but you kept focused. So thank you for your determination and the strength that you've had as well. You know, I support this, but I also want this board to recognize there are items in here that are going to be civil service and are going to be, bless you, meet and confer. And I want us all to be going into this with eyes wide open because we have to. And Luna, and if you want to respond to that, if you've looked at that, I don't know if the commission did look at that or extrapolate those that we're gonna have to deal with on that level. I guess that'd be a question to you.
Yes, there's a long history of the Civil Service Commission undoing the few instances of discipline. The majority of the jump out boys were reinstated, even though their creed advocating perjury and misconduct on the streets was found in a LASD patrol car. So that's probably the subject of future reporting because it's a real problem.
And I appreciate you saying that. I mean, I think it's important when I look at the I therefore moves, one thing stands out. I think we need to get a report back to this board on what of those 27 are going to require this board to take action, because most of it, well, all of it, is under the sheriff's jurisdiction. We're actually endorsing and recommending that the sheriff do it. Now, we know that the sheriff's committed. The sheriff's committed to moving this forward, but there are things that are going to fall into our lap as it relates to how to get the sheriff where he needs to be. And I think it would be helpful to me, Fezia, if we could vet where those are so that we as a board can start discussing what the next step is, because there's going to be impediments beyond what you talked about in terms of the history and the fact that it's in the department. There are going to be impediments from a bureaucracy standpoint, implementing some of the recommendations. And I just, I don't know if that was taken into consideration, and it doesn't mean we shouldn't. I'm just trying to set the stage for what this board is going to have to take action on.
Well, I'm a former career public defender. I welcome impediments and difficult challenges. I think the commission has something to say on the legalities, because sometimes maybe we ought to fight for what is right in court.
Yeah, and I'm not saying otherwise, but what I am saying is that we're going to adopt this today, and it's going to go over to the sheriff, and then we're going to get a report in 6 months that's going to say 10 of them were implemented, but the rest were not able to, and it's going to be why not? And it's going to be because civil service rules state X, Y, Z. So I just want us to have that information before us moving forward so that we can, as a board, support efforts to right what has been wrong.
Madam Chair, I just want to say that I think, the motion actually calls for COCO, our county council, to be engaged. So this is exactly what we want to try to address. And if we have to find legislative remedies, then we should be on it, because I think the outcry is so strong that we have to do something. This isn't the only union where we've had issues.
And I appreciate that, but it's not even legislative. It's within our own ability on this board.
And we have to be willing to take
Absolutely, and that's why I'm asking for you all to look at that and provide it to us.
Yes.
I mean, there were a couple that stood out to me, but I think it's important because, again, we have a sheriff that's working with us collaboratively, and I think we need to make sure we give him all the tools necessary to succeed.
So Supervisors, County Council and I will work with the Civilian Oversight Commission. We'll go through the recommendations, see which ones have potential impacts to our agreements with labor, and as well as anything in the civil service rules that would require us to take some extra steps to implement.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger. And, I wasn't being dramatic or facetious when I said they should be held accountable to the rules and laws and the books that impact gang members. And so if we really look at those, and if they are then deemed a member of a gang, to look at our existing penal code, that might trump one's civil service status if you are then tagged as a gang member and your activities associated with your gang membership are then determined to be illegal activity. That could then send us down a whole different path. So I would just ask that we consider all of that in totality. And the other thing, I just really wanted to get a response, if I could, from you about my request about a supplemental report that includes the qualitative data from family members sharing their experiences being harassed by deputy gang members.
Yes, that decision was already made Friday.
Oh,
We have only just begun. The issues that are being discussed by this board right now are issues under consideration because there's also federal constitutional provisions that override everything that are not being complied with. We have testifying law enforcement witnesses for the district attorney testifying in criminal trials like Frankie's, where they have had an obligation for 60 years to disclose to the accused the impeaching information about the government witnesses being in a law enforcement gang, and they aren't doing it. And the same with the police shootings. When they investigate the deputy shootings, they investigate the decedent's gang membership, but nobody asks if the deputy who has shot the community member is affiliated and tattooed with the executioners or the banditos. So it's a very complicated process, Supervisor Barger, but the commission welcomes weighing in as well.
Thank you. Well, thank you, my colleagues. Just listening to each and every one of you, so concerned and thoughtful in how we're approaching this. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for how you started off and giving us the testimony of these three men. And may I also say, number one, Max, yeah, you have really gone through it, right? You have been maligned and humiliated and called all sorts of names, and yet you're still here. And the more information that comes out, the more you are affirmed and vindicated for what you have been trying to send the alarms about. So thank you. Did you want to say something?
I do. I want to say you're tooting your own horn because this board backed me when the sheriff came after me.
We did.
And I want you all to know that I appreciated that. You didn't pull the rug out from under me. You let me fight that fight. And it's so far gone pretty good. We're not done. Obviously, there's a lot of work ahead of us. But I really appreciate the support I got back in the dark days. And I hope this is a new day. But thank you all for that. I really appreciate the support of this board.
Well, thank you. Your work is so important, and I'm sure many times you felt alone doing it, but I think a lot of what you have done has brought us here today. And thank you, Sean, Frankie, for your heartfelt testimony. I think it really, going forward, will shape how this board looks at all report backs and continues to stay on top of this. I think the key is implementing these recommendations, monitoring the implementation of the recommendations, some sense of how we should, on this board, deem success or progress. That's going to be interesting and maybe difficult. There might be steps forward and steps backward, but I think it's clear that we're all on the same page. And speaking of the same page, I was, I read what ALAD's, the Deputy Sheriff Union statement was, and just to read it right, that their organization does not condone behavior that is unlawful or intentionally violates the standards of modern professional policing. He said that the union has a legal obligation to defend and represent its members, but that the organization still believes there is a way to work together to, quote, achieve a common objectives without infringing on anyone's rights. So I hope that, will allow us to somehow work together on a pathway forward. And I think that's important for us to bring everybody along as we do this, but to make no mistake about it, that this board of 5 women is adamant and determined. And I think you heard a little bit have losing patience, kind of tired of this discussion. I mean, we were even given a letter of cease and desist by the former sheriff asking us not even to use the word deputy gangs because, in fact, they did not exist. So it does feel like a new day. We will give Sheriff Luna as much support as he needs. You know, I think this is a small issue, but you brought up just the logos that sometimes we find in the stations. And I remember one of the first tours I took, and there was a logo in the lobby of one of the stations. I can't even remember which one it was now, but it was as big as our county seal, and it designated, you know, another name. And I then and there said there should be no other logo in any of our county facilities except our county seal. And everything else should be eradicated. I think that's one of the first steps that we should do to show that we're serious about who we are as a county family and what our values are and what we stand for. But thanks again for your work. Thanks for your bravery and courage in bringing this forward. And with that,
Madam Chair, I do want to thank their staff as well, because commissioners are outstanding in our OIG, but the staff that do the work behind the scenes, including my own staff, Esther Lim, stand. She's shy. But to all of them, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. And now let's hear from the public if they would choose to weigh in on this item. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Dana Garcetti, Danielle Vapi, Hans Johnson, and Patty Giggins. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Okay, folks, yes, this is a great day, and there's no things are different. You know, remember back in the day, 97, when you had the NAP Commission there in Serpico in New York City, and then the second NAP Commission. And what the big difference are is today we have a new sheriff in town, too. We have and he's not from the old school, if you will, and we have your commission was doing a stellar work. But then also you have SB 2 and SB 16, which bring in ability of the civilians to engage this situation and get rid of some bad eggs, etc. So we can only hope for the best and look forward to this thing and really taking care of things. But you're always going to have the group therapy, such we call it band of brothers. That's the nature of the beast. And please get rid of that time clock. Somebody just put it back up. It's an embarrassment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Adriana Batista. You may begin.
I'm definitely in favor of eradicating the LA Sheriff's Department of any and all gangs, sheriff, deputy gangs. This is unfortunately part of LA history, past and present. What a shame. It's also just the amount of damage that they've done to our communities is outrageous. I feel this is a beginning, but it has to continue to be something that this board is in close conversation with the oversight committee, and yeah, just continue to look to their leadership, as they've been very passionate, and even but you know, even with the unlawful and uncoordinated
Thank you.
past Sheriff Villanueva.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Denise Watson. You may begin.
Thank you. My first thought is civilian oversight commissions make recommendations. They do not make the final decision. So they make the recommendations. It goes to the sheriff or whomever the recommendation goes to. And usually the person that it goes to, their job is to maintain and protect county integrity or city integrity so that the city doesn't get sued or the county doesn't get sued. It would probably serve better. I am in support of 55B, but it would probably support better if maybe the Civilian Oversight Commission was able to make the final decision and not have it go to the elected officials. Like, I shouldn't say elected officials, because what happens is, like the gentleman who spoke about his 30 years to life, he talked about those people getting promoted to commanders and training facilities and the higher positions. So unfortunately, that's who's making the final decision.
Thank you.
And
Thank
nothing
you.
happens.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sophia Quinones. You may begin.
Hello. To follow up on the last person speaking, it reminds me when the whole issue came up with the lawsuit within ALADS, there was a minority slate that ran, and that minority slate was there to get rid of the white supremacy with the Linwood Vikings. Well, when Tanaka was running in McDonald, you know, he had to get private money because a judge came in and blocked their funds. That's the history that we have to look at, because the white supremacy is rooted, and it's not only in the sheriff's department, because you have people in the district attorney's office and people on the bench. And so I just wanted to, you know, throw some history in there and for people to research that lawsuit, because after that, ALADS was the ones that said, went up against McDonald so that we couldn't look at those tattoos. That original tattoo. Now a bunch of other tattoos came out with a lot of other gangs and cliques so that you couldn't find the white supremacists. Just want to say for the record. Goodbye.
Thank you. Are we going in person? Ms. Garcetti, are you?
In person.
Yes, hello. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing this motion to eradicate deputy gangs in the Sheriff's Department. My name is Dana Garcetti, and I am one of 3 attorneys assigned to the Law Enforcement Accountability Unit at the Public Defender's Office. Law enforcement misconduct is a focal point for our office, and your motion reinforces the importance of our work. Supervisor Solis, we share your exasperation, which I think also you indicated, Supervisor Hahn. For years, we have known about gangs within the Sheriff's Department, gangs that undermine public faith in police, and that operate under a code of silence, intimidation, and retaliation. As Chair Kennedy said, these gangs do irreparable harm to communities and to our clients. These gangs endanger all of us, including their fellow sworn deputies who refuse to compromise their ethics in order to join the Banditos, the Executioners, the 3,000 Boys, and any of the other gangs named in Chair Kennedy's 2021 report. If I may, if Mr. Huntsman chooses to share the names of the deputies identified as gang members, please share them with the Public Defender's Office and the alternate public defender as well, because it is our clients who will need to prove, who will need to impeach those deputies who choose to take a stand.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you for commenting. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Danielle Butler-Vappy, and I'm the Interim Executive Director of the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission. Thank you for allowing me time to speak, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your leadership in bringing this motion forward to support the Commission's recommendations to eradicate deputy gangs in the Sheriff's Department. The Commission's report was in response to the Board's September 2021 motion to eradicate deputy gangs and create stronger civilian oversight. The report underscores the negative impact these gangs have on the community and the Sheriff's Department. The report provides 27 clear recommendations to eradicate deputy gangs in the areas of leadership and supervision, policies and training, redeployments and rotations, and accountability. As I request your support to adopt the report's recommendations and urge Sheriff Luna to implement them, I know that our work in this area is not done with this report. We have faith that the Sheriff's Department current leadership understands the damage that deputy gangs cause, and that Sheriff Luna and his department will be a partner in working to eliminate gangs from the department and the culture it creates. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, Patty. Welcome.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Shall I go?
Greetings, everyone. I'm Patty Giggins, Executive Director of Peace Over Violence and Commissioner on the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission. This report calls for immediate action to adopt the 27 recommendations, once and for all, to root out the cancer that has caused great harm to the community and eroded trust in the department. After decades of negligence, this is a chance at a new beginning. We must all stay vigilant and unified in demanding this accounting, cleansing, and transformation, and our sheriff cannot do it alone. It's going to require all of us, the community, this board, to be courageous and really survey the outcomes of these recommendations. I've been a COC commissioner for 6 years and an inaugural appointee. I chaired it twice, and I'm grateful to have had this opportunity, this challenging opportunity, even with the targeted retaliation against so many of us. Serving on this commission has been some of the most meaningful work in violence prevention I have done in 40 years of my career. It has been meaningful to hear the stories from the families whose loved ones were killed and who are brave enough to keep questioning, demanding answers, and telling their stories. It has been validating to hear from the past and current deputies. Now is the time to get the job done. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your service. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, I'm Hans Johnson. I'm a resident of the 1st District and also a member of the Civilian Oversight Commission. I'm here to thank Supervisor Solis for her motion and for the expressions of support from the other supervisors. And with special thanks to my fellow commissioners, including one who personally has borne the stripes of the retaliation so thoroughly documented in this report. The 17 recommendations around stations and deputy gangs and the 10 specific recommendations for accountability are stellar, but I want to add one additional realm of involvement that has not yet been mentioned, and that is by the public. We, as members of the public, and Angelenos generally, share in the responsibility to keep the pressure on for this implementation, and I want to thank the supervisors for their expressions of support for doing just that. In particular, the supervisor from the 2nd and 3rd District for their comments here today. Thank you so much for your leadership. Let's get this done. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, or do we have any other speakers?
No other speakers.
No other speakers? Any other supervisor want to say anything? Okay, hearing no other comments, item 55B is now before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. To approve this item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 55B is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor
It is a
Solis.
new day.
Aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell. Aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath. Aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger. Aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn. Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not posted on the agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. It's my understanding that Supervisors Solis and Mitchell will read in motions. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a read-in, but I believe that we can vote on it today, is what I'm told by County Council, so I'd like to go right into it. And you have agreed to co-author, Madam Chair, so thank you so much. Colleagues, this motion before us calls for action on what we have been hearing: illicit substances and contraband entering into our juvenile halls. I heard last night that this past weekend there were searches conducted with canine search units at Barry J. Nordoff, which resulted in finding over 40 vape pens, dozens of Xanax pills, at least 5 cell phones, and a bag of crushed up pills. And I'm aware that during an earlier search that they found fentanyl pills, I believe 50, in a juvenile hall unit. Prior to searches earlier this month, we learned of 2 overdoses that happened at Barry J. Nordoff.
Right.
Fortunately, the board supported a motion earlier this year to provide Narcan and training to staff. Narcan was used to save those youth who overdosed. I also know that we're having major issues at Central Juvenile Hall with individuals throwing illicit substances and contraband over the walls. I do want to recognize that we know that the probation department is engaged to address this, but I believe this requires immediate action. Therefore, the read-in motion is before us. and the directives read, "We therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the probation department to report back in writing in 14 days on how the department is immediately addressing the flow of illicit substances and contraband that are entering the county's juvenile halls, which should include, at a minimum, using canine search teams to conduct searches of housing units only for illicit substances and contraband, supplementing existing security stationed at the entrances and perimeters with law enforcement, including the use of canine search teams, and reporting of the Office of Inspector General and Probation Oversight Commission on any complaints of misuse or misconduct on the use of canine search teams, and documentation on the deployment of canine search teams with date, time, units, names of staff involved in search, names of staff assigned to the unit, and what was discovered, measures taken, and other relevant information. Working with the Department of Public Health to make Narcan readily and easily accessible to youth and educated and training youth on how to use Narcan. Direct the Office of Inspector General and Probation Oversight Commission to provide the board with an initial report back in writing 45 days after the implementation of Directive 1 and 60 days thereafter on whether expanding the use of canine search teams and supplementing existing security with law enforcement was effective in reducing the flow of substances and contraband in the juvenile halls. Any misuse or misconduct on the use of canine search teams, any discrepancies with reporting on searches, and recommendations on addressing illicit substances and contraband. Direct the Office of Inspector General with support from the Probation Oversight Commission to provide a report back in writing within 30 days with details about their in-depth and comprehensive investigation into how illicit substances and contraband are entering the facilities, including through staff and visitors, with recommendations, if any, to address illicit substances and contraband from entering the juvenile halls. Direct the Department of Youth Development in collaboration with the Office of Inspector General and Probation Oversight Commission to provide a report back to the board in writing in 14 days with an implementation plan of programs centered on reducing the use of substance use by youth. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will second that motion, but we will vote on this motion after hearing public comment on all the remaining items. Is that correct? Okay.
Horvath has an amendment.
An amendment to this. Okay. I didn't see that in my. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we received the item this afternoon, so we just worked on it since then. I just wanted to add 2 additional directives, items 5 and 6, which are being circulated to the board. Item 5 would direct the probation department to report back in 14 days about their immediate effort with probation staff with supervisorial duties to initiate disciplinary procedures against any employee who has knowledge of another employee enabling the spread of illicit substances but does not report those activities to their supervisor. And 6, direct the probation department to report back in 14 days about their work to immediately begin the discipline process, including termination for any employee who, in violation of county policy, is found to be enabling the spread of illicit substances in any juvenile probation facility. I wanted to make very clear that this is not the youth who are causing this issue. It is others who are bringing these illicit substances, and if our staff are enabling that, that we immediately address it with our relevant disciplinary action. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Barr, you want a second? Well, you don't really need to, do you need a second amendment? Well, you just need to accept, you need to accept it. Yeah.
I think it's fine if there's no issue with respect to, it's a report back, so we're good.
Yeah, okay.
We vetted with County Council. Thank you for accepting the amendment.
Okay. We'll now hear, Supervisor Mitchell is who we will now hear from.
And thank you very much for that, Madam Chairwoman. I have 2 read-ins today, colleagues. These are motions I intend to present to the board on March 21st. The First one has to deal with our ARPA dollars. Since being signed into law in March of 2021, the American Rescue Plan investments made throughout LA County have helped power a historic recovery, leading to the largest job growth ever in a calendar year. The federal Treasury's rules for ARP deployment have allowed the county to address not only the near-term impacts of the pandemic, but also the underlying historic disparities exacerbated by COVID-19, including long-term health disparities, underinvestment in micro businesses, and underserved neighborhoods in need of safe, healthy environments. The county has already allocated both tranches of our historic $1.9 billion through our groundbreaking equity formula. Since December of 2022, the board has not received a public briefing on the progress the county is making toward contracting for art programs invested in communities and community impact. To keep with transparency and to allow for the public to know the progress the county is making in investing ARP dollars with an equity lens, it's imperative to have this information shared directly in a public open setting. So the motion that I will be bringing forward on March 21st reads as follows. It will direct the CEO to present to the board at the March 21 board meeting with an update on the county's progress toward implementing the American Rescue Plan Act, including the amount of the county's $1.9 billion that has been both obligated and expended across each ARP program and by department.
Okay. Thank you.
That's the first one. Shall I go on to my second one?
Yes, go ahead.
Chair? Okay, let me put my hands on it here.
And these both are to be placed on a future agenda.
March 21st,
Okay.
please. Okay, I have too much paper. Hang on one second. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's 4 pages. My next one Thank you. This motion I intend to place on the March 21st board agenda as well. The county has a sacred obligation to provide a safe, healthy, and rehabilitative environment for the young people in our care. The crisis in our juvenile halls has made it necessary to develop and implement multiple strategies to ensure that we are more appropriately serving our young people in the short term. This should include the creation and implementation of a structured release system. So the goal is to ensure that each young person is placed in the least restrictive setting possible to most appropriately meet their needs. This requires that probation and its partners more proactively develop release plans and identify young people appropriate for release or placement in a least restrictive setting. So they are not incarcerated for any longer than is necessary. This motion would instruct the Chief Probation Officer to convene several stakeholders to implement a collaborative approach. In addition, the motion would instruct the Chief to work with the Department of Youth Development in facilitating access to programs and services to support each young person's reentry. This is a critical time to review and improve the systems that are normally relied on to accomplish this. While Supervisor Horvath, who is going to co-author this motion with me, and I intend to place this motion on the next board agenda, the Probation Department doesn't need to wait for board action to take these steps outlined in the directives. However, I do urge the department to more proactively and collaboratively develop release plans and identify young people who can be safely and appropriately released to the least restrictive setting. It was Madam Chair, it was a 4-page motion, so I didn't read the whole thing, but it has been made available and on the public website, I believe, as of now. Again, I'll be bringing the motion back for March 21st. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for your sponsorship.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other specials? Seeing none, we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all remaining items not held by the supervisors and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on the remaining items and general public comment.
Members of the public, when you You will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items in general public comment. You will have 1 minute for one item, 2 minutes for two or more items, and additional 1 minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda items you will be addressing. You will only address the board on these items. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will Lee is seen, Dr. Genevieve Cleverell, Ryan Yu, Margaret McCrum, Dave Gelati, Arnold Sachs, Wendy Ramallo, Heather Moore, Nicholas Tirado, Lorenzo DeHidio, Antigone Robinson, Maxie Sabasic, Adrian Reynosa, and Charmaine Bell. Please come forward. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Kenya Robbins Harold. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Kenya Robbins Harold. I'm doing general public comment. I'm a Los Angeles County employee, and I'm calling about change in LA County return to work policy. Per DHR, effective March 2022, the county launched a new disability management compliance program, which replaced return to work program. Under the new DMC program, conditional assignment forms and its practice is obsolete. Conditional assignments allowed employees to receive temporary assignments for permanent work restrictions while the county seeked permanent reasonable accommodations within the department and did a countywide job search through DHR, through PPG 621 if necessary. Employees are able to work and maintain our family support. I asked for the policy and I'm told it's not in writing as of yet. A new policy that's not in writing is being used to my detriment for myself and others, and we're not able to reference anything in writing. The written policy allows for conditional assignments, and we're not being allowed to benefit from it. I don't think it's appropriate for LA County to implement a policy that's not in writing to our detriment, especially when there is a written policy that serves the employee's best interest.
Thank you.
I would like to know if the board can look
Next
into.
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sophia Quinones. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, public comment. Good afternoon. I was calling in because I wanted to make sure that Supervisor Hilda Solis knows that the East LA Boyle Heights Coalition would like a meeting with her. We want to discuss a very serious situation regarding a project on Cinco Puntos, and to us, we believe that is an anti-Mexican hate crime. Also, I wanted to speak to item number 2. Ms. Mitchell, your motion last week had to deal with equity, inclusion and having a seat at the table. And you guys sent out something having to do with 5G, a letter, and the community has to have a seat at the table when you send letters out. And so tomorrow we'll be having a press conference regarding 5G at Resurrection Church. Also, last week I was not able to speak under public comment. I felt I was censored because there was I wanted to address one of the comments that I wasn't able to address when Chair Hahn recommended that if East LA wanted to be incorporated, we go through LAFCO. Well, it's been 173 years. And when our area, not only our area, but the Black community was segregated, there was gerrymandering. And all the history of LAFCO, there was never had to do a feasibility study to say that we could sustain ourselves. And so why would we believe the same county board that stole so many resources and gerrymandered our districts that there was no funds to sustain a city? We could have sustained a city, but when the original lines were drawn, and this was a very racist time, little by little, our incorporated areas got carved away, and cities all alongside started taking portions, taking away the economic resources. And I offered to pay for an audit to prove that this was happening, and the county blocked it. So I just wanted to share some of that history with you. And I also wanted to talk to you because today we talked about the emergency response because of what happened in Ohio. We demand the same type of response to the Exide catastrophe, where 7 million pounds of lead are contaminating our families, and we've died. The letter that was sent out regarding Exide, we didn't have a seat at the table, and there were a lot of names left out of it, including representatives that represent Black and brown communities that have been exposed to this environmental racism that has happened since the county started. Yesterday, I got to speak with representatives from Ms. Hahn's office, and I reached out to the medical professionals that dealt with the 9/11 towers that came down, and they recommended other professionals.
Thank you.
And I've also worked with Dr.
Thank you very
Rothbauer.
much. Thank you for calling. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Gia Savio. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I would like to speak on item 29 as well as general public comment.
I think you should go ahead.
Can I go?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So I'm glad to see that you have declared a state of emergency in regards to homelessness, because that's definitely the case throughout our county. I think everyone agrees. However, I'm very concerned that you are allowing the eviction moratorium to expire. We all know evictions are the real #1 cause of homelessness. And a lot of people are still catching up from the pandemic. A lot of people are still out of work or have lost someone in their family that they might have depended on. So a huge wave of evictions will be happening if we allow the moratorium to expire. So I'm glad that you are remembering Women's History Month, but what about all the women who are right now at the very brink of possibly losing their housing because of this moratorium expiring? I want to really urge you to extend the moratorium until the state of emergency in regards to homelessness is resolved, because there is no way that we will solve homelessness if we allow landlords to continue evicting tenants just out of greed. You talk about, supporting the LGBT community, supporting mental health services. All of this is moot if we allow people to continue being thrown into the streets, because, being evicted and displaced is the #1 cause of mental health issues for a lot of people as well. And we know the LGBTQ community is highly impacted by it. We know a lot of women are stuck in abusive relationships because they have nowhere to go because housing is so unaffordable and they're afraid to find anything else. So please extend the eviction moratorium
Thank you for
until
calling in.
we're done with homelessness.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
I will. Okay. Thank you. I will address on general public comment and several of the other many items. Great work on all these items. I just want to say, Huntsman has put in such a long tour of duty. Maybe now that we have Eileen Decker, it would obviate the need for him to have to do any more heavy lifting, and he could finally take his place on the Museum of Natural History Board. I don't know. I think it's time to make some legitimate changes. I was very upset to hear, though it was a little compelling, about the dogs going in, because it's something I've always pointed out. If you want to stop contraband, you just need to get a good dog involved. So that's great that it's working. I just hope that it's stopping short of, grabbing the youth, which I'm sure it is. Good work. And it's ironic because at City Hall today, they were interviewing a robotic dog, and Unisys and some of the outspoken young members of the council were raising eyebrows because people are worried about a computerized surveillance dog. We don't want to lose the jobs. So what can I say? This meeting is very unwieldy. I would like it if we didn't cloud the front up with repeats from last week about how great we're doing on the fire department equity piece, because we're doing terribly. It is important to raise it up, but not to the detriment of other dialogue. But keep up the good work, and let's get everybody to Washington as quickly as possible, because that is our top priority for me, and I think for the rest of the county. So thank you.
Thank you. That does not sound like a robo-dog in the background, Eric Previn. Sounded like a real one.
No, that was a real dog.
Next speaker,
That was a real
please.
dog.
Our next participant is Sandy Navarro. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Sandy Navarro. I'm speaking on general public comment. I'm a resident in District 2 as well as a community health worker and an artist. Last year, I worked with Esperanza Community Housing and We Rise to host the first South Central Film Festival that drew over 300 community members, including youth, who walked away with much needed mental health resources. While we are proud of the impact we have made, we are deeply concerned after learning that DMH and Cal Mesa are not funding We Rise, but instead offering direct grants to organizations that entail covering costs upfront, unrealistic and impractical timelines, as well as insurance requirements that make funding inaccessible for some groups. Deviating from a successful model that is We Rise not only excludes groups who have been dedicated to getting mental health resources into the hands of community, but it creates inefficiencies and disruptions in services. Rather than interrupting the momentum of We Rise, we ask the county to invest in multi-year funding and engage community groups in the process. Thank you, supervisors, for your time and for advocating for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Adriana Batista. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I'm talking on items 19, 15, 10, 55G, and public comment not on the agenda. Enhancing equity, diversity, and inclusion at the fire department without considering the fire camps, men, women, and youth at juvenile detention centers who fight fires throughout LA County and who are paid below minimum wage. This is, you cannot address you cannot have an anti-racist agenda without including these folks who are oftentimes put at the most dangerous critical areas of firefighting. And also discussing the LGBTQ flag, besides the symbolic representation of having the flag out, what are you going to do to protect queer folks from hate crimes, which are increasing in LA County and are not taken seriously by our law enforcement, who are often racist and sexist pigs? The same sheriff's department that killed Charles Towns, Fred Williams, Dijon Kizee, and so many more murdered brothers and sisters in LA County run our correctional department, including the juvenile centers that Supervisor Solis addressed that are being affected by opioids. And that's even more reason to very critically eradicate the gangs and the abuse that is out of control in that department. Also, you cannot talk about environmental justice and equity and open the meeting with a land acknowledgement without addressing the fact that the county has failed the indigenous people of this land. Begin the process of returning land to LA's First Peoples and sustain it to support tribal efforts for housing, cultural practices, and stewardship, such as Karavunga Springs, Puvunga, and other sites identified by First Peoples. The U.S. government signed and broke treaties with the Gabrielino Chongva, promising 1.55 million acres, over half of LA County in 1851. We cannot expect the people of LA to honor the land if we continue to dishonor the land's original ancestral stewards. And justice for Charles Towns, fire Clarissa Prentes, fire Eliza Morales. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
This is Roland Heights, Roy here. And on item number 9, the supervisor should be taken to the woodshed on it. Did you have the audacity to put the sheriff's situation there together with the juvenile hall, that is just plain evil and wrong. And general public comment, I want to thank Supervisor Solis unendingly for last week's situation where she was lamenting that anything should be done in this light of transparency that would possibly slow the business of the board down. And I tell you, that was hilarious. What has taken between Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Solis more than a year, and still that burnout shell of the Martinez house is still, which should have been condemned and taken down, a year ago. So thank you for the levity. I really appreciate it. And take the damn clock off of the screen unless you want to hire me to run it, okay? And I work for cheap, minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers in queue to address the board.
And let's go in person. Hello, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Yu. I'm here with my wife. We are mom and pop landlords, and we are begging you to let the eviction moratorium expire. We're being crushed under the weight of tenants who refuse to pay rent. We've had tenants who have been impacted by COVID, and we have worked it out with them. In many cases, in every case, we just forgave the debt. We let them go on their way. They were honestly trying, and we could see the difference. The ones who are left are taking advantage of us, and we have been. The idea of solving homelessness is noble and beautiful, and I see your hearts. When my wife and I walked in here, we were so blown away by the good energy in this room. This eviction moratorium is making us pay for what is happening with the homeless situation. We are paying for it. We are the ones who are funding it, and we can't do it anymore. We're very happy as citizens and as part of the electorate to do our part at the beginning of the pandemic, but 3 years is enough. Please, 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 let it expire. Let us be able to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we have someone go over and make sure that he's aware of all the assistance that is available? There might be some assistance available for you.
Can I just say one thing
Yes,
about that?
go ahead.
Which is that the money which you've allocated, thank you so much. It covers a tiny fraction of the people, right? Because there's so many people in LA, and we totally understand.
I understand.
That. We're actually asking you not to send money to us. Please, if there's any money to be allocated, give it to people who will become homeless. Give it to tenants who actually need help. You can identify the ones who really need it. You could hire people to work with them. Please, give it to them.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to you and your wife for coming down and making your voices heard. Dr. Cavarel.
Yes, this is a very tough issue, and I'm going to speak on it to public comment, but I was hoping today that after me coming this morning and talking about my situation and the issue with LASA, somebody would come and talk to me, but nobody did. Well, I shouldn't say that. Tyler did. He always does. He always follows through. It's the people from LASA who are not follow through. And I think you need to do something about it. They need to be investigated because there's many more people who are going to be homeless because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Please, investigate what's going on with LASA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Antigone Robinson, and I will be speaking on general public comment on behalf of AHF about the STI epidemic in LA County. BIPOC and other disadvantaged communities are likely to both become infected by an STI and suffer the long-term health complications that result from a lack of treatment. In LA County, the syphilis incident rates for African Americans in 2021 and 2022 were more than double their representation of the total population. Additionally, when compared to white people nationwide, African Americans are almost twice as likely to refrain from seeking health care due to cost and to not have insurance. LACDPH acknowledges the impact of structural racism on healthcare and have bolstered outreach efforts to these communities. However, they continue to bear a disproportionate share of the STI disease burden in Los Angeles. We ask the Board of Supervisors to prioritize the STI crisis, consider declaring a state of emergency, and prevent further BIPOC communities from suffering chronic health conditions such as the paralysis, blindness, and deafness that can result from late stage or tertiary syphilis.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Maxi Sabakic. I'll be speaking on behalf of general public, on behalf of AIDS Healthcare Foundations about sexually transmitted infections in LA County. In the last two STD reports back, LA County Department of Public Health aimed to expand STI screening within various healthcare settings and establish baseline screening rates for subpopulations at elevated risk for STIs. However, these tangible testing and screening rates have still not been set. Without a baseline, the DPH cannot expect compliance within the expanded healthcare settings, which now offer testing and treatment, such as mobile units, emergency rooms, primary care offices, hospitals, schools, and the ER. We ask that DPH prioritize the identification of these tangible baselines and incentives for compliance. Establishing additional structure can help motivate providers to adhere to public health's STI practice recommendations and facilitate a significant reduction in the new STI cases per year. Please direct DPH to escalate these items from Tier 2 to Tier 1 of the latest proposed STI disease control interventions. AIDS Healthcare Foundation and other community-based organizations are willing to collaborate to set the STI screening baseline for LA County.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Lorenzo DeGidio, and I will be speaking on general comment on behalf of AIDS Healthcare Foundation about the need to bolster public health efforts and declare a state of emergency for sexually transmitted infections in LA County. LA County Board of Supervisors and Department of Public Health must take swift action to address the surge of STIs in Los Angeles before it is too late. During the COVID-19 and monkeypox epidemics, county officials found ways to reduce barriers for testing and treatment like creative new local funding streams, simplifying paperwork, integrating data systems, and relying on point-of-care testing. We ask that the board and DPH utilize the same strategies for STIs. The increasing numbers of babies born dead with syphilis and strains of antibiotic-resistant gonorrhea is just as serious as COVID-19 or monkeypox and should be treated with the same urgency. Declaring a public health emergency on STIs would enable the Department of Public Health to secure additional funding, expand testing and treatment, and to bolster other efforts such as contact tracing or health promotion. We must act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. So I've got a few items left, but that's okay. You got rid of item O, monkeypox, but you kept items H about the COVID-19 and item I about the novel coronavirus. You know what that was named after? That was named after a sheriff in Orange County. It had to do with gadflies. Gadflies are people who came to meetings and talked about items on the agenda. I was a gadfly. I was coming to these meetings in 2008. At that time, the county's budget was $18 billion. I heard a couple of weeks ago the county's budget is over $44 billion. 2017 was quite a year for one of the ex-supervisors. Got rid of the Affordable Care Act, talked about homeless, talked about some of the damages. You haven't said anything about the recent rainstorms and all the damage that was done. Why don't you add that to your A list right here? We have flooding and everything else. Let's see. Sunshine Canyon landfill was doubled in 2008 from 36,000 tons to 66,000 tons. It's the math. You have a $6 planning magazine for a lot of items in downtown LA. Are you aware of that? It's 21st century policing. 21st century started in the year 2001, not in the year 2000 as some people might think. I've heard people think that it started in the year 2000. That's pretty stupid. It's not only uplifting, it's epic. You've got to put your laser-like focus back onto what the public needs. The most important piece of legislation was the Obamacare.
Do we have any other members of the public that have signed up to speak?
Supervisor.
No?
No.
Okay, thank you. At this time, it would be appropriate to hear, no. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting.
The following items are before you: 1 and 2, 4 through 8, 12 and 13, 16 through 18, 21 through 24, 26 through 29, 31 through 40, 42 through 54, 55A, 55D through 55G, 55H as revised, 58, SD1, 1D and 2D, 4D, 56A, Supervisor Solis, read in motion as amended by Supervisor Horvath.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, at this time, it would be appropriate to hear adjournments. We will begin with Supervisor Solis. So it'll be first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, in that order.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Georgina Racheta, Solomon Doden, and Luna Doden. Georgina Rachete, Solomon Doden, and Luna Doden tragically passed away as a result of a fire at their apartment complex this past weekend in the city of West Covina. Georgina grew up in the San Gabriel Valley and attended La Puente High School and had built a life in her community. Her friends say Georgina was fiercely protective of her grandchildren and a doting grandmother, always ready to provide love and support to her family. Solomon and Luna were 3 years old and 3 months old, respectively, and had bright futures ahead of them, extinguished before they had the opportunity to embark. Georgina, Solomon, and Luna are survived by Enrique and Pamela, extended family and friends, as well as the community of West Covina, all of whom have been impacted by this horrible tragedy. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Hussein Mioni Tabatabai. October 2nd, 1952, in Mashhad, Iran, Mr. Tabatabai passed away on Tuesday, February 28th, 2023, at the age of 70. In 1976, Hussein would make his way to the United States and settle in Los Angeles County. His life would symbolize that truly unique American history that millions of immigrants have lived. He married Maria Luceria Padilla Rodriguez and found a home in unincorporated Roland Heights. Over the next 40-plus years, they would raise 3 sons and endure the death of a daughter. For over 2 decades, Hussein was heavily involved in Roland Heights Little League and the Roland Raiders Junior All-American Youth Football Program. Whether it was working the grill at the annual pancake breakfast, dragging the baseball field into a game, or just being involved in the lives of their young athletes, Coach Tab was larger than life in presence. Hussein is survived by 3 sons, Shahab, Tarja, and Eric, as well as 5 grandchildren, Cyrus, Naraya, Noriana, Tobias, and Ruby, and countless nieces and nephews and friends who will never forget the impact he had on their lives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Dennis Green. Mr. Green was born on September 29, 1960 in Baytown, Texas, and passed away this past February 19th at the age of 62 here in Los Angeles. He relocated to the 2nd District at a young age with his family and proudly attended 92nd Street School, Markham Junior High, and David Starr Jordan High School. Mr. Green was a dedicated county employee who served for 35 years. He promoted numerous times during his career, and in his last role, he was a legal office support assistant in the automotive fraud unit of the District Attorney's Office. Before joining the county, he worked as a teacher's aide for his own high school and as a choreographer for the cheer and drill team. His larger-than-life personality and attention to detail garnered the respect and admiration of his students and their parents. As part of his service to the county, he was a very active member of SEIU 721 as a work site organizer, trainer, advocate, and shop steward. In his spare time, he enjoyed cooking and hosting guests at his home. He was also a devoted man of God who regularly attended Paradise Baptist Church. He will be remembered as an extraordinary leader and mentor, an exemplary employee, and a loving family man and friend. He is survived by his brother and sister-in-law, Anthony and Sandra, niece Irene, 3 nephews, Anthony, Greg, and Deshaun, a host of extended family, friends, and colleagues of the county and SEIU who will miss him dearly. Madam Chair, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Jethronia Stallworth, who was the mother of my executive assistant, Wendy. I just teased Wendy and I said clearly her mother's father's name was Jethro. And Wendy said yes, she was probably the only Jethrolonia in the world. Proudly. All right, Jethrolonia. Mrs. Stallworth, the beloved mother again of our executive assistant and 40-year county employee, Wendy, was born on January 18, 1939 in Tunnel Springs, Alabama, and passed away February 23rd, surrounded by her family at the age of 84. She attended Monroe Training School in Alabama and relocated to the city of Compton in 1957. In the same year, she reconnected with Leston, a childhood friend from Alabama, who also happened to be living in Los Angeles. They were happily married 9 months later, and 4 children were born to this loving union. Utilizing her training and skills from trade school, she secured a career as a machine operator for Xerox, where she proudly worked for 26 years before retiring. During her career, she also served as a union steward who fought for employees to receive pay raises, health, dental, and retirement benefits. She enjoyed cooking and was known for her delicious peach cobblers and sweet potato pies. She was an avid card player and enjoyed playing various card games with her family and friends. In addition, she was a faithful member for many years of St. Albert the Great Church in the city of Compton. She will be remembered for her unconditional love for her family and friends, her sense of humor, and her impressive culinary skills. She was preceded in death by her husband, Leston, and leaves behind to cherish her memory her 4 children, Daryl, Leston Jr., Timothy, and Wendy, 3 daughters-in-law and 1 son-in-law, 6 grandchildren, and 10 great-grandchildren, as well as a host of extended family and friends who will all miss her dearly and keep her memory alive. I hope you'll join me in extending our condolences to Wendy and her family. And absolutely, I will ask that all members join. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 adjournments today. I first move that when we adjourn in memory of Burt Bacharach, who died on February 8th. He was a resident of the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of Los Angeles. With his partner Hal David, composer Burt Bacharach wrote some of the biggest hits of American pop music, many of which were sung by Dionne Warwick, including Walk On By, I Say a Little Prayer, Alfie, Do You Know the Way to San Jose, The Look of Love, and What the World Needs Now. Don't worry, I won't sing them for you today. This absolute legend's career spanned 7 decades and included 7 Hot 100 #1 hits with 1,000 artists recording his songs. In 2015, Rolling Stone ranked Bacharach and David at number 32 for their list of 100 greatest songwriters of all time. Bacharach's music is influenced by his background in jazz and uncommon selections of instruments for small orchestras. He arranged, conducted, and produced much of his recorded output. Bacharach is survived by his wife, Jane Hansen, and his children, Oliver, Raleigh, and Christopher. Next, I move that when we adjourn...
All members for Burt Bacharach.
Absolutely, all 5. And next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Julian Wasser. Photojournalist Julian Wasser died on February 8th. He was a resident of Los Angeles. He chronicled LA celebrity culture of the 1960s, including photos of the young Paul McCartney and Elton John, Steve McQueen, Angelica Houston, Jack Nicholson, and Joan Didion. He was also a witness to and documenter of history. He captured Robert F. Kennedy at the Ambassador Hotel the evening he was assassinated. When the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke at a civil rights rally in Los Angeles in 1963, he was there. With his Nikon in tow, Wasser used his considerable gift of gab to flatter, cajole, and excite his subjects. He treated celebrities like friends, once bringing Zubin Mehta, then director of the Los Angeles Philharmonic, to the Whiskey A Go-Go. I thought he'd get a kick out of it, Wasser told W Magazine. He hated it. Gallerist Craig Kroll, who represented him for 30 years, said he had an unflinching eye for the intensity of experience in LA, whether it's a club on the Sunset Strip or the Manson murders or the Watts riots. He is survived by his daughter, Alexi. Finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Susan Othmer. Susan Fitzgerald Othmer died on February 3rd. A neuroscientist by training, she became a leader in neurofeedback, driven by a desire to help her son, who had seizures and behavior difficulties that required physiological intervention. She was the president of the Brian Othmer Foundation and clinical director at the EEG Institute, located in Woodland Hills. She also founded the Topanga Canyon Docents, which provided experiences of the natural environment to school-aged children. She is survived by her husband, Siegfried, son, Kurt, and brother, Joseph. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of James Wesley Bryan, who practiced ophthalmology in the South Bay from 1972 to 2018. He was chief of staff at Little Company of Mary. The elder of identical twins, Jim grew up in Kansas City, played basketball at Stanford, and went to Cornell Medical School. He served in the 44th Medical Brigade in Vietnam, then completed his residency at the Mayo Clinic. He settled in Palos Verdes, where he lived most of his adult life. Jim is survived by his wife, Michelle, his daughters, Lisa and Holly, sons-in-law, Joe and Steve, and 5 grandchildren, Brian, Olivia, Bradley, Audrey, and Grace. He's also survived by his twin, Timothy Leslie Bryan, his big sister, Dr. Barbara Bryan Heiss, and their families. He will be interred at the Riverside National Cemetery. He was beloved. Thank you. And Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of William J. Galloway, longtime resident of Pasadena, who passed away at the age of 81 on March 2nd. William proudly served his country in the United States Army from 1966 to 1968, including a tour in Vietnam. His last year in the Army took him to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where he met his wife, Brenda. Their 54-year marriage produced 2 sons, Joey and Stephen. William attended Pasadena schools, Washington Junior High School, John Muir High School, and then Pasadena City College, and remained dedicated to education in Pasadena throughout his entire life. Bill and Brenda engaged in philanthropy both locally and on the national level. They endowed the Galloway Plaza, a beautiful sculpture garden at Pasadena City College, the first facility at PCC named after an African American. William was a member of many organizations, including the Smithsonian National Board, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, Pasadena Development Corporation, Pasadena City College Foundation, Los Angeles County Judicial Procedures Commission, Pasadena Museum of California Art, Pasadena Playhouse, Pasadena Police Foundation, and I could go on and on. His civic involvement was boundless, and he was honored by many of these organizations for his many contributions throughout his lifetime. He will be missed as both a leader and as a friend in the community. He's survived by his wife, Brenda, his 2 sons, Joey and Stephen, and daughter-in-law, Ariana, and his 7 grandchildren. Also, that when we adjourn, we do so in memory of Fred Joseph Apolito, resident of Saugus, who passed away at the age of 93. Fred was born in Brooklyn, New York, and attended Heron High School in Manhattan. Prior to spending a short time in the U.S. Navy as a seaman 2nd class, Fred went to technical school in New York to become a TV cameraman. He met his sweetheart, Frances, in Brooklyn. After Frances's family moved to Los Angeles, they reconnected and were married on November 17, 1953 in North Hollywood, California. Fred owned a carpet cleaning business before he joined College of the Canyons in November of 1971, where he worked as a warehouseman. He was loved and adored by many at the college. Fred retired from COC in December of 1993. He was a devoted husband, father, grandfather, brother, and friend. He was faithful to God and his family, and he was such a wonderful role model. He's survived by his children, Anne Marie Pino, Terry Gibbs, Barbara Apolito, Francesca Apolito, Frederick Apolito, Ralia Apolito, 9 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, his brother Stephen Apolito, his sisters Terry Albanese, Phyllis Cetera, plus several nieces, nephews, and in-laws. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Guy Embry, longtime resident of Pasadena and World War II Navy veteran, who passed away at the age of 100 on January 13th. Guy attended UC Berkeley and was Phi Beta Kappa. He graduated with a degree in engineering and joined the Navy soon after. During his time in the Navy, he was part of a young engineering team that pioneered the precursor of the modern airplane flight recorder. After his military service, he dedicated his life to his family and his business, Embry Buses, Inc. Embry Buses is a family business founded by Guy's parents, Guy and Lula Embry. Throughout his life, Guy was committed to providing excellent bus transportation services to the Pasadena Unified School District, church groups, and charter tours. Along with this, Guy was a lifelong member of Holliston United Methodist Church in Pasadena, where he was baptized, married, and served the congregation by championing the preservation of its historic architecture, including the maintenance of its magnificent pipe organ. For his 100th birthday, a concert was held for him using this historic organ. Guy was also a life member of the Society of Automotive Engineers and the Pasadena Kiwanis Club. In the 1960s, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors adjourned in memory of his father, Guy Luther Embry. This honor was displayed in Guy's corporate office in Pasadena throughout his lifetime. He will be dearly missed by the Pasadena community for his many lasting contributions and will be remembered for his commitment to his family, his country, and his community. He's survived by his 3 children, Marley McElvin, Anita Stadler, and Ryan Embry, along with several nieces and nephews. Also, we adjourn in memory of John Nobrega Jr., former councilman and longtime resident of Monrovia, who passed away on February 9th at the age of 90. John began his civic engagement when he served in the city's Community Service Commission from 1972 to 1982. He was elected to the Monrovia City Council in 1982 and was reelected in 1986 and again in 1990, with his term ending in 1994. During his tenure on the council, he served multiple years as mayor pro tem and was a liaison for public safety matters. He became well known for advocating for Monrovia Fire and Rescue and played a significant role in keeping fire services within the jurisdiction of local city control. He truly loved his community and helped spur the city toward keeping and providing services that would benefit the residents of Monrovia. He will be deeply missed. He's survived by his wife of 66 years, Patricia, son, daughters, and many grandchildren. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Russell Russ Novak, who passed away at the age of 64. Russ was born on April 8, 1958 in Youngstown, Ohio. Russ was a mechanical genius who could fix anything. He once converted his sister's standard transmission to an automatic when she complained of rolling backwards down hills. He had a series of cars that he loved, but his El Camino was his pride and joy. Following his graduation from Campbell Memorial High School, he worked his way through Youngstown State University as a metal worker. Russ moved to California in the early 80s, where he began a 35-year career as an aerospace engineer at HR Textron, one of the world's leading suppliers of mission systems and products for aircraft and guided weapons. Russ had a wide variety of interests. He loved aviation and would have loved to pursue a career as a pilot. He learned to cook from his Italian mom and was a master at the barbecue grill. Russ purchased a townhouse on a golf course in Valencia, where he lived for over 30 years. He loved golfing, sailing, camping, and riding dirt bikes in the California desert and forest. A kind and gentle soul, Russ made friends easily. He cherished his family and friends and will be sorely missed by all. He's survived by his beloved friend Janice Boyd, his sisters Deborah Leo, Dina Rudin, his niece Corinne Long, and his nephew Travis Leo and his aunt Nancy Abede. And last, I move that we adjourn in memory of Robert Ryder, resident of Valencia, who passed away at the age of 89. He was born on May 14, 1933 in Spalding, Nebraska. Robert married Marlene Longhorst in Howells, Nebraska on August 19, 1961. He was a hardworking engineer and retired from Lockheed in 1992. Robert was a member of St. Kettering and loved singing in the choir. He was also a 4-year Navy veteran and 4th-degree Knight. Robert was a loving husband and devoted father. His hearty laugh and jokes will be missed by all. Robert is survived by his children, Greg, Ken, Scott, Christine, Amy, and Paul, and his grandchildren, Betsy, Rebecca, John, Hamish, Chloe, Caroline, Katie, Danny, James, Phoebe, Ethan, and Finley. Those are my adjournments.
Thank you. Is that everybody? We will take all those motions as seconded. If there's no objection to unanimous vote, that will be the action. Members of the public and colleagues, we're now going into closed session. And while we are in closed session, we will be showing video presentations. Supervisor Barger has a video presentation recognizing Beverly White. That's great. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, public employment, discipline, dismissal, and release, item CS2, department head performance evaluation, and item CS3, conference with labor negotiator, fees at Davenport, and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda.
A great journalist gets to the heart of the story. A great journalist cares about the communities they report on and the people who call those communities home. And a great journalist is steadfast in their hunt for the truth and a trusted voice for sources and audiences alike. All of these are true of Beverly White. After a remarkable 30-year career as a reporter with NBC4, she's given her final sign-off at the station and is heading to Florida for retirement. Looking back on the past 3 decades, she has countless accomplishments that should make her proud. Whether Beverly was covering major weather events like fires and floods, or providing the latest pandemic updates, we could always count on her to provide a sense of assuredness in times of crisis. She also covered some of the biggest headlines of our time: the 1994 Northridge earthquake, protests after George Floyd's murder, and the deaths of Prince and Michael Jackson. Though the topics she reported on were often heavy, she always approached the 11 o'clock news with a place of empathy and humanity. While Beverly is moving to a new chapter in her life, her legacy will continue through the many journalists she's mentored. As a longtime member and 2-time president of the National Association of Black Journalists, she has intentionally invested in the next generation of reporters. She has always been willing to offer words of wisdom and share insights from her storied career. Beverly, I want to thank you for your many years of commitment to Los Angeles County communities. Your thoughtful and tenacious work has made an impact on the county and the region. Know you will be missed, but know that you have friends here in Los Angeles County.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor. Not just friends, but frankly, instant family. LA and our region has embraced me and adopted me in ways I could never have dreamed. When I came here 30 years ago, I was like a lot of newbies, mispronouncing Sepulveda and La Cienega and Cahuenga. But once I got comfortable and people got comfortable with me, the 30 years actually felt like 15. It has flown by, and I thank you for being a part of it, being accessible to media folks like me. And it matters that you continue doing what you're doing, and I'm blessed and honored to receive this today. Thank you so much.
We're blessed and honored that you have been a part of the fabric of Los Angeles County.
LA County will always hold a special place in my heart, no matter where I roam.
Congratulations.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on March 7, 2023. Item CS1, the board dismissed Dr. Adolfo Gonzalez, Los Angeles County Chief Probation Officer. The vote of the board was unanimous with all supervisors present. Items CS2 and CS3, no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes today's meeting. The next public hearing and closed session meeting of the board will be on Tuesday, March 14th, 2023. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, March 21st, 2023. We are adjourned. Thank you.